Rimworld. Okay, so let me make sure that everything is okay on Twitch, because apparently when I was watching back some footage from yesterday, I noticed that the game labeled on that recording was wrong. It was still Genshin Impact for some reason. I don't know why. So it's like kind of driving me insane. So you'll have to forgive me for a moment. Set to Rimworld. Title is Session 11, as it should be. Session 11 already, jeez. That's like, really fine in terms of the amount of time we've spent on this colony, huh? But I am ready to hopefully get all the houses done today. And we'll see what else we can come up with. Someone mentioned, I think Sephiroth and Andre yesterday suggested we build an arena at some point, but it's gonna be a bit expensive, I assume. And I also have made come up with a couple of ideas on how we could make that happen realistically and functionally within Rimworld, because we do have some options. Because I don't want to just make a square box that they can fight in, but actually make some arena functionality, which could be kind of cool. But we'll see how that's going to go eventually. Performance mode. Okay, let me just get a drink while this thing loads. So, today is a Saturday, and I was just checking out Tim Logic's stream, which I can make a shout out later when there's people, and I hope he isn't too mad at me spawning in 30 boom rats and spawning in a couple meteors and making some mad animals. Sorry, Tim. Sorry. He did give me a heads up warning though that he's been looking in my stream for quite a while, so he's probably got like 1 billion coins at this point. So I only expect utter chaos when he comes in. Okay, so to recap on how far we are, well, this far, of course. So what did we do yesterday? Well, we did a couple of things. We're still working on another collection of houses down in the southwestern corner, the very edge of the base. And we still need to remove these old ones here so that we can clear up some space. We did finish up a barn for animals, so they actually have a proper place to stay now too, instead of just a random cave in the wall. We now have a palace, a relatively basic palace, but we can decorate it as we move forward. We've cut down all the trees in our defensive position now, and the entire base is encircled with walls. And we had, oh yeah, we had a few raids. Someone spawned in a couple raids at the end of the last stream. And we've been sorting out the storage area a little bit so that our resources aren't all over the place, hopefully. Which should help movement throughout the storage room once we get everything, everything gets a designated area. Hopefully. Because at some point I do want to clear up these walkways, so that the colonists can walk around the floor without having their movement impeded. And yeah, some of the things that we need to do going forward is that we of course need more bronze, and stainless steel needs to be made, as well as we kind of need to upgrade the hospital. We don't have hospital beds yet. We have a few drip stands and vital monitors, and also 2 of these life support systems in case someone comes in with a critical organ failure. We've also upgraded our dining area with some fridges so that the main meals available to us in the game are ready at hand. And yeah, what else? Yeah, as you probably saw, we've moved these unstable power cells up to like a small storage facility up here, where they can generate power instead of being out in the open here. We've started building sprinklers, but we still need to hook them up with pipe. That was where we left off yesterday. And I think that pretty much covers the majority of the things. Research wise, we're very close to get into industrial tech. We only need 2 more pieces of research, then that's all medieval stuff. Hey Dog Wolf, welcome to the stream. Just doing a little bit of a recap on what we were doing yesterday. And I think I pretty much covered everything at this stage. I also looked at some mods last night before going to bed while hanging out with some other people. And there are some things from Capitolamia's stream that I kind of want to try and use at some point, but probably won't add them today unless we have like a window of time where we're taking a break from the game a little bit. Faster than I can. What? Faster than what, Simo? Don't quite understand what you mean. God damn it, we still have one of these owl cats left. I forgot about those. So we did see a fight between 2 yesterday, where one was just like killing the other over and over. Oh, you joined faster. Getting right into it, removing the wimp trait. That should help out greatly, because the wimp trait is probably one of the worst traits when it comes to combat, in my opinion. Being able to not take any amount of damage is just terrible. It's almost even worse than being enabled to do violence. So I also tried building these heavy sandbags out of true dragon leather, and they have 1690 hit points. Compare that to the Jasperlite embrasures here, it's like more than 3 times as much. As I expected, it would be quite a lot. So we'll build a wall along here. Oh shoot, we've used up all the true dragon leather. Do we want to just buy some? Because I know where our true dragon leather went. It went into creation of the survival backpacks that we can't use yet. So we've got a ton of those out of true dragon leather. Damn. True dragon leather is fucking expensive. No wonder it's so fucking powerful. How much can I afford even? I mean, so just for reference, me as a streamer, I also gain coins just like everyone else, and I'm subject to the karma system and everything. So if I buy something from the store, it does detract from my wealth as well. Ah, yes. 7-second snorkel fork. There was something I needed to do with this bed. 16 coins. Yeah, that's the baseline, is what it means. So that's if you were down to 100% karma, so it's pretty easy math, right? You just put a 0 in the end of it. It's the reason why it goes to 1,000 as well. Found it easier to set the start coins very low and just raise the minimum amount of karma that you could get to, and then just have it a value going from 0 to 1,000 basically. Makes it a little bit easier to say, like, okay, if you're in max karma, how much do I want you guys to gain in terms of coins? And of course, what's the minimum amount of coins that you can get? So I think it works pretty well. With 1000%, it's normal. What do you mean it's normal? Oh yeah, it's for her ratio. Falling. See if we can't find her ratio in this list. There we go. But yeah, it's also like you get quite a lot of coins on this. Oh, okay, yeah, karma. Yeah, I understood that much. But yeah, it's like the way that I wanted to balance this is so that I wanted to increase the overall coins that you get over time, as it's... Oh, you don't have a ranged weapon anymore. I've got a couple friends doing pretty well in the social aspects. But yeah, in terms of the gaining coins... Oh, hey Prophet, welcome back actually. Are you going to be in Puppeteer today, Prophet? Because I need to recreate your colonist. Since we had a rollback of several hours, so your colonist... your colonist doesn't exist in this timeline. And I know from what you can see on stream, it looks very similar to when you probably left the colony last time. But the general gist is that I was playing with Tiberium Rim last Sunday, and because I named the colony the same as this colony, I accidentally overwrote the game of the save file for the main stream, which is this colony, right? Since it uses that colony name as the default save file name. This thing, you remember? Yeah. So basically, Banana didn't exist at that backup save I had, and neither did your pawn, so we will have to recreate your character to the best of our abilities. And I'll just... So what I've been doing is that everyone who wanted to have some kind of compensation, if you will, I've made everyone figure out how many coins it would take them to rebuy the traits or items or whatever you have it that they bought, so that they could recreate their character that way. I hope that makes sense. So if you want and if you care, then you can go through your memory as best as possible and figure out like all the things that you need, go through the store, see what they cost you, and then yeah, tell me exactly how many coins you would need in order to redo that stuff. And then I'll just give you coins directly. Right? This is gonna be interesting. Because a lot of our water is coming from down here. But the only connection is through this whole mess that needs to be removed. Do you remember what race you had and stuff like that? I mean, because you can just rebuy that at least, and you know that's at least 2,500 coins. And if you can sort of remember how many traits you bought, if you bought any, that's also pretty easy because all the traits are the same price at least. So it's also if you like bought passions, for instance. Oi, what are they doing? Silly people. But yeah, it's just as hard for me to remember, of course, because different viewers spend different amount of coins on their characters, so for me it's gonna be borderline impossible to figure out if you can't remember. Yeah, you got the gifted trait, right? It's a pretty popular trait because it gives you those, like a broad set of skills. It's like one of the common ones people tend to buy early on. Like Andre's also got it, and Sephiroth's also got it. Earthquake. Okay, did surprisingly little for an earthquake. But yeah, if you want profit, we can get you into the colony again. How does the passions work? Is that what you ask? Like how to buy passions? Because there's two ways that you can buy passions. You can either buy passions by using the store command on the purchase list, or you can buy passion givers instead, alternatively. Thanks for the rain. Okay, that's a very hard to pronounce username. Get name. What can I call you? Gettin? What works for you? But yes, if you do exclamation mark passion and then base the skill, then you can buy passions into a specific skill, though it's very expensive. However, I should warn you though that the ones that are command based from a store have a chance of failing still, so when you buy passions in there, sometimes it might say that you tried to increase your passion but it failed. Yes. So unfortunately, how much expensive? How is it again? I think it's 7,000 coins to add a passion. passion shovel just shuffles them around, so you know, if that just changes the location of the passions. The passion givers, they are 6,000 coins, so they're like 1,000 coins cheaper, but they're also random. So unlike the command in the store, you don't get to specify which passion you want. But from my experience, they are more consistent. They will always give you a passion at least. It's just random where it gets allocated. And it's random whether or not you get a single passion or two. Like a burning one. Oh, so you can do prizes for events, you just need to specify that it's an event. Okay, I'll try and remember that, Prophet, because we've had instances before where we couldn't recall what the prices for certain events were, and our consensus was just that you couldn't look it up, but clearly you can, so... Charnokite. Oh god. God damn it! You managed to hit right in the middle of the base. Which, that kind of broke one of our structures. Interesting. It also broke a window, I think. There we go. Okay, so we've got some research here. I know we are currently doing voting, but just so that you guys are also on track, what we're currently going for is that we're using tech advancing, and if we get to industrial tech, we can use a bunch more weaponry. So, since the only thing we need left is Harpsichord, that's kind of what I'll be doing. I'll be overriding the vote, unfortunately for you guys, but just bear with me for this last piece of research because it will be worth it. So, what did we have here again? It was a production facility. It was it the tequila barrel? No. But we kind of also need one of those. It was a whiskey cask. We had like a huge whiskey cask here, but it's just not being rebuilt. Mature flesh beast. Okay. Flaming hot things, you bought a bunch of chickens. I appreciate the chickens, but because we already have ducks and we have a little bit of an overpopulation of animals already, I will unfortunately have to butcher them. So sorry about that. This mission efficient trait. And Geddon decided to send down rain upon the entire area. Thanks for the herbal medicine. I do appreciate it because I know you guys can't really afford much in the beginning. More medicine, okay. Had an orc with like 9 or 10 traits. Tried getting passions and skills. Some failed. Okay. Well, that's something we can work with. Because an orc will of course cost 2,500 coins. And on top of that, you most likely would have spawned with a maximum amount of probably 3 to 4 traits or something. So if you had an additional 6, that would be 6 times 7,000. Want to buy an Arco Cat for my pawn. Okay, and the wiki of Toolkit saying that you can change your pawn name. Alternatively, if you want to simplify it, if you can't get the command thing to work or if it fails, I can also do it for you. Because I can technically go into a creature and say like, oh, this Arcolope here. Where is it again? Is it the social tab? No. There it is, training. I can technically go in here and just rename it as well. Or random chickens, okay. Oh my god, we've got some meadow avs. I really want some of these. They're so pretty. They're excellent mounts too. Not quite like a dragon, but kind of really want some meadow avs. Because I really like chocobos, and this is basically Rimworld's chocobos. But yeah, so an orc, so that's... doesn't work, okay. Well, I don't know how you would give the name itself, so... So if we assume you have 9 or 10 traits, we're just gonna round it up to 10 then. So that's... how much is it per trait? Is it 5,000? Can't remember. I think it is, right? No, ad cost 3,500. Okay. So 3,500 times... and assuming you started with 3, that would be times 7. Plus 2,500 for the pawn, that would be 27,000. So... if coins... yeah. Let me just make sure I've spelled your username correctly. Profit N 9x. There you go. So someone really wants to buy chickens. Feel a pattern going on here for some reason. You guys want some more coins to get you started with? Goose. Because you're in here so early in the stream, I'll sponsor you all 1,000 coins. Does that sound good? All these geese though. God damn it. Need to be careful not to accidentally kill my ducks though. I don't remember. Did I set up geese in this thing? More chickens. You could buy something else than chickens, you guys know that, right? It's like the way that the karma system works is that it rewards you with karma based off the amount of silver that you spend on things, so you're not getting more karma from my knowledge by buying more small things. Silly people. Then we'll also have to do one for geese. Zero, 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 zero. So if anyone buys a goose or multiple geese or chickens or whatever, they should automatically be butchered. It's getting a little bit hard to see these things here though. Oops. Okay. Caravan is idle. Oh. Forgot that you need to retell them to start doing that stuff. Damn, Sephiroth's fucking just going at this fucking drill here. Holy shit. Run! Get some fucking chromium. Holy shit. Alright, Prophet, I see that you've rejoined the colony. There you go, you've been reassigned. You're capable of doing anything. You're an ocean lover. Oh, that's a bit of a problem when we live so far in land. You are a cat person. And you're also a tycoon. Tycoon is pretty good. If you're doing social stuffs. So it's not like these are bad traits. But ocean lover is a little bit... I don't think it does anything bad if you're not living near an ocean, but it does mean that you don't get anything out of it, unfortunately. Okay, so we should probably also do a maintenance thing for meadow avs there, because we've started taming some. The fuck? Heard some very weird noises. Okay. So let's do 3 male for now and 5 female. Let's try that. That'll give us 8 meadow avs in total. Oh, I need to untoggle the almost there. Okay, so that's good to know. Bought energetic and gifted. That was the one from... Oh no, it wasn't. Also, this Phoenix Owl Cat is still in here, so it's gonna be hunting some of the random chickens. Chickens are pog. Alright, flaming hot. Thank fuck. Finally got rid of this freaking owl cat. So let's see, Prophet, your work priorities. Let me get you set up with some basic things. Damn, you have a high skill in crafting. Holy shit. Did you start with that? And then plus the gifted trade gives you +4. That's pretty fucking good. Would you like to be one of our crafters? Yes, you would. So who should we switch you out with? We can put you into... We can replace Murloc by putting you over there. And then put Murloc somewhere else. More random chickens. Sure. geese. Dude, we're getting so much chromium. This speed is gonna take us no time to get the resources for the stainless steel. So what's the other thing? We need tungsten, right? Tungsten and regular steel. But do we have a tungsten area yet? The heck? Are we low on power? Or is it because I've disconnected some things? Oh yes, it's because I've disconnected all the fucking windmills down here. Okay. Let's just do like one of those connections there. Because we were maintaining this place. Let's also queue up some more floors in this direction. Simo, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you fighting our Bronto again? The fuck are you doing? Oh, this is the thing, okay. Simo, what are you doing? Like, what's this all about? Because you're kind of dead now. Simo's being very, very quiet. Well, I'm not gonna revive you because you did this to yourself. If you wait too long, your body's gonna decompose and get eaten or something. Psychic Bloom. Okay, we're getting some meadow avs tamed nice and easily. These colors are so fucking good though. Second. So, move my body to freezer. Before I do that, Simmer, you'll have to answer me. What happened? Why are you attacking our Bronto for no reason? I need to ask you because this is not okay. Yeah, I know. But why? Why are you attacking our Bronto? It's our Bronto, you know? It's not a wild Bronto. And it's also a bonded animal. Revenge? From what? What's it ever done to you? You're the one who's been attacking it. Why it survived? Because it's a freaking Bronto. I mentioned this yesterday too, because you did the same thing yesterday. And I asked you about it yesterday and you didn't say anything either, so... Bronto destroyed your brain. Maybe. I mean, we have all those chickens around the base. I don't mind if you take out your anger on those. Literally just talked about it a few seconds ago. Oh yes, so we also got a Terramorph, so we want that in order to get Sky Steel. But it's a bit of a tricky situation to work with. But I think if I use these stack refill thresholds, I can make something that works. All I have to do is take our steel storage here and change it from critical to important, so that it gets prioritized in the other stockpile. And we'll have to remove Sky Steel from being stored literally anywhere else. If we do that, then yes, Sky Steel will only be located at the very far corner of the base, but it also means we shouldn't be overproducing Sky Steel. I mean, Simo, if you intentionally go and attack the Bronto, like, I won't allow it. If you kill the Bronto, then you're like sabotaging the colony for no reason. Because it never attacked you in the first place. You were the one who attacked it, so I don't understand what you need revenge for. To be quite honest. Got a random alpaca in here still, okay. Roosters need to be gone. He's my enemy. Well, that's not my problem. It sounds like a you problem and not a my problem. Then don't fight it. It will wreck you. It's also someone's bonded animal, so... So Snowy Rose, I think she had some animals down here, didn't she? So she has a neuron as well. Fucking more chickens. So I wanted Snowy Rose to... Oh god, the Gallus Ross belongs to Andre. Oh shoot. Did I... Okay, start working again, please. Ran out of resources to build Dirt Road Plus. What are you talking about? Oh, is it because the IS2RG thing only works once? Oh, that might be. Huh. What did I forget to... I probably forgot to pack it with them, didn't I? Yep, it's right there. God damn it. Sorry, mate, it's for karma. Alright. no worries. You can buy other things for karma, though. Buy glitter wall medicine. Yeah, or you could buy stainless steel. That would actually be very helpful. Cloth's another thing that we kind of need more of in order to build carpets down the line. Because we've been building these wallpapers instead of regular walls as like an inner lighting, which was a pain in the ass and was really expensive in the long run. And cloth isn't as expensive as chickens, so... Because I deliberately increased the price of chickens so that people could just buy one if they wanted to. Otherwise you would be forced to buy like 6 or something at a time. And I also limited how many you're allowed to buy at a time anyway. But yeah, stainless steel is something that we're currently working towards in order to build the hospital. Okay, so our caravan arrived back home, which means now we can reform them and send them exactly back where they were. Except this time I should hopefully remember to pack the one thing that they need. So let's see, Rorg, Lume, Papura. Basically these are all non-viewer owned pawns, so I don't really care too much what happens to them out in the wild. That looks good. And let's find the ISR2G. Need to remember that one this time. And then we need some packaged simple survival meals along with us. Just give them enough food for a couple of days. I think they had 200, but that's probably the problem right now. They're like already packed with food. Yeah. Can change your pawn nickname to Foxy. No, I can't, Simo. Because your nickname is your Twitch username, and that's what it gets changed to every time you gain control, so that's how it like hooks together, I'm pretty sure. So I can't. Thanks for the silver and cloths. Those are actually useful. We have a lot of silver at hand, but on occasion we do come across some very expensive things, so... And a colonist only costs 2,500. If you want to join, and there's a couple of races to choose from. They all cost the exact same, so you don't really have to worry about any differences in price. Okay, so we should probably rebuild this connection here and hook it up to there. And then we need to get some proper pumps at some point. Caravan is back on the world map. Only 2500, lol. 2500 isn't exactly a lot on this channel. Because I tend to give people 1000 coins every full hour. And when you reach max karma, you make 160 coins every 2 minutes. So it shouldn't really take you that long. As a testament on how easy it is to get coins here. If you're dedicated, we can just take a look at Andre's character and all the traits that he has. Not including his skills, which are really high at this stage. Stainless steels. And if you can't afford stainless steel, we can also make use of, I think it was tungsten? Tungsten, right? Yeah, there it is. Yes, tungsten. As that's required to make stainless steel. We have regular steel and we have chromium, so it's just we haven't, to my recollection, don't think we, do we have a tungsten node anywhere yet? Don't think so. Salt. Also getting these vital centers. Can't even remember how much they do again. So, room cleanliness, light, indoor, quality, immunity gain. How Andre got to that point? Well, he's just been joining the stream regularly for like 3 weeks. So that, and if you consider the fact that you get 1000 coins at every full hour if you're here, then that adds up really quickly. Sephiroth's been here for practically just as long. His character doesn't have as many traits, but he has a lot of passions. Both Andre and Sephiroth also have a fuck ton of implants. Andre is even more crazy. He also has bought himself adamantite resources to build plate armor as well as vibranium. So he's pretty boss. Also, this Scarlet Tide halberd does a fuck ton of damage. Hmm, 19,000 per 4 hours. Banana Move, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. So are these guys out there now? Okay, disable that. Yes, they're finally doing the thing that I wanted to do. Only wasted like 3 days. Alternatively, if you're interested, when you have a colonist, some people like Banana also invested in Farian leather and dog leather and citrin and some gold to make his room stand out. So that's also an option. Andre's done the same thing. His room is entirely black because he insisted on finding the blackest material out there. What's the area on the world map represent? You mean this biome? This is an ocular forest. I can show you a little bit of an overview of what the planet looks like. Have a lot of factions in this. And currently we're building this road here, which is going to take quite a while, but they should get it done eventually. But yeah, these ocular forests are very peculiar. Vodkas. Vodka. More vodka. Get the booze. If you want to see what mods I have, you can go to the purchase list. There's a full list of all the mods on there, ordered in the actual mod load order, and it contains links to the exact to the workshop. So I've disabled the mod list command because there's so many mods that it would just overrun the chat otherwise. Okay, there's a baryonyx. Baryonyx are pretty cool, but we're so far in now that I'm not gonna bother with it though. Freaking alpacas. Okay, I'll need to set up something for those. Spire trade, tungstens. Okay. Because we also don't care about alpacas. So we'll set up another auto management thing here. Strict. So yeah, we have a lot of mods on here, as you'll probably be able to tell from the mod list. But I try and make them all, like, I've chosen mods that I feel work relatively well together. Rimworld is kind of like a little bit chaotic if you, like, when you set it up in the way that I've done it, but I feel like most of the mods work together. Not entirely sure about save our ship yet, because I've never actually gotten that far, so I'm curious to see how much the game's gonna break when we get to that point. So it might just be that when we get to save our ship, if everything falls apart, that might be the end of the colony, but we'll see how it goes. And then maybe we'll start another colony with like a save our ship kind of focus instead. Simply because I'm curious to see what it's got to offer. Something that does sort of bug me out though is that these carpets, wait, we can put them on this bone floor. Wow, one more floor that we can actually put them on. But they don't they don't work with stuffed floors, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. Since that's literally 90% of the entire base is stuffed floors. Want to use guns? Yeah. I mean, we can't really do save our ship at this point anyway. That stuff requires so much research. Because once we get to Starflight basics, we still need to do all of this stuff in here. And then we need to gather the materials and build the thing. So that's like maybe another 10 sessions away or something. Had to ditch a lot for performance. Well, I've already ditched a lot of the performance heavy mods, like we don't have hospitality, for instance. That one's pretty heavy. Psychology is another one that you should never use if you want to go for performance. Like technically you should just straight up remove the social system if you really want some extra performance. I've only recently started using Rocket Man, which I would recommend using. It's given us an extra performance boost. Like we're still running at 95 to 100 TPS, so not quite as fast as we've been able to do in the past, but Rocket Man helps. Is it session 10 today? 12 today? Did I label it wrong? Let's see. Because I might very well have labeled it the wrong number. Oh, you're correct. We did session 11 yesterday. Thanks for that, actually. So let me just update Stream title, I guess. It doesn't really make a big difference, right? But since I do try and put the thing in there, it's mostly for the VOD and for the archived videos on YouTube later on. There we go. Might have to change it through Restream as well, so just give me a moment. I'll read your message, Sander. Doopy doop. Okay, so there it says session 12. I might just have mistyped it on Twitch, or it might not have updated the title correctly. Kind of been having a few issues with that. Let's see. Hospitality is personally annoying. When you did let a visitor in, all it really did was anger them and kill your relations with a good faction. Sounds like you weren't prepared to house them then. Oh, Gobs is in danger. Run away. Freaking fog. It's like fogging around this place 70% of the time or something. God damn it. Also, why, Super Great? Why are you not helping? Okay. I suppose Gobs is just gonna go straight to the hospital then. But that's okay, we got enough meadow abs. And yes, Simmer, you have resurrection sickness. And that's what you get for fighting a Bronto. Combat extended, as soon as you got rid of that mod, it's like 50, yeah. Yeah, I've never used combat extended, so I honestly hardly even know what it does. It changes the combat system, I suppose, or assume, but beyond that I don't know much of what it actually does. Only thing I do know though is that a lot of people ask constantly if a mod is compatible with combat extended. Dude, your mod can just get put in storage, is right? There's more here. So it is connected up here. Okay, we're just not producing enough power anymore. Yes. Either that or it's because the power grid down here was disconnected for a while, so we do have batteries, but they are all drained. For weapons, armor, aiming, AI, damage effects, etc. Yeah. And I read that a lot of mods are incompatible with it, so that's why I've never really bothered using it, because Rimworld combat seems fine with me. Especially if you use run and gun and giddy up, so. The same goes with like the ammunition mods. They sound interesting, but from what I read into them, they don't always, like, they're not compatible with a lot of things either, so. Though I do like the idea of limited ammunition to promote the use of melee weapons, it doesn't quite work well enough for me. Yeah, it modifies a lot of things. I assumed as much. But I mean, a lot of other mods, like content mods, have literally no significant impact on your performance unless you want to consider the fact that you build more things as a performance hit. But I mean, for the most part, from what I understand, looking at which one is it again? I'm using Dub's performance analyzer to track down what's causing the most lag, if you will. It's all pawn related, so Rimworld isn't really designed to have a colony of 24, let alone 30 colonists. Bull doesn't need to be crafted for fighting with ranged weapons. A lot of other stuff is rewritten with combat extended as well. Not exactly sure what you mean with super centipedes, Stimo. Doesn't sound like something that would be mutually exclusive to combat extended. Starting to wonder if this is gonna work out because it's gonna be a vitals monitor here. I know they can walk across, but still. If I'm planning to continue with Tiberium Rim, possibly. There's some things I want to do with it because we didn't really get to look at the GDI nod buildings and gear and stuff. So yeah, probably. But because it took me like so much effort and time to get this colony back in working condition after that incident, I kind of just wanted to play Rimworld for a little bit again. Not gonna lie. Though it's interesting to try and recreate your colony, I don't recommend it. If you can help it at least. So why is this not being moved into here? It's critical. This is normal. So why are they not? Huh. Oh. Interesting. It's not in the list, so we can't store colorful cloths in there for some reason? Huh. Interesting. $382 mods is also a fuck ton of mods. It's like I don't even understand how you guys get to such insane mod lists. Is it because you install like a lot of themed things, like you have Rimworld of Magic on top of all the vanilla expanded stuff, on top of Save Our Ship, all the quality of life mods, of course, Rim Effect or Star Wars mods, all in one huge hodgepodge of things? Because that sounds so ridiculous. 382 mods. Like, it's a lot. And I get it, there's a lot of very, very small mods that make up a vast majority of that list, but still. For me, at least, I think it's only half my list still. Rescue you. Simo, you're still suffering from resurrection sickness. Why is Gops hurt? Oh, the meadow abs. Okay. Oh, I know why we're running out of power too. It's gotta be because of all this. Yes. Because we've added all this electricity run stuff in the hospital that we need to sort of account for. Okay. Well, Fortunately, we did research advanced... Right, we can't make freaking advanced components though. So we can make a regular geothermal vent, I believe. But I don't think we've got the... Oh. Hold on a second. That means we're industrial now. Holy shit. Well, back to a regular schedule programming of you guys getting to choose what we want to research, I suppose. Finally. Well, we have... I kind of wanted to use some more medieval weaponry and stuff, but we just never really got the chance because the storyteller was not really sending much our way. And then whenever we did, someone would just buy military aid and it wouldn't really matter. Yeah. Shield generators are spaced here. Electric pumps would be kind of nice instead of using windmills for pumping up water. I mean, cosmetic stuff and storytellers don't really bog down your game anything else than it takes longer to load though, as far as I know. And usually content mods like furniture and stuff are pretty safe to add because it's just variety. And I assume that it's gonna be more heavy on your GPU rather than your CPU. In comparison to handling another colonist. An Arco cat. Lovelies. Perfected version of the domestic cat. This adorable ball of fluff wants nothing more than to spend its days playing with the ship's crew. In addition to frequent nuzzling, the Arco cat emits a psychic purr, which improves nearby colonists' mood and can technically be trained to haul by batting objects across the floor. Very cool. I can't do that yet, Simo. We need to train it first. And until it's trained, I don't have any control if it bonds with someone. Generally speaking, I don't have control over whether or not it bonds with someone. But, I will set it up. Don't worry. Just need to figure out where the heck your room is again. I must be blind. Oh no, I know exactly why. You probably haven't had the chance to yes. Because you did die. That also reminds me, actually, I never got to take a look here because all your work orders were probably screwed over when you died. Seems like you've taken care of that though, so... Meteor shower, that hasn't happened in an eternity. Okay, so we got some lithium, some gabbro, and I think this belonged to it as well. Some chalcedony. Alright. Just want to clear those out. Boop-a-doop. Something I want to do though is get you a animal bed. So what can we do here? Let's do there. And then I will need to set up pets. You originally had all the vanilla expanded mods, not anymore. Got rid of some Android mods. Run and hide, mostly because you rarely ever have your pawns run. If you're gonna run, then it's gonna be to leave colony. And animal prosthetics, like Doc said. Interesting. I mean, if we look at our research tab, and obviously you can see that on the mod list too. We have a lot of stuff, but I mean, for instance, RT's mods here. This is literally just the EMI shielding alone. This one is for building roads. Again, not a lot of stuff. Same goes for colony manager, so a lot of these things could probably be compressed, like cooking expanded and brewing expanded is from the vanilla expanded stuff, so I don't understand why they're not just together, maybe even together with the rest of the vanilla expanded stuff, because why not? It's all under one umbrella. And then of course we have some racial things like the mojo. We also have some automation, which takes up way too much space for just 6 pieces of research. And I mean, medieval prosthetics is another one. Doc said also doesn't really add much. Doors don't really add much in terms of research either, so though it seems like a lot of stuff, it's not really a lot of stuff. Where's your alpaca? Your alpaca that you bought probably got butchered because you weren't listening. I set up a work order for alpacas to automatically designate them to be butchered. So if you buy an alpaca, it'll automatically be butchered if someone uses the management table over here. Dragon leather gloves. Excellent. But yeah, I mean, performance-wise, it's like eventually you just get to this stage where we're at now, where especially as a streamer it's easier for me to run it at 1x speed because I can interact with you guys in the stream while also thinking about what to do next in terms of the colony. And of course it means everything moves along at a slower pace, but yeah, we were like running, like fucking racing through all the research earlier because of some of our colonists being like super fast at doing research. Sephiroth even more so. He has like insane stats on his research speed. It is down here, isn't it? Yeah, 1400%. Because of all of his traits and everything. And we were just doing research faster than I could keep up with actually making use of the research that we did. So I had to literally stop us from doing research for like 2 streams just to make use of the mods that we actually have in here. Otherwise we would never even have gotten around to build these things that we only barely tested. And hardly even really used. So it's like, sure, we could be trying to run at 4x speed, which of course we can't physically, feasibly in terms of performance, but it's not really an issue for me anymore. In the past I would say like, oh, it sucks waiting around and stuff, but I do actually appreciate it here that I'm capable of getting a little bit of a breather and actually think for 2 seconds. So, and I mean the game runs pretty well on 1x speed, and it runs okay-ish on 2x speed, unless there's a lot of stuff, you know, going on. So at least for me, it hasn't been an issue with the performance. One thing that is a bit of a shame, of course, is how storytellers are gated based off of time, though, if you can say it like that. Research Pal color codes things. I tried Research Pal and I didn't like it because it couldn't do what I needed it to do without not really being useful. It's not hard to explain, but it's a bit complicated. It's just when you have a lot of different mods, like we have all these research tabs, right? A lot of these things, they start out with maybe no prerequisites, or they all like come from one piece of research. Like for instance, you know, researching fabrication will unlock a bunch of extra research to be made. And because of that, no matter how I made Research Pal create its research table, it would always end up in just a huge mess of something that was completely useless. Because you couldn't use the lines to, like, visually you couldn't use it. You had to basically use the search function, which meant that you need to know exactly what every single type of research was called in order to find it, because there was just too much. And because of the way that it worked, it just resulted in a crisscross of lines going from one research out to like a list of 30 things, which meant that lines were overlapping in ways that didn't make any sense or anything. But in terms of what the colors mean, like for instance, you could sort Research Pal according to research tiers, for instance, and then the colors in that case represent the different tech levels. So I think Neolithic became like brown, or like a reddish brown as an example, which is quite important if you're using something like tech advancing, as you need to know exactly which pieces of research you need to do in order to unlock the next tier. But I mean, we can see that in here as well, so I don't need Research Pal for that, you know? So... and I know some other people use Research Pal, and you can do it if you really want to, but you probably need to stick to the standard settings that it comes with, because if you have too many mods, any of the optional options you have to change the way that the layout is put up, it just makes it useless. And then it's like not really doing anything. But yeah, I also go through my mods on occasion to try and figure out which ones I want to keep and which ones I don't. Like for instance, I tried, what's it called, Rimworld or something, which changes the way that you get rated and stuff, to the point where you see people walking around on the mini-map, the world map, sorry. You see people in the world map walk around with like scouting parties and stuff from factions. And it does a bunch of other really cool stuff, like it adds faction resources, so they can't just raid you without being able to actually afford people and a bunch of stuff. So it does a lot of cool things that otherwise you need a bunch of mods to accomplish. But but it's like, yeah. You say your pawn likes the hospital, I mean, they should. Spacious interior, and you're like, you're also hammered now. Interesting. But I mean, the hospital should be pretty high quality. The statues in here aren't really that pretty. They were just like granted, someone bought those at like a bunch of statues at some point. But yeah, the hospital should be pretty decent. But yeah, that's just my take on those few things. Also, I didn't give coins out for the first full hour, so you can all have 1,000 coins if you want. Actually, no, you get forced 1,000 coins. Yeah, Banana's getting it. I did give people 1,000 coins earlier as well, before the 1 hour mark, but that's just because I saw that there was a bunch of people in here, so a bunch of new people, so wanted to give you a little boost to get into the stream, if you will. Have bionics researched? No, I don't think so. You can look up research as well if you know what it's called, but no, we don't. You would have to buy Archotech. And the reason why you can do that is because Archotech isn't related to research, because I don't have a mod that allows you to craft them, so because of that you can actually straight up buy them. Something we really need though is the ability to make advanced components, because without that there's a lot of things that we can't do moving forward. Like all these advanced power production facilities. 1 Archotech per hour. Sounds about right. So it's not too bad, is it? So we can decide to just make the regular ones, and that's why I needed to see where to make concrete. Is it in here? Or does it actually require like a cement mixer or something? Doesn't seem like it's in here. Asphalt. There it is. Bulk concrete. Stone chunks and steel. Okay. So we'll just find the jasperite because we've got like 1,200 of those. I assume raw resources. Oh, it's gonna be iron, not steel. Okay, that's even better. Do until X. Let's do until we have 500 maybe 1,000. One streamer who has 330 said that Rimworld affected performance more so than CE. Said it cost 90% of the game's CTDs. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised really. I mean, the world map in Rimworld is already notorious for performance issues just with your own colonists. Like having a caravan that has a lot of resources in the past would like lag you out whenever they were selected. I think I've personally managed to either fix it or they've patched it finally so it doesn't cause as much issues, because it was related to an infinity loop or something regarding calculation of foraging. So in some cases when foraging food would be infinite, it would just lag you out like crazy and cause all kinds of stability issues. But obviously running with a smaller planet like this does improve it a little bit. I can't remember for the settings for Rimworld though, because obviously the less things you have moving around on the map the better. And I don't know if you could configure it so that it wasn't as significant. But I also decided to not use Rimworld because having all those things walk around on the map wasn't really like I had a hunch that it was very performance heavy as well. So that, and it did some too many things in my opinion, because it did the faction resources thing and also changes how raids happen and also changes a bunch of other things. And when mods start to do too many things all at once, I feel that they tend to lose focus, and it means you can't like select things that you don't want anymore. And there is a mod that just adds faction resources, so you could just use that on its own if you want that feature. Oh, and Rimworld wasn't compatible with a bunch of other stuff. Like, it wasn't compatible with Ignorance as Bliss, so you would get raided by factions that shouldn't be able to raid you, and a bunch of other shit, so yeah. But that's just one mod. The one mod he did suggest, but you haven't looked at yet, Empires mod. Empires mod is really cool. I've tried it. Allows you to ally in a more permanent sense and form alliances and such. Empires mod is more about colonizing than forging alliances per se. The thing that Empires allows you to do is that you can send, like on your world map, you can basically erect a new settlement that's just like another of these, a token on the map, but it's under your control. And then you can invest your silver on various upgrades, so you can buy like a barracks, you can buy a woodcutter's lodge and housing, etc., etc., to boost the economy and combat strength of each of your settlements. And then over time, these settlements will be rated on the map, and depending on how much you've invested in these settlements will determine how well they'll be able to fight off these invasions. You can also go and help them out directly, or you can also call them for aid to your colony if you're having issues. And then the amount of combat strength they contribute with depends on how much you've invested in them. I found that very, very quickly it became super overpowered, because you can also make resources with these colonies. Okay. Have a hive infestation in our storage. Crap. That's not good. That's really not good. Because it seems to be the entire storage area here. Okay. So we'll just keep this one open. We'll need Andre to... I don't want to get him killed, but still. But yeah, if you like that, if that concept sounds interesting, I would highly recommend to try it out. Yeah, it sounds like your opponent Vassal is 4 in Rimworld. I guess it kind of is that kind of game at that point. But it does get very overpowered because you gain a lot of silver, and if you build something like wood choppers buildings and stuff like that, you can have the colonies provide you the resources as tithes to your main colony. Okay. That dragon did not have its dragon spit disabled. So now the fucking storehouse is on fire and all the walls are made of wood. This is a problem. Does it demand a lot? I don't know. I wouldn't think so, but then again, I'll pick it up when we're over this, because this is kind of a tricky situation, I'd say. So, release animals, that's the one I was looking for. What a clusterfuck. Eating bugs is so hot. Yes. So hot. But I assume that's not what you meant. Well, now it's going down into our cloth section, so that's going to be even more of a problem. And see, this Simo is why you should always have a ranged weapon, but you keep dropping your weapon, so you're not really going to be much of help. Oh, fuck. Oh god, okay. This is so dumb. I just heard that because we had some fucking explosive shit in here, didn't we? When's the last autosave? The fuck? Yeah, we had some explosives. I think we had some mortar shells lying here and they caught on fire and they exploded. How long ago this save? You didn't see anything. All because that fucking white dragon was set to do its spit. If that wasn't the case, nothing would have caught on fire. Classic Rimworld. Yes. I'm not gonna go through the fucking hassle of reviving and setting up work orders for like 5 people, including repairing all that, and oh god. Fuck, okay. It does tell me something important though. We need to remove the overhead mountain of that storage room. Because this, I don't want to happen again anytime soon. Fuck. Imagine if we had something that was even more, because I think it was like 60 explosive, like incendiary shells. No. Is it incendiary or was it explosive? Or is it the same? But these, the high explosives, yeah, these 70 high explosive cells were the ones that blew up. So yeah. Oh man. We should probably store that in a different place. Replace all this with stone and, most importantly, as I said, get rid of all this overhead mountain. Might consider building bunker for explosive things. Fire foam can be helpful. I can't remember if it's in here or if it's even available. Let me just take a look. Because it's like Vanilla Expanded adds sprinklers to the game that are ceiling mounted, and if you hook them up with water, they can help you douse the flames, but they integrate in with dubsped hygiene to patch that mod's sprinklers, or it's supposed to, but for some reason it's not doing it quite as what it should. So I wonder if it's because I need to... Okay, so it's because we need to research fire suppression. That it is. So if we had this, fire sprinklers would be possible too. Anyways, though. Yeah, so this is before I hooked up all this stuff with electricity, so I'll have to queue this up again. No biggie. That definitely beats working out the work priorities in this list. So also means the floors down here haven't been built, which lets... Oh, and this one hasn't either, so let's do these again. And I know we're like on the low end of producing enough power, but everything in due time. It's IED. Yeah. Improvised explosive device. But before removing or replacing the ceiling in here, I need to have people like actually be... I really want to like toggle this thing. Guess we can't. But yeah, before removing the ceiling there, people need to actually be available, because as soon as we start removing the ceiling, of course, it's gonna start making our things deteriorate. Where is that freaking white dragon? There it is. One mod that I might like. Yeah, I don't like the HD terrain texture pack. I think it it looks kind of shite if it's the one that I'm thinking of. I'm using the toony textures to replace terrain textures instead. I think I feel that it fits the artistic style of the rest of Rimworld way better, in my opinion. And I've been wanting to do my own retexture of the stuffed floors mod so that one is more in line with the toony style that these textures provide. Because one issue that I have with a lot of the HD texture packs is that in some cases the contrast between different terrain types is completely gone. So I can kind of like, it's not as good with toony textures either, but it kind of works without being too much in your face. So you can at a glance see that this is regular dirt, and you can sort of see that this is the rocky soil or stony soil, just as much as you can easily tell apart stone textures, gravel textures. Mud is also pretty decent. Rich soil is a little bit harder because it's basically just a very lush grassy area, but I personally like this one better. It's the same with the texture remake thing for a lot of vanilla stuff, but that just makes everything super contrasty, and I also don't like that because it doesn't really work well with a lot of other modded stuff, since then all of a sudden you have a few things that are very high contrast, and then the rest is like more akin to standard vanilla stuff, which is more washed out and, well, less contrasty, I suppose. If that makes sense. So it's like at the end of my load order, that's where all the texture replacements happen, if you're curious. And just to reiterate, that's just my personal opinion. It doesn't mean that the quality of the textures is bad, it's just that I don't like them. I just don't like the way that it integrates with the rest of the game. It's the same with like, I was looking at some face replacement mods yesterday to see, because I've grown a little bit tired of the vanilla faces, to be honest. They were a little bit simplistic. Yeah, I wasn't, yeah, I assumed so, Sander. I assumed so. So it was just like a generic thing for everyone else as well. And it's also like we have SRTS in here. And I saw that someone made like a more vanilla Rimworld-y, like lower detail version of them, but I tried it out. It was very subtle, and when looking at it in use, it worked, but it felt unnecessary. Yes, I do. And that's because I assume that AI upscale textures, when those make the difference more clear. Well, AI upscale textures only works for specific mods, right? Because as it says, for some mods. And 2D terrain textures is relatively new in comparison. So I assumed it wasn't both it wasn't necessary and it probably doesn't affect it, but I can't remember if I tried it the other way around. There are also some things where if you put mods in certain orders, of course it overwrites things. And I've been having issues with textures being overwritten in the wrong way. Like, for instance, I tried Vegetable Garden out, for instance, and I decided to just not care about that mod because it changes too many things. And even using the another non-updated mod that's supposed to change those textures into vanilla-like things, it didn't actually do it for some reason. And I just couldn't get it to work, so I decided to just say fuck it. Because I didn't like how it put like vanilla potatoes into sacks that were then like higher fidelity, but at the same time not as crisp as the vanilla texture replacements that I'm using, if that makes sense. So like, I am using the vanilla texture stuff to improve on the quality of the vanilla assets, but that gets overridden by something like Vegetable Garden. And no matter how I changed the load order, I couldn't overrule the Vegetable Garden's own overrides, which kind of sucked. And it's possibly because they do it as a post fix patch or whatever it's called again. So they basically patch the textures in after everything else has been done. So there's the very last thing that happens in the load order after all the mods have done their thing. Yeah, figuring out a proper load order is a little bit of a pain. Understanding how Harmony patches things does help though. And if you, I don't know if you sound like someone who could use this maybe if you haven't seen it yet. But are you familiar with Rimworld of Magic? Because they have like their own Rimworld of Magic wiki, and I would recommend everyone, yeah, you have it. So everyone who doesn't know about this page and you're modding your own Rimworld playthrough, I would recommend you to go through that list. Or guide, if you will, to try and get a better understanding on how everything works, because it can help stability of your game, it can help performance, and generally speaking avoid issues down the line. Because there are some things in there that, like, they tackle some edge cases. For instance, there's a reason why SRTS on this load order is located all the way to the left of our research tab, and that's because it needs to be loaded as like one of the very first things after Harmony for some reason. Not for some reason, it's said in there why. It was some, if I remember correctly, it was something to do with if you don't, SRTS ships will be added as like caravan members or some weird shit in there when you're out on the world map. And yeah, there's some good stuff in there, and I guess I can show you this just really quick as well, because we're talking about it. Once the game decides to save. So just in case this might be of interest to you as well, I am using, what is it, mod switch, and Puppeteer needs to do its thing. Yeah, it's a little bit weird with the SRTS stuff, I agree. I was thinking the exact same thing when I read that list. But basically, so the way that I organize my list is that I use that as a reference, and then I use mod switch for my mod load order. It's old, but it still works, and it allows you to color code things, which I've tried color coding things according to their like what they do. So a lot of these things are supposedly like either quality of life things that don't really change game mechanics, or they're straight up UI stuff. All of this is things that I guess you can consider change things. It's a little bit, you know, a lot of the stuff according to the guide also is like you gotta sort of analyze, okay, what does the mod do? Because it's not an, oh, this mod belongs here, this mod belongs here, etc, etc. Apart from a few things, like dubspat hygiene sticks out as well. It needs to be quite high. And like SRTS here is loaded right after core and royalty before everything else. Biomods, they go up very high in the list. In the past I had those very, very far down the list because I thought, okay, world gen was like one of the last things needed because it could be affected by factions and stuff, but it's actually the opposite way around. You generate the first world first and then you populate it with stuff, you know? Which is why factions and races are some of the very last things before you do like some patches. For instance, I do bug fixes and patches down here, along with the graphics settings and texture replacements, because that makes sure that you've loaded like all the content mods, all these red ones, before you try and replace any textures. And then you've got stuff like Toolkit, and at the very bottom you have Rocket Man. So that's generally the general gist of how I do it anyways. And because all these color-coded things, they stay even if you unselect mods. And here's a bunch of the things that I looked at yesterday. Like for instance, Rimworld down here, Empire's down here, Hospitality. And of course I have the different load orders for different things, but yeah. So that's a little bit of a an overview of how I do it. Okay, I hope that was interesting to you at least. And no errors? No, I do get errors. There are some things that just don't play ball together. But it's mostly when I load the game, there are some patch operations that I see that fail, and I've tried to debug and figure out, okay, what does this patch operation do? Because it's sometimes a patch operation for a mod that I don't even have installed. So it's like an alpha animals patch for a mod that's not even enabled, and it fails. So who cares? If you don't even use that mod, then it doesn't really matter. I don't really tend to get severe things. Also, after I removed like hospitality and reorganized my mod list, I don't have as many hang-ups as I used to have. I've seen other people have this issue too, where all of a sudden the game will like stutter, where it'll like freeze for a few frames and then move along, and then freeze for a few frames, move along, and then etc. I don't tend to get that as often anymore. Yeah, let's make sure that the toolkit actually works. Give me a moment. There's a thing where if I go out to the main menu without reconnecting toolkit, it doesn't work. Try again. There you go. But yeah. And I've been trying a lot of different mod load orders. One of the hardest things I've tried to accomplish was sometime last year, I believe, or possibly even further back. I tried to create a load order for a medieval only run, along with Rimworld of Magic, and that had so many issues. Like, the biggest issue is that quest rewards do not care what technology levels you're limited to. And any mods that tried to correct that for those runs didn't do a good enough job. Like one of the ones that I was trying literally just said, if a quest reward spawns that's outside, that's not medieval, like that's beyond medieval tech, then it just doesn't generate the reward. The quest still spawns, so you'll have like 90% of all your quests will give you rewards that don't exist, aka it'll just be a quest with no reward, basically, which means you don't have any reason to do them. And even then, there are some cases where certain events will trigger that will spawn in like spacer tech stuff. It is connected. We just don't have enough power. And I eventually got it to a point where it kind of worked. But it's probably easier to do today because there's been more development into that playstyle, and we have more medieval and Neolithic stage mods to go along with it, so it seems more interesting to do these days as well. But like, you need to use the faction control mod to restrict which factions spawn, because obviously you can't have pirates spawn since they are industrial tech and beyond. So Rimpy MM, I have no idea what that is. So that's actually come on Steam, behave. Apparently Steam doesn't like to be maximized. Mod manager, no, I have not. I've used mod switch almost for as long as I've been playing Rimworld. What is the Gentian faction factory? I don't know. But I have been wondering if I should try and take a look and see if there's a better mod manager out there. Because something that I do like about the mod switch is that it also saves the configuration for all your mods. So if I make specific mod setting changes to all of these things, and I do a loadout for a mod configuration, then those settings also stay in the with that configuration. So if I have a playthrough where I got a completely different setup for a bunch of things, then I can easily switch without having to reconfigure all that stuff. I have noticed though that it doesn't work with Toolkit, but that's probably because the purchase list is in a long XML document. You're growing a flower nearby animals. Yeah, these flowers. Oh, these gentians. They're just flowers. Well, that's what you mean with factory. Oh, the crop field. No, it's because in order for apiaries to function, they need enough flowers within the range of the apiaries. So that's why we're growing flowers here. So we're getting attacked by 70 man-hunting turkeys. It's turkey season, boys. Jesus. Okay. Saves your load order, and you can export the mod list. Has extra functions that goes beyond what your brain comprehends. Coach language stuff. I mean, the things that you mentioned sounds very similar to mod switch. Mod switch does those as well. You can export your save list too. It was like originally intended to be used in a way where I could, for instance, export the mod save mod configuration, send it over to you, and then you could load it in and basically, you know, use it, apply it on your own save. Obviously There is a slight issue because it doesn't automatically subscribe to the mods that you need, but other than that, it works. They are crazy. Oh yeah, and Simo, there's no reason for you to be here because you don't have a ranged weapon. We should probably start equipping people with LMGs and shit. Has a sword option, but the MM does warn about using it. Yeah, I would never ever ever use an auto sword mod function, because that just means that you don't know what it's doing. From Horn, what do you mean? This is gonna be a slaughter. Create mod packs and merge mods. Hey, very nasty. How are you doing today? Good to see you here. It's been a while. We're currently fighting off 17 man-hunting turkeys. Jesus Christ. Changing the texture format to DDS. Okay. Well, I'm not too worried about the texture format, to be honest, because apart from telling the GPU what to render and where, the rest is done by the GPU itself. So the resolution of textures and stuff just depends on your GPU, as far as I know at least. I do have a educational background in game development, so I know a few things. Of course, it's take it with a grain of salt, anything I say, because I could be wrong on literally anything that I say, but at least from my experience and to what I know, that's how it works. It's a pretty common resource hog for anyone who's new to using Unity, at least. The concept of render calls or draw calls. Not too shabby. Yeah, and I mean, we've cut down all the trees because we have a long tall grass growing zone here, so apart from the fact that these also slow down enemies, we can also light it on fire if we need to. Which is pretty easy to do when you have an army of dragons. A shred mod option basically removes the versions the mods are compatible with, such as 1.0 and 1.1. Well, doesn't that just only affect the file size though? And that also sounds a little bit troublesome if you're updating your mods like automatically. Wonder how that works behind the scenes. And it's not really like I need hard drive space. It's like my computer is pretty good. It's not super like high-end extreme, but it's still pretty high-end. I mean, the oldest component on it is probably just the PSU if we're counting that, but Like the graphics card is the only thing that currently would need could do with an upgrade, and it wouldn't improve the Rimworld performance anyway, so not too worried about it. But it's like one of my fellow streamers friends out there. Actually, we can just do a... So, see if I can get this right. Alex Roosterfield. He also streams Rimworld, and he just recently got a new PC. And from what he told me, it made no impact on the quality of his game. No, RAM is not the primary. It's your CPU. It's time. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Banana. It's the CPU. Because your CPU, no matter how many cores it has, Rimworld is not multi-threaded, not utilizing multi-threaded processing. So only one single core on your CPU gets used at a time. Okay, Simple. Thanks. I would appreciate it if you leave the Bronto alone, because you're just gonna get yourself hurt again. But yeah, it's CPU heavy, and Rimworld by default is only capable of utilizing a single core. And that means that you need to look at your CPU's clock speed. And that clock speed is on a core basis, so whenever you see a CPU has a clock speed of this many gigahertz or whatever, it's per core. So that's why on, like in the past, for instance, you could get like a high core count for a CPU, for instance, but each individual core would have a lower clock speed to compensate, and as such wasn't a good CPU for things that required like high clock speed on individual cores. If that makes sense. So what that means in essence is that by default, the only way that you can improve your performance is to get a CPU with a higher clock speed regardless of how many cores it has, assuming that, you know, other parts of your system doesn't eat up all the processing powers on the remainder of your cores. Or you can overclock your clock speed. That's the alternative as well. Now, that being said, there is Rim-threaded, which is a mod on the workshop that enables multi-threading for Rimworld, but its compatibilities are very hard to figure out. There's so many things that don't work properly with it. I've tried it out a couple times and it's like insane. If I used it on this save, we could probably go up to like 600-700 TPS, no problem. But the game would start stuttering a lot, things would stop working as intended, and the error log would get cluttered with a bunch of random things that I don't know what mean. So even if you have a quad, the game will treat it as you only have a single core CPU. Yes. So what will most likely happen in everyone's case is that Rimworld sort of gets one core to itself, and then the other cores get used for stuff like if you have Chrome open or Steam or like Discord and etc. So, and that's a bit of a problem because the CPU is what handles the delegations for all the rendering. So your CPU is what tells your GPU what to render. And since it's only able to use, and amongst other things, of course, so it's only able to tell this GPU like so many times before it gets overwhelmed, which for games such as Ark, Survival Evolved, or any other block building games where you have like more open terrain, for some of those games they render each individual building piece as an individual thing. So if you have a structure of 2,000 objects, that's 2,000 render calls. And it doesn't matter if the object is visible or not, because it still has to do the draw call for each of the things from the CPU side. Then the GPU figures out if you can actually see the thing. And that's one issue that you can solve by batching things together. So instead of telling the GPU like render this, and this, then you can batch them together and then just tell the GPU, oh, render these 12 objects on these positions. Like give it as one instruction instead. Just as one example. It's a bit more common for 3D geometry because you can combine meshes and stuff, but that's a bit more technical. Can I start a surgery? Yes, I can. If it weren't already done. Work priorities are set up for it, but yeah, we can fast track things. Sephiroth is high priority on it because he's such a boss at it. But yes, that is the general gist of it. Now for Rimworld though, your CPU also needs to take care of all this stuff. All of these, the updating of all these bars, for instance, all these stats, all these mood buffs, all these social interactions, which is why if you really want to like get your max performance, just remove the social system. Like don't install psychology. Psychology makes it so much worse because it extends upon something that's already really performance impactful. So yeah, that's perfectly understandable, Sander. So it's just like a general overview, so to speak. And a lot of people don't know, interestingly enough, how video games render things. So I tend to share what I know in order to sort of expand people's understanding of video games. And in games like Ark, for instance, they've resolved the issues by, again, combining all the building pieces to be rendered all at once. And it's like a tricky situation because it's usually, and you probably realize this, it's a balance between memory, RAM, CPU, and GPU, where anything that you can store is in RAM is good because instead of constantly using your CPU to do things, you can store it in memory instead. That's what memory is for, so that you don't have to do everything dynamically all the time. So for instance, the placement of objects, you know, we need those ready at hand so that if a change happens, then the CPU can fetch that data or whatever. But we can store it in memory so that we don't need to constantly update these things. And that's why everything that's a static object, as opposed to these 30 wolfhounds that are now hunting us as well. So every static object, whether it be a terrain texture on the floor, a wall, or an object like a workbench or something, like they don't really add a huge performance impact because their location gets stored in memory. And unless the CPU gets an instruction that these things are getting attacked or otherwise need to change, like the CPU doesn't need to worry about these things, usually. The only thing that happens is that the GPU will see, oh, there's a structure here on these coordinates in memory, and we need to render these things. And then when you click on them, that's when the CPU gets an instruction, oh, you clicked on this, we got to show what stats it has and update all that info. But that's, you know, and that's why if you multi-select things, it gets a bit more laggy, but yeah. Again, technical stuff. Figured RAM mostly made loading things go more smoothly than the first time. Kinda. Rimworld uses self-written graphics engine. It uses Unity. I mean, so probably not. But you can extend and modify a lot of ways on how the graphics engine in Unity functions. Unity does have some things in there for like dynamically batching of objects, but from what I understand, it's not that great yet. Doing it in a custom way is more useful, because if you think about it, imagine having to create a game engine that works universally well with any kind of game type. That's not really possible to make something then that works really well, because a shooter will have to render things in a different way than a top-down game like Rimworld. You know, we see a billion objects all at once here, and we can't occlude them behind a wall because it's dependent on the zoom level, and there's nothing that stands in the way. In the shooter, you can do it differently, because you can stand behind a wall, and then you can tell the game not to render anything on the opposite side. Okay, this dragon is getting like mauled by wolves. Unfortunately, we can't tell it to get the fuck out of there. Should be fine. But yeah, it's like Capsulamia's got a little bit more knowledge on the field in terms of the technical aspects of Rimworld. Who's also... Did I spell that correctly? No, I didn't. Let's try it again. Yep. Ah, there we go. He also streams Rimworld very frequently. Go kill the alpacas. The next animals you buy will actually want to be taken in. Alright. I'm curious to see what that is. By the way, these wolfhounds are also are added by the Vikings mod, so they're like, well, not vanilla, I guess. We can technically make Andre man the cannon here. We have a 12-pounder cannon. Let's shoot some dogs. Is that... this is kind of a terrible thing to say. Freaking heart got destroyed. But yeah, Cap's got a little bit more of an understanding, as I was trying to say, than I do. And he's also worked on, like, he's modding some of the mods that he's using to the point where if he sees something that doesn't work well enough, he will on occasion go in and fix them himself, he said. What are laser weapons from? Well, I don't let my dragons fire because collateral damage, and absolutely unless we need to use them. They're mostly useful as like battle mounts if we need to go out and about, but so what I've done is that they're queued up to follow their master and stuff. Large golden chests, okay. They're mostly following their masters in combat in case I need them, or in case our defenses are breached, then they can go into melee and suck up the damage because they're very, very tanky. But if I were to just allow them to constantly use their breath attacks when they're behind here, and if they're not right up against their own colonists, this 95% cover effectiveness would affect their breath attacks. So there's a good chance they might just hit the wall inside and then everyone catches fire. So that's why. If I wanted to, I could technically make like a thin strip of terrain here with a zone limitation where we would send the dragons into for be used as artillery fire. That would solve the issue, but I honestly can't be bothered. That's the honest answer here. I just can't be bothered doing that. So I'm just I'm just doing it out of experience with them. Yeah, they also cause a lot of fire problems. If they were to just use fire on this field every time we get attacked, we need to replant the whole thing almost. Not a big deal, but it's something. Need to reload this thing. So let's see what else. Water laser weapons from I think they were just vanilla expanded. Yes, they're vanilla expanded lasers. There's also plasma. What are they called? Plasma weapons? I think they were. Those are from the vanilla expanded insectoids. So we've got like loot chests. Who bought that again, actually? Of course it's Banana. So, Banana, let's go and open your box. You're right here anyway. Oi. Dark Wolf is back. We got a small volumetric power cell. A power claw, 120 jade and 24 plasteel. Not too shabby. Can add this to our utility room for now. At least you still got that one. Okay, Simo bought some medicines. Those were put into storage. We can go and raid a caravan if we really wanted to, but kind of unnecessary. Packas. I don't know if they've been taken care of or not. No. I still hear like combat music, which is making me a little bit unnerved. Is it because everything's on fire here? Or is it because some of the wolfhounds are still alive? Because someone's taking damage somewhere, but I don't know who it is. Stone Sykes in a bit of a situation. Probably just been running away. Oi. God, he's so fast though. Anything the colony needs? Yes. Let me deal with this issue for a little bit though. We have actually made it to industrial era now, so any industrial tech stuff that we've researched is available. And that means I need to do something in terms of our restrictions. Seeing as we've been restricted to medieval stuff. And this is the melee, so he can use anything from there. In the range, we need to be a little bit more selective. Let's see, is there anything in here? No. Okay. So let's do like this for the time being. Because the thing we've got disabled here is the shield belt for anyone that's doing ranged stuff. Let's disable that as well. Oh, allow known apparel tech. So I can actually just... Why have I not seen this before? That really makes things much easier. God fucking damn. I didn't see that the what's it called? Arcane Technology mod actually adds in a fucking sorting thing here. That makes it so much easier, then I don't need to worry about anything. Because the problem I was having is that we had flag plants. For some reason they were put into the medieval section with my sorting mods, and I don't have any explanation as to why. And the same happens with like drop suit helmets and a bunch of other stuff that just don't make sense. Flak pants were another, or flak jacket, sorry, was another thing. But I guess we don't have to worry about that. Wait, so doesn't that mean that I can technically just enable all this then? Because the problem we were having was that people started equipping and unequipping things that weren't available to them tech-wise. And as a result, they would just be stuck in a constant loop, picking up stuff and putting it down again. And let's disable those. Oh wait, that was only the ranged one. I need to do the same for the melee. Keep the architect shield belt though. So what's an altar? That's a rescue frame. That's okay. Spacer has the shield belt, right? No. Wait, so the shield belt is industrial. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. Or is it not? Is it not a medieval? Medieval? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's not medieval tech though. And Neolithic, remove that. Sorry about those configurations, but those were quite important. In terms of what the colony needs, we kind of need advanced components because we still don't have advanced fabrication research, so we can't make ones ourselves. We can only make regular components. And we are having a slight power issue because we upgraded the hospital with a bunch of stuff. And I really want to make an advanced geothermal generator rather than a regular one, but it costs 6 advanced components. Not to mention the amount it probably will take to maintain the thing. Grabbed an LMG, sure. Go crazy. Let me just double check you on your banana though, because I need to make sure that you didn't drop your melee weapons, and you didn't. Good. 2 advanced components. Nice. That's part of the way there. Oh, that's it. That actually brings us up to 7. Wait, what? That was like snatched up before my very eyes really quick, really fast. Bringing dragons and stuff. Thanks, Dark Wolf. Those 25 components are gonna make a huge difference. So is this not configured? Is that why? Oh, might be. Well, that should at least do it. Are we also still... There's still one out here. This wolfhound's super confused. Jeez. Okay, I get it. You can all have praise. Praise the components. Now I have almost 60. Okay, well, we still need to make concrete mix though, which is a little bit hard without power, I guess. Oh right, and I reloaded the save, so that's no longer queued up. So we'll have to set that up again. Only 1 jasperite chunks though. Yep, I did say I needed them, and I definitely got them, so... Thanks for that. Got a missing water pump. I know. That's because the plumbing valve is deliberately disconnected as these... as these drills pollute the groundwater. So we have some people with some tattered apparel here though. Okay, they are set to... Actually, Andre need to have that as well. Or melee. So, well, we have some weapons to pick and choose from. that are industrial, which we haven't been able to make use of. We have a bio-coated sniper rifle. Oh yeah, that's from the military aid thing. That means Sephiroth can finally make use of his bazooka. So actually, let's take a look at the ranged DPS things. These plasma weapons aren't usable yet though, because that's spacer tech. And even if they were, I wouldn't allow it until we're spacer tech. But we have plenty of options, so should be okay. Okay, I guess I'll give that marksman rifle to my own pawn here, because my own pawn is also acting as our colonist hunter. And the crypto crossbows are still useful because they cause hypothermia on hit. Just another fire starting spree, god damn it. How far along are they on the minimap? Okay, they're slowly getting there, building the road. Make a wish list that you can add to and change, and add 10 items, things you want, need, along with how much of them. For my bot. I don't exactly know what you mean with my bot. Also, did we... I thought we had like 1 billion LMGs, but I guess we didn't... Yeah, I guess we lost them because of the reroll. Like, what needed? Yeah, but... What about me? Simo, you're getting yourself hurt. Again, for some reason. Is it because you also set yourself to hunter? No. Yes, it is. But you're wielding like non-hunting equipment, so you're kind of like screwing yourself over there. We don't really need more than one hunter. So I will have to send someone down to pick you up again. Yeah, I think I get the idea of the bot, but that would just be a lot of work. Because the list would constantly need to be changed. As we're moving forward all the time, so it doesn't really make sense to make one. If you catch my drift. And it's more like, what do you want? Because for like our colony, I've been personalizing people's rooms on request, so that's what people have been using their silver on. They've been building up their own characters with the traits, buying skills, because you can go really, really high here, buying augments for their characters, amongst other things. So it's more about that than anything else, really. If you want to help, I mean, why don't you buy a colonist then? They're 2,500, and you can acquire one of a very large selection of races. Otherwise, you'll just have to go and get creative. There's so many things in that list that making a running list would be almost impossible. I mean, eventually you're more than welcome to buy us a bunch of ships and stuff. I know those are in the store too, but they're not unlocked yet. So we're researching electric pumps. I don't have a wish list. So, Simo, how are you doing? Okay, and Sephiroth, he's close by. Yeah. We'll need Sephiroth to go and pick you up. Let's see. What's this though? This is 1x speed, by the way. See, you're fine. You've only lost a toe. Rather than extra, rather than lol extra chickens and or beer. Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. Oh, this one is set for Chemshine. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, this one needs to get removed. But well, we've kind of gone into the industrial era, so it does open up for a lot of things that we can actually make use of out of the things that we can make. So like, for instance, we can start making weapons for people. Something that I actually do need though is true dragon leather for these sandbags over there, but that's really expensive. There's a reason why I still need that. Alright, Simo, see you later. I want to take a look at what we can actually make here. Oh yeah, we can make industrial tools now. That's right. Those are going to be pretty useful, I imagine. Freaking plus 80% mining speed. They're just one material, okay? Previous streamer though, the one who rated made coin generation way too high. He was lagging like crazy. Rain crashed his game. Wow. You sure it was rain? I mean, there are some things with Toolkit and or Puppeteer that are a little bit unstable. Like, that can crash the game. And it's related to when you have things going on the world map, which actually we do kind of have right now. So basically, as soon as you have someone on the world map like we do, it's something I've been talking with Captolamia about, because he was the one who told me about it, and he wasn't sure himself, but it seemed to possibly be related to stuff like the backpack command. So say you have a colonist out on the world map and you try and add an item to their inventory through the backpack thing, that might cause issues. 5 dragon leathers, wow, thanks banana. Okay, so we're getting attacked by a hive now. Okay, I really feel we've been having a streak of attacks recently. More so than we normally do. Yesterday people were saying like, oh, it was kind of going slow and not a lot was going on. But today I feel like we've been rated more today already than the entirety of yesterday combined. And for reference, yesterday was like a 10-hour stream, so this is very interesting. Don't forget we reload the game. Yes. But why does that matter in terms of not being rated for an entire stream? Where are these guys going? They're probably gonna go through this wall, aren't they? Hey, Andre. Can you, like, go out and Oh, is it because they're not attacking immediately? Ah, they were just moving in, I think. So we can just send Andre out, probably. Yes, but we had 2 manhunters, or was it 3, already today? And now a raid-like event. So that's why I'm saying it feels like pretty... it's a bit more... a few more dangerous things happened today, let's put it like that. Something I don't like about Dragon's Descent, and I've said that yesterday as well, is that in order to use the ranged attacks you need to dismount the dragons if you're using Giddy Up. I really hope that that gets fixed if it hasn't already. Wait, there's still a fucking great wolfhound out here too. Watch this though. Freaking thing get wrecked. Don't have a chance. Yeah, don't forget insectoid infestation. I mean, there was that thing. That's the thing that we skipped, that we reloaded from. And I assume it got changed into a manhunting event instead. Because that's what happened sort of at the same time frame. So, are you guys gonna be attacking us? Let's try and hit one of these guys. Hopefully they're gonna be mad enough at Andre to like actually follow him now. Nope. Do I really need to get someone out here with a fucking ranged attack? Okay, well let's try this then. Ah, okay, so yeah, it was because they weren't starting their assault. Oh, they should slowly go this direction now. They're just freaking out from the fire. Hi, Banana, I appreciate the bravery, but we should probably head back. And we're keeping this door open on purpose so that they get kited inwards instead. Also, your spider isn't as fast as Andre's dragon is. But yeah, I mean, these spiders from all the creatures from alpha animals can use their ranged attacks while you're mounted, so it's kind of hoping that the dragons could do the same. Oh, it was a boomalode that exploded. I was like, we're coming. These insectoids shouldn't be too terrible. Actually, that reminds me. I think it's more because we switched into Matt Moody, who's supposed to be more about raids and shit, without being like Randy Random. So you'll send more like raids your way and negative things in like long periods of time, and then you'll get some time off basically to prepare. Also have some traders down here that are going to take care of anything that comes through, I think. Or at least they'll try. If you were just bombarded by a dragon and on fire, wouldn't you be freaking out? Yes. That's a very valid point. But these guys are also being bombarded like acidic breath and shit, so... I see a gobs. Gobs. Gobs is in here. Hey, you're cheating. You're using a reforged plasma rifle. No, that... Nope, nope, nope. Nope. The only reason we can use these is because the reforged thing doesn't quite restrict itself. We've only made it to industrial, not spacer tech. The only reason we have that weapon is because we got it through illegitimate means, so... Okay. Oh. Ow. But we can start acquiring industrial tech weapons though. We still need to have the research done, but yes. Plate armor. Isn't that like a little bit late to do that now when we're moving out? Besides, this is oak plate armor. If you want better quality plate armor, you're probably better off buying the materials and we'll queue it up. That's how we've done it with Andre, for instance. Okay, hopefully we'll have some time now so that I can actually go through our stockpile of weapons, because that's what I wanted to do. Then we kind of got attacked. What are the materials? If you want plate armor, your best bet is probably gonna be adamantium. Or adamantite, sorry. And second best is probably vibranium. So adamantite here gives you some pretty insane sharp resistance stats at 150%. For reference, we can take a look at steel, if we had any. But then there's also vibranium here, which does more blunt resistance, and that's probably why Andre here is having his chest heavy plate armor and his guardian helmet out of adamantite and his gauntlets and plate boots out of vibranium. Let me help you out there. And I can show you how expensive it is as well. So heavy plate armor will set you back 240 adamantite and take a little while to make. Either heavy plate helmet or a guardian helmet, they're exactly the same stat wise. It will cost you 70 ingredients. And then there are the gauntlets and the boots, which are both 50. So I hope that tells you what you needed to know. Medical emergency. just from that last time. What the survival pack is? Well, glad you asked. I'll show you. The survival packs, they do a couple things. They increase your carrying capacity. They improve how much food you forage. And it changes your hunger rate multiplier. So as far as I understand it, it makes you makes it take longer before you become hungry. For normal plate armor, a valid question, because the heavy plate armor gives you higher detriment to movement speed, as you can see, negative 1.2. You can also make guardian armor, by the way, which is like the Viking themed stuff. 220. I wonder if it's the same. You can make light plate armor at 130, or you could make regular plate armor at 170. Regular plate armor reduces your movement speed by 0.8, and the light plate armor reduces it by 0.12, sorry. Alternatively, you can also sort of stitch it together yourself if you want, by making shoulder pads, a chest plate. You even make a chainmail if you want. So there's some options there. There's also a plate helmet, which is not as good as the other helmets in terms of defense. What's the best helmet we can have? Depends. If it's defense, it's either the heavy plate or the guardian helmet. They're exactly the same, they just look differently. But you gotta keep in mind that if you look at this, it does reduce your shooting accuracy and your melee hit chance. Actually, I guess the guardian helmet is actually better in that regard. That's kind of interesting. But if I remember correctly, there are defense stats. If we look at this table, should be better. And let's not enable that, but just go for crafting. With, no surprise, heavy steel armor with the highest. And then there's the guardian armor down here. Alright, Gobs, you bought 240, so what do you want? Normal plate armor. Okay. Guardian helmet, plate boots, and plate gloves. Okay. I have to pause the game because being in this menu is getting a little bit laggy because of all the... I assume it's got to do with all the options we have now. So you'll have to excuse me. And then the Guardian helmet, which I can just set this one to 2 because this is the build that we set up for Andre. Best armor for your Dark Elf. Well, I mean, technically the best armor for a ranged character is as little as possible. Otherwise it's clothing you'll be looking into. because all the heavy armor stuff slows you down and it gives you aim detriments. But you can also make leather armor. Leather armor doesn't produce any negative aim side effects, but that's made out of, well, textiles. And everyone's already using like Ravager armor, I'm pretty sure, because that's this stuff here. And then they're using Ravager helmets, which are made out of bronze for the most part. And it does reduce shooting accuracy, but maybe that's why everyone's having such a bad time at shooting shit. Maybe we need to switch that up a little bit. Because 0.8 reduction in shooting accuracy seems like quite a lot. I have no idea how that's calculated though, so I could be wrong, but... But it's like we're going into like industrial like tech now, so we can actually wear any industrial tech things that we make. Which means that, for instance, we can use shield belts, we can use grenades. Bump it up. Amongst other things. It's best to wait for now. I mean, it depends. But I mean, 82 shock resistance is not too bad, and 150% heat resistance is pretty good. It's just blunt damage is a little bit tricky. But there's not a lot of weapons in the game that do ranged blunt damage, if any, as far as I know. It's either going to be like heat with it's causing fire, so like an incendiary launcher for instance, or it's going to be sharp if it's like a bullet. Should be able to see it in here, by the way. So on the right hand side it says what kind of damage type it is. So like a stab is going to be piercing, an arrow is going to be piercing, a bomb is probably going to be like what's it called, heat. I don't assume it's blunt damage, but I could be wrong. Damage types are a little bit hard to figure out in my opinion. Because there's no unified way of figuring this out, and there's, for all intents and purposes, only 3 actual types of damage. But you'll have to somehow deduct what kind of damage type a slash or a stab is. So if we look at melee, for instance, we have these warhammers, for instance. Well, it makes sense, it's blunt because it's a hammer, you know? But when it comes to explosive weapons, I don't know. Bob slingers. Okay. They're really strong, if I remember correctly. Because we had one at some point when we were experiencing a global warming. And it kind of fucked over a bunch of colonists. Okay, Gobs. Where are you again? There. Level 12. Yeah. If you don't have a passion within the field, it doesn't provide you nearly as much. So I can highly recommend. I do need to take a look at that, setting up that bob slinger though. Because if we don't train it, it's going to be kind of useless. Which, it's okay, but I do tend to prefer things that you can kind of ride. All these meta waves. to be switched over to their owners. Profit, GOPS, you can also get one. Because these aren't as highly demanding as some of the other things, so... Get your personalized mounts. Okay. So, back to you, Dogwolf. It's a bit of a tricky situation, so... Because research-wise, we could be very far away or very close to military, like, equipment and stuff. But this isn't really defensive stuff. It's not gonna be until we get into spacer tech things that you can get something really crazy. So, for instance, Rimworld here. Oh, where is it again? Is it gonna be under here? No. Can't remember where you unlock the things. Okay, so it is under the main thing. Because here we can make like some power armors, for instance. And we of course also have the vanilla stuff. Or is it because... Can we actually... Because I know there's like drop suits and really cool things in here that we can get. But it doesn't seem like those are unlocked in here. Intriguing. Yeah, decay drakes are interesting. We had some wyverns earlier on. They don't feel pain. So you literally need to shoot them until they reach 0 hit points. Otherwise you're never gonna kill them. Which also makes those quite interesting. These are bulk goods traders. So because our tech levels increased, we also start getting visits from other factions and they're leaving, aren't they? God fucking damn it. Sephiroth's fast though. But yeah, we start getting visits from traders from other factions too, so it'll give us more options in terms of what we can buy and sell when it comes to weapons. The only thing is I don't know if we still need to research the technology to use it. Because the reason why we can use some of the plasma weapons is because they don't have technologies behind them and are supposed to be given as quest rewards, or they require like something more crazy like tech prints, and those have like special edge case solutions, if we can say it like that. Hope that makes sense. Let's first see what we can... Oh, we can actually buy some concrete mix. We need that. Buy some steel as well. Why not? Because we have a ton of silver. Might as well invest it in something. Cheap plastic pellets. Do I need to start selling our ketchup? Because we have a lot of it now. Oh yeah, we can use meat as currency basically. I forgot about this. Because if we want like quick money, we just need to sell like a fraction of our meat. There we go. That's 8,000 silver. Jesus. That also increased the faction relations by quite a bit. Is the mime on the list? Thanks for the heads up. I know what they do, so there's like it's because the list is so long, so on occasion some things like, actually, just in case you're curious, there are already a lot of things that I needed to disable for various reasons. because they were causing issues. It's like with the thing and drive. We'll be back later. All right, Prophet. I will be looking forward to your return. Your prophesized return. So our road here is slowly getting along, and if we take a look at the stats down here on the movement difficulty, it does make for an okay impact. Especially on like these mountainous areas. It should make like a very substantial impact. Surgical supplier. Gobs also retreats back into their chambers. Still need to make the on alert command, but next week. So wonder, oh, maybe these guys sell some interesting implants that we can take a look at that we might not be able to craft yet. Can buy more neutroamine. I mean, we did just get a ton of silver, so kind of need to invest it into something. Could buy 1 billion more medicine. Not really that expensive either, because holy shit, Sephiroth's negotiation ability gives us a 51% change in prices. Yeah, 200 glitter world, but that would be like, it's not even that expensive, actually. We could do that. What I wanted to check out though is this stuff. These pots down here. Synthetic detoxifier liver. Okay. Enhanced liver augmented with synthetic fibers to decrease rejection rate. Upgraded further by integrating the detoxifier enhancement implant into it. Meh. Buy some vital monitors. We can also sell some more for meat here. Meat is like a universal currency in this game, I feel. So might as well buy some glitter world medicine, I suppose. And we needed to get rid of some meat, so like we still have several thousands of this stuff. I mean, jeez. Care of wealth boost. Healthcare wealth boost. A wayward mobile assembler joins our existing wayward mobile assemblers. More random resources, yay. Because these just roam around and produce resources over time. And then they switch between what they generate. They're pretty cool though. I think they're nice additions to the colony. Need more of them. I would rather not have too many creatures, so I would rather have that you don't buy more dynamic moving things if you can avoid it. Having a few is cool, but there's a reason why there's a mod that allows you to build a chicken coop with the to replace chickens moving around. Because even though it might not seem it, things that move around are quite expensive on your game performance. Yeah, it's an actual thing. So it's like, rather than having these mobile assemblers, eventually we'll probably tear them, like take them down and replace them with some of the factory mod stuff. I have seen it, yeah. And you know, I wish we could have a unified mod that does that for all these producing creatures in some way. Because even though these things don't are low maintenance, they still have a food requirement. I suppose they just don't need to sleep. No pain sensitivity. So yeah. I think with Rocket Man it's not as big a deal anymore, because when you move away, everything that's off screen gets simulated at a lower frequency. Yeah, some technical stuff that I don't even know how it works, like in actuality. But the general gist is that when I'm looking somewhere in the base with very few pawns moving around, it like reduces the update frequency of things that are outside, basically, for more performance. 47k. Oh, hey Orcam. Someone's been lurking. How are you doing today? Orcam also streams Rimworld on occasion, so you can go and check him out and give him a follow if you need more streamers to check out in the future. Okay, moving these things was going to be as slow as I anticipated it would. But hey, we've got chromium and a bunch of stuff now, and it's all like packed into these skips at this point, so still have quite a few things that are just cluttering up the floor space, but I'm sure we'll get to it eventually. So that reminds me, in terms of storage though, what is it you need again? I think it's just tall shelves. Because we can make these pallets, but it's kind of limited what you can store in these things. Did some modding last couple of days, today a bit tired, wanted to change a lot of stream setup in Toolkit. Well, I don't know how rest and chat are, but I'm doing pretty fine at least. And I can definitely feel your stream setup with Toolkit takes a long time if you have a lot of mods, especially if you haven't done it before. Actually, let's give everyone 1,000 coins at the 3-hour mark here. But like, I had an incident last Sunday, in case you don't know about it yet, where I was testing out Tiberium Rim and I overwrote my main colony save by accident, and that meant that I needed to spend a total of 5 hours rebuilding the entire colony from memory. Well, not the entire colony, almost the entire colony. Like, all of this stuff up here didn't exist. The same with this part down here wasn't built yet. And a bunch of other stuff. Like, the save that I had, we didn't even have stone walls yet. That was still back to being palisade walls, so it was it was an ordeal. But yeah, I still had people come by and hang out with me, so it wasn't too bad. Because it would have been a bit of a bore. I did decide to do it on stream, because that way people could also help me remember in case I couldn't do so myself. So what can we store in these things anyway? Oh, we can store the colored cloth on these. Okay. Huh. So that tells me that we actually need to... I don't know if we need to do it with both, but let's do one for now. Tiberium Rim, what did that mod add besides the Tiberium plants? They're not plants. Well, you're right, it does add Tiberium plants, but it obviously adds Tiberium itself. Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. But Tiberium Rim is still in development. It adds a lot of the Tiberium processing, like basics. So you can harvest Tiberium. Tiberium will spread, it will corrupt the ground, it will generate plants, creatures that go within Tiberium, get Tiberium mutations due to Tiberium radiation. There's like a lot of stuff there just around Tiberium itself, because it's kind of what makes Command and Conquer the Command and Conquer universe, so it's really important to get right. But on top of that, it also adds stuff from Command and Conquer, like a lot of GDI and Nod stuff. But we didn't get into testing it because it's still, as I said, it's still in development, so the way that you acquire them right now isn't fully implemented. Tiberium is a mineral, it's not a plant per se. Well, it's kind of a mix between both, isn't it? I guess how, I don't know actually how you would justify either, because yes, it's technically a plant that sucks minerals out of the ground and forms Tiberium crystals, right? But it's also what you harvest and you convert. So Tiberium is also the mineral, right? But on top of that, there's also Tiberium plants beside. You're actually right, yeah. It would be more plant than anything else because you have the blossom trees and such. But they're just classified as separate things though. So like the blossom trees, they spread Tiberium over an area, for instance. But it's really cool the way that it works. The only thing is that if you were to test it out yourself, I would recommend going in and basically just force research all the vanilla stuff, because Tiberium Rim adds things post vanilla game mostly. It's all spacer tech, kind of to be expected, and it has its own research system. It has its own way that research functions. So instead of all the research being on a research table, and this is a jousting tournament, so do we, what time of the year is it? We're in spring, so let's send Andre along. Unless someone else wants to go. It will give the silver reward and it'll give some other things. But last time we sent Andre along, he couldn't carry it all back home, so this time I'll probably have to give him a mount of sorts. I'll continue the Tiberium Rim thing in a moment. He is a little bit of a pain in the ass though, because Andre here, he requires Deep Blue's Serum. And he also requires Luciferium along with him. Oh yeah, and the reason why he went on breakdowns last time is because he was so... like, he was out for so long that he started losing, like, he didn't have enough recreation to keep himself entertained. 18 days should be more than enough, but we need to give him a creature. If we give him an herbivore, then he should be fine. Give him one of the parasas, I suppose. Because they can just eat plant matter. So let's see. Makes his travel time slightly slower. What if we give him a meadow F and put him on top of it? Okay. It's not really... yeah, because your movement speed's sort of denoted by the slowest thing, and Andre is not the slowest thing. Got the drugs, we've got food for 18 days. Okay, he should be good. It's an alien plant that to humans it's a mineral that spreads like a plague. Sounds about right. To the aliens of the CNC universe, the Skrin, right? It's a plant they use to terraform other worlds, as well as use it for food. Yeah, Tiberium is really crazy. I mean, the whole reason why they can use it as a resource is because it extracts minerals from underground and forms those crystals. That's why the resource gets used for funding all your things. And in Tiberium Rim, the way that you should consider that mod is that it gets introduced as, okay, actually let's take that from the top. So there's that research thing I mentioned. It works in a completely different way, where to get started with the mod you need to build a telescope, and once research on this telescope sighting finishes off, a meteorite crashes in as a triggered event, as a response, initiating the whole Tiberium Rim experience, aka ground zero crashes into your home area. And from then on you have to investigate what this meteor is, and that's a combination of doing research on the meteor itself in the world, as well as on the comms console, talking with other colonists and with people out on in like a completely different part of the galaxy. And through that intel you figure out like, oh, so apparently this Tiberium stuff is like really dangerous and we need to know more about it, because it landed, like it appeared on a different planet, and apparently it put that planet in a state of chaos and stuff or whatever. So it's like got a lot of lore implemented into it, which is probably also part of why it takes so long for them to develop. But it's like really, really cool, because the way it's structured is that it's multiple steps. So for the telescope, for instance, it's like build a telescope is step 1. Then look through the telescope is another part, which is like regular research. You generate research points, but it's at that workstation. And then as you move on, it's like, oh, you gotta make research on the asteroid, then on the comms console, all in these steps. And as you slowly progress through, you gradually unlock a few new things. So instead of okay, you kind of have to fund that addiction yourself, mate. So you have to buy some Deep Blue. Yeah, it felt like small quests, exactly like what Banana says. It's basically like a quest system almost, which unfortunately means it doesn't work with the research, like the random research selection with Toolkit research. And then as you progress in, the Tiberium starts becoming active and slowly spread out. So it's very resource heavy, because to make like a harvester, for instance, we needed to acquire 100 components and 2,500 steel. 100 components and 2,500 steel for one harvester building with a harvester, in order to just harvest the damn stuff. And you need the building in order to continue research. But then you get like the Tiberium crystals itself. It has like its own, like it's piped around your base Rimworld style, with its own pipe-like network that you can hook up to craft stations and the like, including your refineries. And in the refinery, very cool, very, very awesomely made, you've got stuff like steel, gold, plasteel, or whatever. And then there's a conversion rate from Tiberium to steel, for instance. And you create your own bills, so you can create a bill that is make 100 steel at a time out of Tiberium, and then it tells you how many credits it's gonna cost you. And just like in Command and Conquer, you build the storage silos and everything, and it's all like very visually pleasant. And you, just like in Command and Conquer, you can see when a structure is slowly filling up with Tiberium as well. So it's very, very cool. Love Enhancer requires research. And it doesn't just require research, it requires a tech print as well. So it's also ultra tech, by the way. Thanks for the dragon leather, Banana, though. The wall is slowly getting built, and because this is made out of dragon leather, it has like ridiculous amounts of hit points. Don't know, does it actually... Nah. 0% flammability. Did I see that correctly? Yes. So it can't even catch on fire, which is perfect. Interesting. Did you spell it differently? Love enhancer. I mean, you put it in a capital L, but it says it puts it in capital L in like first letter as well in there, so interesting. But there you go. Okay, interesting. Is it because you did it with capital O? I'm curious. Love enhancer. No. What? Okay, maybe maybe Toolkit was having like a seizure or something. No, it wasn't. Yeah. Sometimes Toolkit does some weird things. Well, no one's stuck at least, so. But yeah, we're like slowly fixing up this storage room, and it's just taking a long time because since the stack sizes and everything, there's a lot of resources that need to be moved. And because not a lot of our colonists are set to priority 1 on hauling, actually no one is basically hauling, it's up to our animals to move it around, which, fair point, we have a lot that can do so, which is why we don't have colonists moving stuff around, because they technically don't need to. Still means that it's gonna take a while though. And also, we've slowly been getting sky steel over here through our terramorph. So just to recap the way I've done this setup, in case if you wonder how I did this, is that we have a bronze skip here, which is set to priority critical, and then we allow both sky steel and regular steel to be stored here as the where with sky steel being this is the only place where sky steel is allowed. And then the refill threshold I've set to 25%, which is a mod that allows you to do that. It's called Kanban stockpile, which means that as we get steel, even if this one is set to critical, we'll only fill it up to 20%, 25% capacity, which should allow for this other one that is not restricted and also contains steel to be allowed to store more. But I might actually have to change the priority orders around, or maybe just set them both to critical. Because now that I think about it, if I have this set to important, they'll just move it over here. It'll be converted to sky steel, and then it won't be until this thing fills up with sky steel that we'll stop putting steel over here. That's like the only problem with the terramorph. You can't really control your production of sky steel unless you literally allow and disallow this storage thing here. One bit that... Okay, so Sander, you say one bit that took you a bit to figure out the money aspect of CNC really comes into play because of what the two factions acquired Tiberium for. GDI because they want to destroy it, and not because they somehow found out how to extract information from it like a computer, but basically you're getting paid for acquiring it. I mean, what money though? I guess, I mean, something we have to remember about Tiberian Dawn is that it's a really old game, which means, or which explains a lot of the artwork in terms of vehicle designs and weaponry, and also a lot in terms of the setting, because it's not until Tiberian Sun and forward that, at least from in my opinion, that the sci-fi element of the Tiberian universe really kicks off. It's sort of there in a very cheesy way in Tiberian Dawn, but you know, we're literally going from, how is it again? It's like we're going from a Cold War like area, something time frame, into this sudden expansion of technology, if I recall. Because originally, wasn't it something along the lines that Kane, he appears in like Red Alert as well as an advisor to, oh god, what's his name again? Stalin, right? Because he's like the leader of the Soviets in that game. And I haven't played Red Alert 1, so I'm not too strong on that. It's just what I seem to recall. Oh, is it Stalin? Yes. Good. Just because I want to be careful with that stuff, just because I want to get it right as much as possible. So thanks for like chipping in. But it's like that sort of probably means that originally the Tiberian Dawn and Red Alert universes were supposed to be like interconnected in some way. Yeah, he kills him at the end of Red Alert 1. Alright. And this is the same man who's the leader of the Brotherhood of Nod, right? And what an excellent place for a meteor. And he's like also explained in lore as like a very special entity. Like he's more than a regular man in certain ways. And it's like GDI stands for the Global Defense Initiative, right? So in the campaign from Tiberian Dawn, because I played it fairly recently when the remake came out, it's like, oh, we're on a budget, and Nod basically tries to sabotage GDI by framing them for mass murdering innocent civilians and shit. Which at one point is, in the GDI campaign, if I recall, is why you're limited to not being able to build units. You're limited to a very small selection of pre-made units and stuff. Like that's the explanation or something. Kane oddly always intended to leave the USSR regardless if they won or lost. There's also like the GDI just becomes like a global defense organization, and Nod basically gets this brushed off as this terrorist organization slash cult slash whatever. Oh shit. Oh god, I didn't answer the question about the raid thing. I don't have that installed yet, but welcome to the stream, everybody. Spoonerton and his crew. Yeah, the timing. Oh god. The timing. Dang, maybe next time. Yeah. Also, howdy. But what I can do is I can give everyone some coins instead, and then you can make of that what you will as a thanks for the raid. Ah, jeez. And I can also give you a shout out, I guess. We were just talking about Tiberian Dawn and the Tiberium Rim overhaul mod, because I tested that out last Sunday. Someone was asking into it. Cultist terrorist organization raiding party. Yeah. Jeez. I could see why that would be funny. But yeah, so welcome to the colony. We're using Puppeteer, and we're using Twitch Toolkit, which you can either, if you're familiar or unfamiliar with it, you can acquire the purchase list or see the purchase list here. Or if you go into my panels down below on the stream, you can also access it through the panels there. It does describe them pretty ironically, I guess. So we have a lot of mods on here, so I'm sure you'll find something of interest. And many races, yes. A colonist costs 2,500 coins. Those big dragons are pog, yeah. We have a few large dragons. It must have been yesterday. We managed to that's not it. Managed to get a hold of a true dragon, and not just a regular true dragon, an elder true dragon, which they're quite valuable. Something else that we're doing on this stream is also, or in this playthrough, is people are also very unrestricted on what they can do. Let's take a better example here. Oh yeah, Andre is out, that's why I misclicked. So obviously you can get all your Archotech implants, your skills, they can go beyond level 20. There's no limitations on traits either, so you can go pretty crazy with it. The colors of this biome looks nice. Yeah, we have Jasperite, which is the orangey stuff, and then we have Lursolite, which is this green stuff. It's not a lot of variation in the stone types in this area. Unfortunately, the more stones mod conflicts with alpha biomes, but this is our planet. We're also we have like a bunch of throwaway colonists in this group over here. They're currently building a road out from our main area here. We have one of our really boss colonists owned by Andre. He's running off to do a medieval jousting tournament at the moment. And we've actually just made it into the industrial era. Get your pawn in, mate. We've also been slowly building this true dragon leather wall of sandbags as an extra wall of defense. And we have recently finished, well, not really finished, but been building all these houses into this mountain base. Like all of this area here actually used to be mountain, but we've slowly been chipping away at it. We have plenty of things still to do. So that's the general rundown of what we got here. And if you're curious about exactly which mods we're running, you can find that mod list in the purchase list link as well. It's all sorted according to load order. Got Spoonerton joining in here as a male orc of 40 years worth of age. You're an absent-minded, nervous herbalist, I guess. Welcome to the colony. Me orc, me smash. So, let's see. Actually, what are your skills like? Yeah, nothing too crazy, but at least there's nothing you're incapable of. We are a little bit restrictive in terms of what people can use, so that's a little bit of a heads up. We're using arcane technology, which doesn't always work with all the things that we have available, but the general gist is that if it's outside of our current technological stage, which currently is industrial, then we generally cannot use it. So that means plasma grenades should technically be out of the question, but for some reason they are still available. There are a few exceptions to this though, like for instance the crypto weapons from Vanilla Expanded are non-craftable, so you can buy them without research being required, even though they're technically spacer tech, and you can also use them. Welcome back, Cyber. Hope you're having a great morning. I mean, you said you're late, but you're here. I mean, it's gonna be early in the US at this stage. So, Springton, let me just set up your work priorities. Sander, you also just joined. Lovely stuff. Might as well set you up here too, and then take a look at what you got. You look like a GIF Yankee. And I said tend to put people on handling and training so that you can get your animal skill up. And of course, if you're interested in using, I haven't noticed if you. Okay, so you're not in Puppeteer, but if you go in Puppeteer, I will assign you, of course. You don't have to; it's completely optional. Cyber Fatty here, like acting as the boon giver. Ah shit, I just moved them in the list, now I can't find them. There. Plant cut. Oh, Sander, you seem to be very restricted on what you can do. Holy shit. Is that because of Biosphere Manager? Let my absent-minded orc roam free. Gift me, I don't care. Well, do you want to stick with this? And it was a GIF. Yes. Do you want to stick with this one, or do you want to have another go? Because this is quite insane, not being able to do any of these things. No dumb labor, no cooking, no intellectual, no crafting. So what can you actually do then? Like, you can harvest stuff. Reroll, yeah. If you do exclamation mark leave, then it takes your colonist out. Sander L84. Oh shit, I should maybe also actually time in. And I do technically also have prepare carefully, but that requires. Oh, it's not. That's not the syntax either. It's the name first, then the amount. There you go. Just need to clear this because this one tile needed to be built. What you researched? We're currently researching electric pumps still. It's just not going super fast because everyone's been on low priority on the research in order to prioritize other things, but we can speed that up now again for people that are trained. And we've got some pretty high, insane stats pawns in this colony, so we can do research quite quickly, which is why I had to do that in the first place. Sephiroth here, for instance, is probably our strongest researcher with a research speed of 1400%, which is just absolute ridiculous. Sure, try Give Yankee again if you want. I always enjoy more variety. Sanderfell, Spoonerton, Dragon Leather, Cargo Pots. Let's see. There you go. So finish research. So you all get to vote. And we have a lot of options, so go crazy. What do you think we should get? Probably advanced fabrication. is gonna be my suggestion, but so you're an ocean lover, you're farsighted, which modifies like your shooting accuracy and stuff, and you're abrasive. It's not too terrible. Don't see any prosthetics. No, but that's also because it's only 10 options out of all the options. That's how a vote works. Did I just... Yes, I did. Accidentally used the scroll wheel function in here. It's the... like so. You're already in a sad wonder. What? Stung by bees. Wow. I'm not gonna judge or anything, but that sounds like a bit of a wimpy orc, don't you think? Orc hate bees, me mad. How much to increase stats? Depends on what you mean with stats. Are you talking about skills? God damn it, what was that? Oh, scan underground copper. Excellent. Adding incompetent, deleting it, and adding gifted. Someone bought an Ori. Okay. You're intending on keeping this for your as your own pet because these are not really that strong. They are literally just an Ori from Ori and the Blind Forest, or whatever the new game was called, Will of the Wisps, I believe. Never played any of them, but looks really pretty. These come in with the Arasens though, so... But to answer your question on the costs, just wasting coins as usual. Okay. And I'm gonna slaughter it so that it doesn't bog up the colony unnecessarily. But if you want to increase your stats, you can either buy XP increases with the store directly, or you can buy skill trainers, which you can either look up in the store or with the lookup command. Is the bobslinger mountable? I think it is. It should be. As long as you can train them with guard, I believe you can mount them typically. So let's see. Have to be around here somewhere. There. Yes, they are mountable. So if you get high enough animal skill, if you get it up to 9, you can have it as your personal mount. You'll just have to remind me when that time comes though. Someone bought something really expensive. Oh shit. Since I bought an Archotech Neuro Trainer, which it costs like 40,000. But increases all your skills. So I don't know if it's actually worth using for you, 7 Psych, because you have skills that you can't acquire at all. And that basically means that the silver cost reduction doesn't really mean anything to you. Thinking GIF plus Bob equals cool. Yeah, sounds about right. Give Yankee riding a bobslinger. The bobslinger also has a ranged attack. I can't remember what it does exactly. I think it might do toxic buildup. I mean, that would make the most sense. But where is it again? Also, I have a few people fishing down here. Yeah, it would probably be easier to just find the bobslinger in the list, wouldn't it? There. So it does bobbed quills. Traits are 3,500. Yep. Advanced drill arm. If you want an advanced drill arm, Simo, if you want me to, I can equip you with one. We have bought one coincidentally, it's somewhere in here. An advanced drill arm. But yeah, you can also buy passions. You can increase your passions through the store, which is also relatively expensive. It's 7,000 coins. And it has a chance to fail, but it does allow you to specify which passion you want to increase. Alternatively, there's also a trait giver. There's also a trait giver. There's also a passion giver, though those give you random traits or passions depending on which one you use, so keep that in mind. You can't buy the advanced drill arm, it's not researched. But we have one, Simo, so if you want it, I can equip you with the one that we have. Is what I'm trying to tell you. There. Advanced drill arm. We can just put it on your right, I suppose. No one else wanted it, so since you're the first person who mentions it, might as well give it to you, I suppose. Move that down there, and then set it to cloths. Colored cloths. But to give you guys an example, in case you didn't see it, or in case I didn't show it because I can't remember. So Sephiroth, for instance, he has a lot of different traits. I don't have any limitations on them, so you can buy, add and remove any amount of traits that you want. And things like Fast Learner is really strong, for instance. One thing to note about the skill gain though is that it's affected by your passions. So the more passions you have, the more you get out of the trainers that increase your skill level, or if you buy like XP directly. Which means that if you use them without having passions, you don't really get a lot out of them. Because if we take Sephiroth here as an example, because we can go beyond level 20, right? In order for him to go from level 31 medical to 32, he needs 67,000 experience, even though he has a burning passion. For reference, going from... Whoa, Spoonerton followed, thanks for that. As a comparison, cooking, for instance, he doesn't have any passions, he learns it at 35% speed. Going from 15 to 16 still requires 20,000 XP. And that number just keeps going up. Like very rapidly as you progress through your levels, which is why initially, if you're not trained in anything really, it seems like you get a lot of levels very early on, but it feels like you get diminishing returns from the skill trainers, whereas from recent discoveries, it seems like that's not actually the case. It's just because it needs more and more XP to gain skill levels. So eventually, there's a good chance that you might not even gain a single skill level from a full trainer. But that's also okay, I would say, because like Andre, for instance, he's got like, I think he's a melee build. He's 50% chance of dodging melee attacks, and even when he gets attacked or hit, his armor and other things combined makes his damage reduction so ridiculous that he basically doesn't get hurt. There are a few things that can get him though, like yesterday he tried finding things that he couldn't keep up with, and he kind of lost that fight. But it's still pretty interesting to see the different ways that people build their characters in this. And you can of course use your commands to look at your characters. Yes, I've got mods enabled that remove the gradual skill point loss. I think it's the ED enhanced. What's it called again? I'll have to quickly look at my mod settings because I think it's called ED something. ED enhanced options. Apart from hiding the power connections, it does you can do a bunch of other things. Okay, I don't think this is the one that does it. I think it's the Mad Skills mod, maybe. That's probably it. Simo, I told you. We bought one from a trader at some other point. So I asked people if anyone wanted an advanced drill arm, but no one said anything back then. But because you were the one that slow learner, I love it. Okay. But because we had one in store, I was like offering you to get it anyways, since you mentioned it. Yeah, Ocean Lover doesn't really do anything. Yeah. There's also one for animal training, because in vanilla, depending on their wildness level, they will gradually turn wild and need maintenance. I can't remember what that one's called. Is that like remember your training or something? Not animals logics, it's not animal controls. It's Sen's taming fixture, by the way. It's right under mad skills in my list. Yeah, it's like Ocean Lover doesn't really do you any favors in a mountain map. Although I wonder how they measure that. I wonder what they define as ocean. Does this count as ocean because it's deep water? I don't know. Because we can technically terraform deep water if we wanted to. Doubt it. Guess we might be able to figure it out by just taking a look. But yeah, it's not really like we really need that. Everyone's getting like mood buffs from a bunch of random things.
Submit!
Another follow. Thanks, Awiza. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So does it do anything for you? Look at it. Look at the ocean. Now, you're just soaking wet, which you love. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is that because you're a GIF? I mean, GIF Yankee are basically like massive frog people or something, right? So you like being soaking wet. That's gotta be a race-specific thing. Yeah, it's not ocean. Yeah, I guess because the Rimworld does differentiate between oceans and non-oceans after all in certain ways. The character's just going for a walk now. Menagerie sounds like a good thing for taming. There's a lot of good things for taming. Let's see, True Hemp might be a good example. Because he's got Animal Lover as well. She's a menagerist, which basically, as far as I understand this, means it increases it by 20%. She still hasn't gotten her chronically ill thing removed though, which is kind of interesting. Why I never enable 3x? Because it doesn't make any difference. That's why. I can enable 2x, which is technically 3x, but it just makes the FPS suffer as a result. I have a TPS counter in the bottom right, which stands for ticks per second, which basically means the parenthesis is the target TPS, right? That the speed aims for, but the game can only deliver about 100 because of all the things going on, and as a result our FPS suffers in return, which is why it's only running at like somewhere between 10 and 25, which is why if I turn it down to 1x speed, then the target TPS becomes 60, which gives us a little bit more of a smooth experience. If I set it to 4x speed, the target TPS becomes 900, and it doesn't really make a difference. So, and as I've explained earlier today, in order for me to try and keep up with what's going on in chat and in the game, it's almost necessary for me to run the game at 1x speed at this point. Because we have so many colonists, so many creatures, so many build things, so much research that needs to be done, that if I need to respond to everyone in chat and also play the game, it gets a little bit difficult at this stage. Like for instance, I still need to assign Snowy Rose, I think it's her neuron, to one of her beds in here. So it's this one. So it's Ulyana. So we'll need to find Ulyana. There. And let's
Submit!
see here. Another follow. Oh, Sanderfell, thanks. Thanks for the follow. We need to find the neuron though. So it is set to hauling. Actually, I should just look it up in this list, shouldn't I? Because I need to make sure that they can actually access these places that I assign them, otherwise they just unassign themselves and they won't do anything. Overdue, honestly. Well, you know, I don't press people for following me. That's... I provide the content, and then eventually when you remember and stuff, all in due time, you know. Because my streams are more about what's going on in the game and interacting with you guys. No late fees here. Hello, fellow nerds. Hello, Andre. You're coming here just in time for coin. I don't even get to say it, and Banana's in here. Yes, you are late by exactly 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 40 something seconds. It's like you've been here for 4 hours. Well, you haven't quite, but unless you have, if you've been lurking. and I just don't know about it. I don't call out lurkers. I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do, but yeah. You were building a house again, isn't that what you were doing a couple days ago as well? Actually, dead again. Well, I guess it's gonna be watching Rimworld and playing Overwatch. Is your armor done yet? Let's check. By the fact that there's some stuff lying here, I would say it's gonna be a no. But we can still see the plate armor is done. And I have a suspicion as to where it might be, so give me a moment. Oh, right. That reminds me. Did I not? Oh, there. Profit. You will be our fabricationist. But because we're looking at the smith, that's who I was looking for. Beer wine spirits. There's a good chance that he's wearing your... Oh, he's not. Interesting. Okay. I haven't quite added the lookup mod I was looking for through Capitolamia's load order yesterday to see what he was using. Because I noticed he was using a mod to find certain things. We don't have that yet, so it's gonna be a little bit of where's Waldo's situation here to try and find the exact location of that plate armor. But I do know that it's out of... And actually, it shouldn't be that hard, should it? Oh, we've got some more research options. Let me move that for you guys. Rewake once or twice. Well, whenever I was rated in by the other streamer. Ah, I see. Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at our apparel here, and in this case we don't want to look at what's craftable, but what we actually have available. So, somewhere in this list there should be a adamantite plate armor. But why is it not here? Oh, it's just that one, isn't it? I was looking the completely wrong place. It's Muka. He's got your plate armor. Turned out to be Mastercraft as well, by the way. They're quite the trait that you want to be acquired. I mean, it's your pawn, so it's your choice. You get to choose. And if you don't know which ones to pick, go through the list, find something that looks interesting. And this was... Gob's armor. Jeez, unequipping that plate armor takes a while. So... Gobs, where is your colonist? There. And I'll force wear this item on you. Let's see, Beer Wine Spirits is the one that's doing all our smithing tasks. So we should probably set him to lower priority on some of these things. All of these are fine. Forgotten's got like some stuff there too. Okay, this looks okay for me. Found some fossil stuff. Interesting. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, it's fine. We're almost done with the research anyway. It goes by really quickly at this stage. There's a couple reasons to it. We have windows, so instead of 50% lit during the daytime, at least, it's significantly higher. And we've got all these additional linkable structures here, so they also bump up the research speed even more. Concrete making. Cook ground stone and iron dust to make a strong mix used to make walls. What? But I thought we could already make that. It's right here. Huh. Peculiar. Most useful, most needed right now. That's like, you've probably seen the list of traits. It's like so freaking long. And it's not really like there's a massive need for certain things. Like it's more like, let's see. There. I mean, you could decide whether or not you want to keep the far-sighted trait as well. What the fuck was that about? There's also your abrasive trait, which means that you might not be the most loved person in the long term. Something I need to look for, though, is that I don't know if we have enough beds at the moment. Fortunately, people have started, like, getting into relationships with each other, but, yeah, it's getting a little bit critical when it comes to space. By the way, Andre, in case you're wondering where you're located, you're running towards the jousting event again. In terms of this fossil thing, though. So it's like from the materials expanded plastics extension. And if I understood it correctly, you can convert it into oil. Or you can use it as a decorative material. But that reminded me that I think since we started this colony a couple of weeks ago, they've since added oil wells to the map. And as a result, we don't have one on this one, since it was created before they were implemented. So I might eventually have to spawn one in somewhere and make a judgment call on it. Do we have 2 melee units now? Yes. Profit's also been melee. So he doesn't have the brawler trait. Alright, Gobs. Talk to you later. How do you remove a trait? What about Gobs? To remove a trait, you can find that on the purchase list as well. It should be under commands. Let's see if I just type in trait. It's just exclamation mark remove trait and then space the name. Yeah. Concrete versus concrete mix. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. Let's see, Gobs. Gobs is also doesn't have a ranged weapon, but I don't think you built your didn't build their colonist to be melee, but because they keep like equipping things that shouldn't be available, I have to keep unequipping those said things, like this reforged plasma rifle, for instance. For some reason, it's not considered spacer tech, which it should be. As far as I know, at least. Can take a quick look. Might be because it's like related to tech prints, but like, you know, I can't even see. Or is it considered industrial tech and then it's just this mod that's being weird and considering something like a plasma weapon as not being spacer tech? It's not impossible. But we would need to get these tech prints from the exiled Dawn faction, which requires us to do some trading on the world map, which we'll do eventually. Right now we're building roads though to make that process easier, because if we go to a faction base and they don't have the things, then we'll have to go all the way back without any success. And let me just take a look here. So this is the Exiled Dawn faction, but they're literally on the other side of the map, planet, it seems. Oh, also, the escape ship is over here, which is also like on the opposite side of the planet for all intents and purposes. So yeah, getting those tech prints is going to be a little bit difficult until we get either short-range transport shuttles or something that can make us move around the map with creatures much faster. There will be a dick in the colony, yeah. Off to see the wizard, the magical Wizard of Oz. No, you're going to a jousting tournament to wreck everyone. That's what you're doing. Car lights is going to be interesting. Have you tested out your name as a seed? No. No, I have not. Why? Okay, the Sky Steel supply is slowly building up. And then we're also getting some over here. Lovely stuff. These are both set to critical, so that's working okay-ish. As I feared, Spoonerton doesn't have a bedroom, so they're sleeping in the public restrooms. How to resolve that issue? Because in terms of space, we've slowly been running out. And eventually we'll just not have space for personal housing anymore, so I'll need to build a barracks. I mean, we don't even have a prison at this point in time, so what to do. I think I know what I want to do. I want to build a dormitory barracks kind of setup over here for all our 6 throwaway pawns. Because technically, you know, eventually I kind of want to just get rid of them, period. Would Cobbs be against an armor switch? Why? Your armor is better than Gob's armor, I'm pretty sure. Because your armor doesn't get listed because you're not in the area. The weapons tab only shows things that are in here. Doesn't show things that are on the world map. Yeah, but it's only a regular plate armor. Yours is heavy. See? So it's the lighter version of it, which means its stats are going to be lower. Yep, but yours is also heavy plate armor. Keep getting these quests though. Go raid, you can go raid this or this caravan. So this is the one that Gobs has. This is the plate armor for 117 materials. Yours, however, is the heavy plate armor for 240. So the stats are going to be scaled. Yeah, yours is probably better. We'll know for sure when you return though. Okay, so before I forget, Gobs needs a ranged weapon. Even if they should probably focus... I don't know. And generally speaking, we should start handing out industrial tech weapons whenever we find them. It's just we don't exactly have a lot of options though. So let's see. Sephiroth. People who have the crypto crossbows probably don't need an upgrade as much as some of the others. Because you can make your world as... make a world using your name as a seed. You did that with yours and the world hasn't altered at all. What do you mean? Hasn't altered at all. Oh yeah, I know what to give Sephiroth. He needs to have his freaking rocket launcher. Animal pot crash. Anything interesting? Nicole, a female mega scarab. You can lie there in the pool of water and slowly drown for all I care. So, Sephiroth, you got the rocket launcher. Truehand, you got the militia rifle, right? Isn't that what it's called? No, service rifle. Almost the same. Got a carbon rifle here. Carbine is probably more pronounced more correctly. Just making sure that he doesn't unequip the melee weapons. Forgotten here. By the way, what am I drinking? I'm drinking a Monster Energy Pipeline Punch. It's almost empty though. Oh yeah, we also have these reforged melee weapons that we looted. Okay, you can use this barrel rifle, that's gonna be okay. Every time you enter your name, Sanderfell, as a seed, no matter how many times I start over, the world matches all the previous generations. That's... yes, that's how world seeds work. That's how it works. So that's why, like, if you want, I assume you know this, but or I'll give you a chance to answer, but I assumed you knew this, which is why I was like wondering why you would bring it up. This isn't sidearm. Snorkel Fork doesn't have any melee sidearms though. Huh. What are you doing, Snorkel Fork? Plants and shooting, so a hatchet would probably improve your capabilities, wouldn't it? Question is just, where do we have our hatchets? I should really start sorting these so that it's easier to find things. Gotta have some hatchets in storage, right? There's no way we wouldn't have any. Oh yeah, right. I totally got away from that. We'll take a look at the industrialized weapon tools in a moment. Apparently we have a crypto crossbow in storage too. I have no idea who it belongs to. Well, if that's not a thing... Really don't have any hatchets. Okay, maybe we need to queue up some more of those. What's the difficulty setting in this and what storytelling no rates happening? You have to remember that we're running this at barely 1x speed. So time goes by very, very slowly. We're only on our 6th year. So rates are gonna be seemingly few and far between. But I'll take that in more detail in a moment once I'm done with this, because it's a bit of a longer it's a bit of a longer answer if I need to answer it properly. So I want to change this to sky steel. Only allowed materials. A wild Alex Rosterfield appears. How are you doing? We've got our pickaxes up here. Those should also be limited to sky steel. Yes. Just sneaking in. Well, I guess I blew your cover. Okay, in that sense, yeah. No, I just randomize the seed every time, so it's a new experience. Technically, if you tweak your mod settings a lot and switch your biomes out, obviously it's going to give you a different planet setup. I have noticed though that factions tend to be placed sort of similar, but slightly off than what they normally do. God fucking damn it. Well, we'll have to pause the game then so that I can finish setting these things up that I need to set up. God damn it. Because I never got to set up these other tools here. Which, I mean, we probably don't need hatchets if we have chainsaws. And I believe we even have one in storage. No? Really? Oh, it's probably because of the rollback that happens. Because we used to have like one. Or is it? No, it's a grinder we had, wasn't it? Oh no, we have one still though. Let's see. Nope. 10,000. Yes. That's the most you can wager? Yeah, by default. It's still pretty... It's gonna be pretty bad though. This is the... Speaking of... Oh fuck, yeah, see this is why what I was worried about would happen as soon as we get into industrial tech. So this is what the Exile Dawn is like. So if I didn't have Ignorance is Bliss on, these guys would have been able to harass us since we started basically, which means Neolithic bows against Space Knights. And there's 86 of these assholes, and they get plasma stoppers and reforged weapons, and the armor is like a weird mix between medieval and Space Knight armor. So, yeah. They even have freaking crypto shields, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, the number matters. It's the amount of points that you wager. So, what that means is when a storyteller generates an event for you, a raid, it uses a point-based system. So a 10,000 point raid by default is the max that it can do, and then it uses that as a budget, if you will, to buy colonists and equip them with gear. So a low value raid will generate on average fewer colonists and equip them with worse gear. Obviously, they're still limited to a bunch of stuff. And obviously, this happened before we got a chance to equip all of our industrial tech weaponry, so I'm a little bit scared now, gonna be honest. We don't have turrets yet. So this could be really, really bad. Especially because the enemies also have armor now, which until now at most it's been medieval only armor, but this is something a bit more special. So yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. Animal needs rescue, so that animal is just got fucked within like seconds. Didn't even need to get to see that happen. Yeah. I don't know if how good this is gonna go, because they also have graph packs and a bunch of other shit, which is borderline spacer tech. They also seem to have like some kind of shields. Oh, now he buys military aid. Kinship of Barabecan. Okay, so where are these guys gonna spawn in? They're gonna spawn in here. And they're gonna be tribal, so they're not gonna be able to do shit. And Seven's like buys a bulk goods trader in the midst of a fucking raid. Okay. You do know that that trader caravan, if they get fucked, we get negatively impacted by it. We don't have Andre here either, so Sephiroth, where are you? There you are. Oh. I need to open this door again. Otherwise we might have a problem. Since they kind of just did a 180 now. And the game is chugging along really, really slowly. You're not in any trouble, I think. Familiar with void factions. Some people have mentioned it in the past streams, so I only am familiar with them by proxy. Yeah. Chill, we got dragons. Well, you're not wrong. But I'm worried that these guys are gonna fuck me in the ass now, because all of these people here are gonna stand here and have the door stay open. So we might have an issue where the enemy just goes through the back door. No, okay, they're kind of splitting up now. We also have a 12-pounder cannon. At least it's not foggy, so. But the dragons are really hard to use in this case, though, without causing collateral damage. Decided to try and steal what they can and run away. But sovereigns. Well, Prophet and Gobs, you guys kind of have to go and take care of anyone who come through, so that they don't causing issues here. Okay, I think these guys are getting a little bit too close though. So let's use the fire breath on this one. I use the breath attacks relatively strategically, as much as possible. So that's why the constant pausing and unpausing you'll have to deal with. Like for instance, our true dragon here is like, if it unless it goes up against the walls, I would like to try and avoid using them. And these also have these plasma shortstops. We have an embrasure though, and this is one of the more powerful embracers. So, in terms of when it comes to mods, so this one has 95% cover effectiveness. I know other mods they'll have like 35 or some really low number. So we might be in trouble though in a second. Okay. Give me a moment. I will need to do something here. Might as well try it. Then let's see. You go to dragons. Dragon. Technically also have our Galatros. Where the heck is that one? It's just like hanging out over here. Who's your master and where does he go? Andre, that's why. It's not assigned to anyone else. Anyone wants a, a Galatros? Probably should just actually wait. Wait. I have an idea. Where is it again? Yes, we have a zone out here called Sacrifice. Don't question in this instance why we have a zone called Sacrifice. Sephiroth can fill you in on that if he pops by. But we can just set this one to Sacrifice. So, okay. So let's see how this works. Dragons, could you like please go into this area? Here comes the Galatros though, but I can't control this explosive attack, so it could be quite dangerous. These guys are fleeing now though. Oh god, they're fleeing through our base. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking clusterfuck, isn't it? Well, release the animals! This plan didn't really work. Well, I guess the Galatros strategy might. And these guys are probably just gonna get wrecked by the visitors. Rip base. I mean, we've got all these people walking by here, so. But that's the thing about these guys, they get like, yeah, it's pretty high resistance stuff. Like, look at this. Dragons literally do nothing in terms of their flame attacks. It's just a nuisance. And they also get like a bunch of random shit. Now purchase a new pet for us, an Arco Panda. Why do you keep buying these things in the most... God fucking damn it. Sketchy moments. Where did he even go? The fuck? Are they shooting against, fighting each other? Is this... This is a fucking... So this is a war zone now, okay. Okay, I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Oops. So let's take... Oh, it's like, where are you at? Oh shit, sorry. I didn't notice you were stripping someone. It's kind of what I wanted to do with this Sephiroth here. Strip. And strip. It's invisible. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes it just shows you where they spawn in, but it's probably made it into the base somewhere and I just don't know where it went. There it is. An Arco Panda. Sometimes refers to as a living teddy bear. The Arco Panda makes an ideal pet for anyone who appreciates being knocked off their feet by an enthusiastic nuzzle. Its gentle nature prevents it from being much used in combat, but it can be trained to haul and to carry goods in a caravan. And then it's an Arco creature thing. So, what a blast. Thanks, Alex. That was very interesting. We got to test our defenses as well. Too easy. Oh man. Something we could probably make use of in the for future raids though is doors, and then get these remote doors so that we can close and open this from in here. That would probably be useful. Have you done the tournament? I mean, you know it takes you like several days to go there. We've done this before, so... The road is slowly being built too, so... It'll take a while. But yes, you're slowly getting there. But I guess we get some free gear now. There's another one here. We can strip. So let's keep our eyes peeled for anything looking like an enemy that's survived. Okay. Seems pretty good. Yeah. Even siegers. No, you didn't arrive, no. But I mean you just saw that, so I don't need to mention that, I suppose. We did lose a creature though, right? So we lost, or is it gonna survive? Actually, we should probably put this on hauling. You can also just permanently have a Galatros sit out here in the middle of nowhere. Just walking this Galatros field. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. God, another zone though. So we assign just this area to the Galatros. Won't help with farming resources and moving stuff around or anything, but should still be pretty good fun to have a Galatros just sit here and then a wild manhunting animal comes by and thinks it's really cool. All these pawns though, like the FPS is okay, like, or TPS is okay, but still. So there's another one here. Strip it. Look up crypto caskets. Ah man, we lost an animalesque. God damn it. Where's Sephiroth? Oh yeah, I'm a dumbass. I'm using him to strip people. I probably should use someone else. He's like our best medical guy. I think the rest are gonna survive, no problem though. Prophet got a few human fist bruises. What the fuck? Did they do like social infighting or something while we were defending? Banana seems fine. Send some dumb labor. So what races do I have? You can do look up race. Or you can also look at pawn kinds in the purchase list. Okay, so we're getting all this colorful cloth stored on this pallet now. We might need another, yeah, we need another one. Alex has joined the colony. A female goblin. Nice. You're a transhumanist brawler. A whipping person. It's pretty funny to me though, a goblin who's also a brawler. Because you're a goblin, your body size is 0.8. Which means you can't carry as much, but it's harder to hit you as a result because you're a smaller target. If you can see your gun's stats. Well, let me check 7 psych. Let me see what you picked up. Yeah, nope, you're not having that. That goes back in storage. So what did you have before? Did you have a crypto crossbow? You're not keeping that plasma thing. That is technically spacer tech. Oh, okay. You know where it is? Thank you. Yeah, I need to be a little bit mindful of this and need to mention it because sometimes the simple sidearms will remove your melee weapon sidearms when you equip something else. So I need to make sure that it doesn't fuck up your load order or loadout. Like for instance, Snorkel Fork has no melee weapon because for some reason. And it's a little bit annoying since we're using a lot of those melee weapons as tools. Gonna check the crypto shield. Sidearm now. It's a sidearm. I'm pretty sure the crypto shield is a armor piece, isn't it? Should be like in here. Before I do that though, I'll have to look at some other things. Like for instance, we need to get Alex into working gear. So what can we have you do? Yeah, give me a moment, 7 psych. Kinda need some more people doing these crafting tasks. Let me just do a save real quick. Andre has a question. Yes. Yeah, it's listed in here as an apparel, but you can't have it equipped along with your weapon, which is why it's not showing up. So maybe if I do this. Yeah. So as soon as you switch into melee, it automatically equips it in your shield slot and adds those defensive stats to your character, I suppose. But then as soon as you switch into ranged weapon, then it just gets put into your apparel section, so should work out just fine. So yeah, it keeps equipping it, but only whenever it's relevant, which is why simple sidearms is so good, because it allows you to have shields on hand. The only thing that's still a problem, of course, is shield belts, but that's why we have a ranged and a, well, can't see Andre because he's not home, but we also have a melee build. Guess you don't need the cleaver. Aren't you? You were literally cooking 2 seconds ago. Or do you mean the hatchet? Shield keeps replacing it. What do you mean? Like the hatchet or an actual cleaver like this one? That doesn't make any sense. You should be able to use both. So we'll just take a look here. See what's going on exactly. See? Works just fine. Probably don't need a hatchet though. If we go into melee, it's working just fine. It's possible that these are two-handed weapons though, which is why you can't use the shield along with these. That's like the only thing. But I don't know. Let's see. Stabilized crypto tech field wrapped around an advanced frame, capable of slowing the speed of the atoms of incoming projectiles to a halt. There's nothing to protect against heat and blunt trauma. But yeah, it's probably because these are considered dual wield, or not dual wield, sorry, two-handed weapons. So we can do a little quick test here. I know it's a shitty weapon, but we'll just do this as a test, because you should be able to equip a gladius along with it. So we go into melee here. You have your shield. Let's see. Nope. Okay, interesting. So does it... Is it just a visual thing? 134, 135, 134, 135. I mean, your overview here doesn't seem to change depending on whether it's in that specific slot or not. But I don't know exactly how it works though. When I drop the shield, it will go pick up the shield again when I did it. Yeah, and that's because the shields are like considered apparel, technically speaking. They're like a weird thing. Can you get a new armor? You're not home, Andre. But yes, you could. When you get home. But just bear in mind, we can't craft any of the armors that we just picked up. I think marine armor that we've acquired is industrial tech, but your current armor's probably going to be way better still in terms of stats. But it can still be crafted? No, can't. Not if it's this Exile Dawn stuff. We have none of this research done. None of this plate armor, none of this man-at-arms stuff. If that's what you were thinking. We also don't have any power armor, so Can I please send you someone to give you surgery? Yes. And I was trying to set up these work orders, which we did, so we've got some jackhammers already. And I really want to get these things set up, but that's going to take some time, and so you'll have to be a little bit patient for a little while, because I'll also have to go and check up on some food, so, because it's getting late. And that raid kind of ended up taking a lot of time. So I'll keep this running at 1x speed and be right back. Oh, it's the jousting event. I'll be right back. Beep, beep, bobbity boop. See, what are you guys talking about here? Buying some passion givers. Oh, you're talking about new plate armor, Andre. Okay, yeah, we can look at that. 3k the minimum. Yeah, you can buy like XP, but it's not from super it's not a good bang for your buck as far as I've heard. It's more profitable, useful to buy the skill trainers. Banana move, your times one is tiny. Okay, so anyways, Andre, he is at the jousting event. Let's see if it goes completely wrong. Fingers crossed. His odds are excellent, so he won the tournament. Whoop-de-doo. So there were 6 rounds. Okay. First out of 7 in the tournament. We've gained goodwill and we've gained a lot of silver. And Andre gained some skill in animals and melee. Bob was unable to yell at her bear. Wait, what? Jousting with a bear? Hubbard was unable to control his lion. What kind of jousting event is this? Henry failed to yell at his horse. The fuck does that even mean? Andre demonstrated greater precision with stirrup and with spear. Demonstrated greater precision with reins and with pike. Demonstrated greater firmness with saddle and with spear. So, let's get Andre sent back ASAP, which... Why does it say you can't carry anymore? The fuck? Really? But I thought I... Did I accidentally deselect? Shit. I was supposed to have given you a parasaur along for the ride so it could carry shit for you. Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to dump some silver, I suppose. So you're sitting at 68, so let's do a little bit of a time. Yeah. But then again, it's not really like silver is super important. Nonsense, I can go with all of it. No, you can't. You just can't. Especially not because your armor is weighing you down. So it'll take you 3.4 days to get home. Passion givers. See here, Dark Wolf here. You bought some passion givers. Let me just help you out. That's not what I need to drop, but let me just help you out with this. So people tend to, who buy passion givers and trait giver or skill trainers and that, they tend to lock themselves up in their own room, but if I can and I notice it, I'll try and help you guys out so they don't go in the wrong place. So you got minor passion for plants and major passion for cooking. Okay. Lies. Boys, it's coins time. Yes. Give all coins 1,000. So let's see, Occam, are you in here still? Yes, you are, because you asked, Occam asked about the difficulty settings that we're using. So I thought I would go through that. Currently we're trying out Matt Moody on Strive to Survive, but don't think too much about this. Previously we tried Cassandra Classic. When we started we were using Raya Relaxed, but now we're on Matt Moody. We have some more options further down the line. We also tried Maynard Medieval for a while, but it didn't really seem to make much of a difference. And something else in terms of difficulty, we are using Combat Readiness Check, which is currently set to the preset Feels Bad Man, which I think I might have to set it down to this is fine, because that last raid was a little bit too intense for my tastes. But this basically tweaks the wealth settings more specifically. So for instance, the thing that this does is that pre-industrial weapons aren't counted as much in terms of wealth in order to compensate for the fact that you tend to get a lot of them through tribal raids or medieval raids even. It also changes a bunch of other stuff that's listed here. And you can also now enable, is a more recent thing, so the pre-industrial armors are also counted at this percentage, which normally it's counted as full value, which if you make a really expensive armor out of really expensive metals can, you know, the value goes up, but does the capabilities of the armor do? Combat Readiness check changes a couple other things too. Okay, we've got some lavish grills. I don't know if they are immediately ruined because it's raining outside. Oh, you're inside. But Combat Readiness check does a couple other things too. I can't recall exactly if this is a thing it does, but I think I'll mention it anyway. but I do believe it changes so that a colonist that is incapable of violence doesn't get counted towards your wealth calculation. Any colonist that is incapacitated doesn't get counted either. So if they're incapable of movement, for instance, they don't. If they have a life-threatening disease like an infection, for instance, they don't either. So it takes account for a lot of things that normally would just get counted. And that can actually make a huge difference. Since in this colony, for instance, Sephiroth here, his colonist alone is worth almost 50,000 because of all his upgrades. On top of that, we're also using Ignorance is Bliss, which, for those that don't know, it changes how raids get generated, and it limits, you can limit the tech level for raids based off of its own settings or your actual tech level, which we're using. And then you can adjust how far behind or ahead those restrictions should be. As it says, do keep in mind the vanilla game doesn't have a medieval faction, so you would need to add one of those. Otherwise, if you're a medieval tech, you just don't get raided. Except maybe by Neolithic stage people. Unless it's set to 0 behind. That also means mechanoids don't attack you if you're in a Neolithic stage, which is really good, in my opinion, because they get counted as spacer tech. And then we're combining that with tech advancing, where if we research enough tech, like all the technologies within our current like lowest tech, which previously was medieval, we would rise up to industrial. Or by default, you can also, it also makes it so that if you research 50% of a tech level, you become that tech level as well. For reference, in vanilla Rimworld, your tech level is not hard coded, but it's hard set to whatever your scenario settings are like, so it makes a big difference. Didn't industrial give more armors? Yes, but we don't have any of them researched, so how are you gonna acquire them? And we're also using arcane technology, which is a way for us to balance it out as much as possible. Someone bought these passion givers. Who bought 2 passion givers here? Hold on. Passion givers. Dark Wolfie Gate bought 2. Oh, Alex, you bought 2. Did you write anything? Don't think so. Let me see, Alex, where are you at? There. Because if you're not using Puppeteer, I have to apply them for you. Okay, so before doing anything else, let's equip the goblin with a freaking SMG, why not? Sander, you don't have a weapon right now, but is that because... Oh, you do have one, but why does it show up like that? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that people have weapons. Okay, so this is gonna be a bit of a doozy, because this is gonna take a while. So melee. Let's put all hatchets in one closet. Let's put all our hammers in the next one next to it. hammers. Which technically... Do we even need those anymore? I don't know. Eh. We should also have some pickaxes here. Very good. Let's set this one to critical, and then let's just... They all Neolithic and medieval ranged weapons. We can put those in these. Could you get plate armor then? Yes. Let's not worry about that until 3 days have passed, so that you're actually home. Because we might have done research in the meantime, and then it would be pointless. Or not pointless. Plate armor is pretty good, even like far in. So shouldn't really downplay them, but yeah. We also have some new weapons because of these reforged ones are pretty fucking strong. I should point out. Let's see here. Like even more so than like the plasma sword is all the way down here at 9.4. These are really, really powerful. Which I don't even know, like... I suppose they're kind of considered medieval stage stuff. But it's like a really... It's a really weird thing with the Exile Dawn because... sorry, research. Because there's this weird mix here. It's like, oh, okay, you need the tech prints, you know? But... like... some of this, most of this stuff is considered, or a lot of this is considered industrial tech for some reason. But it's because normally you don't need to really worry about it too much since a lot of this is locked behind the tech prints anyway, you know? And then the only way to get them normally is to buy them from the faction or get them as quest rewards from that faction. And by default, that entire faction starts out completely hostile. So until you do quests for them, you basically can't acquire the tech prints, essentially. And that should say something about how endgame that stuff really is. I hope I painted that picture properly for you guys. And that's why it's a little bit of a shame when the mods don't set the things up correctly, because the arcane technology, right, is supposed to limit what we can use to our current technology stage. So even if we acquire through like weird ways, like that plasma, whatever the fuck it was called, like end game stuff, basically, right? Then it'll still be balanced so that we can't use it. Because if we just could get it that way, there's no reason to do this approach where we're slowly and gradually building up towards spacer tech. And it would just nullify a lot of the things that I've configured up. Let's do industrial here with these. Let's start a revolution. Have 5 pawns on mental break at the same time. Jesus. So what kind of research do we even have here? Industrial scale pumps, basic managing software, modular equipments. That one's pretty cool. Fucking flamethrower. Basic manager software. It's a quality of life thing, really, though. Industrial scale pumps is maybe a bit overkill at the moment. Did we get new melee weapons from industrial? Normally you don't. Because it tends to be that melee weapons are like, what do you call it? Medieval and down. Apart from a few exemptions like the plasma sword and the mono sword. You can't equip the marine helmet if you're trying to do that intentionally. It's it might be that it's not restricting it properly. But I told it to only do known apparel tech. But yeah, because in here that's a marine helmet, which is spacer tech, so we can't use it. So don't try and equip it, because your opponents will just get stuck in a never-ending loop. Also, you need to go to the hospital. Yeah, flamethrowers are a bit of a because we have dragons. So what research one? Blast doors. Okay. Interesting. Blast doors are pretty cool. We can make them out of adamantium and adamantite, and they'll basically be indestructible. And you can even make 1x1s that we can put into these walls. So they're like they're also, you can also power them so they can open just as fast as the auto doors, but they have like thousands of hit points if you build them out of the right material. Caravan demand by, oh god. Oh god, okay. Well, I guess we're fighting random thugs now. So what are you guys doing? What are you even? Female human, I doubt it. Sometimes the race assignment doesn't quite fit. I think this is a drow. It's adamantite. Pawns high on coffee. Why are our colonists like doing their own? Oh, it's because they're on a freaking, like, half of this group is on a mental break. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Vapora doesn't have any weapon because they're incapable of violence. Not exactly how I expected this to go. Well, mine now. Let's reform this caravan then. And then you say your pawn is high on coffee. Caffeine tolerance. Hot coffee high. Increased global learning factor. Interesting. But it's also like we've got these plasma grenades from the Rimworld Federation's faction pack, which are like they're an exclusively Spacer Tech faction, like from based off of what it's supposed to be. But like with some of the other things, you can still equip them. It's just and that's obviously something that's a bit annoying to deal with, but you know, it is what it is. And you know, we just have to all communicate back and forth in chat and so forth on those things. Jesus. Relationship. Oh. Okay. Inspired taming, masterworks at wonder, caravan attack, large grills, trait. But yeah, it's just something that we have to communicate to you guys, so that you don't pick up a plasma minigun or whatever, and like this reforged plasma minigun, and then I'm like, why are you wearing this item? Because if we look at this, you know, it doesn't seem too bad, 5 damage, but if we actually look at the DPS for this monstrosity, it's pretty severe. And we just shouldn't have access to this. As soon as we get to Spacer Tech, everything goes though. But there's still quite a way until that. And again, it's just so that we actually make use of all the things that we have in here. And even then, like, we've hardly ever made use of these things because we didn't really need them. But vomit rain. Ancient metal meteorite. Wait, what? Interesting. Oh yeah, we finally got our advanced geothermal generator too, which provides a fuck ton of power. So that's good to see. Well, good thing this is connected through this pathway too. Huh. These have been disabled because we've mined up all the chromium. Thanks for the rain, Andre. No one wants to walk around vomit, I guess. Okay. Do I need to configure this more? No, probably not. We just need to get people to move all this stuff around. So let's go through these people again. So where do we come to? Sephiroth, he has something. Snorkelfork has an SMG. Doesn't have a melee weapon. That's what I wanted to check next. Okay. Snorkelfork isn't really doing anything specific. So we could just equip them with a hammer so they have an offhand weapon. I know these are bone hammers. They're not really the highest damaging ones in the world. But a melee weapon is still, any melee weapon is still better than none. Boogie Gamer has stuff, though they are using a crossbow. So let's see, what do we have? We have a heavy revolver. Why not? Crossbow doesn't have a lot of range anyway, so might as well. Also, Alex, you have a ranged weapon, right? But you're a brawler. I should probably have thought about that. Guess we can give the goblin the Zeus hammer. Because why not? I can freaking find the thing again. And brandy. Got any plans with that brandy? I know I saw a Zeus hammer somewhere. Where was it? There it is. Put in storage and let nobody drink it. Okay. Shouldn't be worried, it's not enabled by default, so no one should be consuming it. So you are melee, same for Gobs. There we go. And profit is... Oh, actually, Gobs isn't quite. They're like a mix, aren't they? They have like good melee weaponry, but not limited to melee. The main difference between melee and ranged is just that it allows you to use the energy shield belts. That's literally all it does at this stage. Everything else is the exact same. Okay, so we came to Pokegamer, we've got that gun. Lister is still using a longbow. Okay, that was just a random Frumbo visit. It's cool. Got a sniper rifle here. Guess Sister can use that instead. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we had a masterwork revolver. I gave that to Pokegamer. It's a heavy revolver. Also have some frontier pistols, but I don't know if we actually need to make use of those. Yeah, Banana got a Masterwork LMG through one of the large golden chests. Can you move storage by... Can you have storage by quality? Yes, I could. Will I though? I don't know. But yes, you can. I mean... Right? There. Interesting. There. Ocean Loving's far-sighted, gifted psychopath. Inventor. So we have an idle caravan here because I need to get back to work. I'll be right back though, I gotta check out my food. Food is ready. How about you guys? Any of you eating something at the moment? Free to share that in chat. Eating water. Lasagna in the oven. Oh, that sounds great. Oh, we actually have a crypto crossbow here. Peanut butter on occasion and typically tuna. Wait, what? At the moment though? And together? Do we have bags or backpacks? Yes. I think actually everyone is pretty much using these survival packs. They increase your carry weight and they manipulate your food forage amount as well as your hunger rate. They're pretty good. But you probably can't make use of them because they're a utility slot item and you have a Archotech shield belt. So, yeah. You would have to find some traits that can increase your carry weight if you need to do more. Otherwise, I just need to remember to send you along with a creature next time. No teeth, I gotta stick with foods that don't require chewing all that much. Okay. That sounds like a peculiar situation to be in, if I can say it like that. Yeah, so these dragons and everything is gonna like start moving stuff in and out of the stockpile. Only one trait that gives carrying capacity. Well, do you need any more though? I mean, you can already carry all your armor, can't you? Because you probably got some of the heaviest stuff that you can acquire in the game anyway. Got a stellar mining ship. But, don't think I want to buy anything at the moment. Seem to be doing okay on resources. Baddest man in this colony. I mean, that's another way to put it, I guess. Although Cyber Fatty probably would claim otherwise. I feel like these guys don't really get much shit done because they are constantly like starting sprees and all kinds of shenanigans. So maybe we should just consider getting them home. And then we need to do something about this situation. If we make some recreational items for them to take along with them, then hopefully that will resolve the issue. Could also make do with some more tents. And at this point we might as well make some industrial ones because we're kind of at that stage, aren't we? Should we make them out of red cloth though? for funsies. A troop ship landed, okay. That's not a biggie. We can manage. That's like the mechanoid hive faction that just does its thing. 14 tents. Should be a good upgrade. Abyssal steels. Okay. He'll be cyber dead soon. That really sucks, Sander. Full map extraction is fucking insane though. Or at least it sounds to me like that. Oh, abyssal eels. God damn it. Not steel. I see. Okay. Kinda confused me there for a moment. So who else is high on the mining skills? 7 psych. Oh, you also have a freaking thing. Let's give you a drill. A jackhammer. Wait, what, did you have another bird melee weapon before that it just switched out? Well, you just had the pickaxe, right? Oh god. Beef extractions. It is. Hey Kevin. Alright. Yeah, because it's like, without teeth, you're kind of screwed, right? But is that like some US? Yeah, I was just about to ask, is it because you're in the US? Yes. Freaking damn. Lawsuits are expensive though. So even if you have the option, from what I understand. Most people can't afford to even go that route. Got some research options coming up. Brain surgery, shield generator. Frontier weapons would give us the ability to craft more industrial tech weapons, as you can probably imagine. Is it in here or is it the other one? This is where I was supposed to be. Oh, is it maybe the other one then? Still haven't quite... Oh, it's not here either. It is vanilla expanded. Industrial generators, batteries, flamethrowers. Yeah. Is this in the main tab then? Yeah, it is. There. In case you were wondering what that unlocks. Not a clue. 7. AIS R2G or whatever, that's for road building. It's there. It basically allows you to create roads of higher tiers without having to physically transport resources from your home grid or home area to that build site. It just makes it so that it multiplies the amount of work required as a compensation. We're doing water filtration. Ah. Water filtration. Space battle. Oh god, and is it? Where? Where are they dropping? There. So, yeah, a space battle. Hmm. Well, Rip Patricia. Should I maybe, how far away from home are you? Andre, we're in the middle of a fucking space battle. You're here. Still, you're halfway there. Hold on. So, oh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? So, Resurrector Mirror Mix Serum, anyone? I mean, technically... Jeez. Yeah. It's also like it got one-shotted, so... But it's because our base is so big, so it's just gonna be like in this general area, most likely. So... Yeah, I read that message, Seven Saga, about the insurance thing as well. That's what I would expect too. Because otherwise it's like, oh, you have an insurance company, but who can... No mortal man or woman can, like, fucking deal with that. The legal aspects I'm thinking of. Hmm. So, where did that Resurrector Mech Serum spawn? Okay. Well, the saving grace is that at least some of the base is still covered with overhead mountain. So, if you're inside the cooling room, you should be safe technically. I'm just gonna wander up the tile completely naked nonchalantly. Oh, he does have pants on, technically. Oh, there goes the dog. Digestibles resurrected nanites. That's something else. Boom. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that's always, I guess, a saving grace that you at least don't mind the food, the choice of food that you have. Still though. Rip the bees. Yeah, I guess in Denmark I should just be happy that we have a relatively good social security system. No, what do you call it? Not social security, is it? A safety net? Doesn't mean everything gets covered though. Psychic Soothe, okay. But a struggle to get it. How's this stuff rotting now? Why is it, why are the temperatures not... -4, -4, -4, -4. Oh god. Okay. So we kind of just gotta ditch a colonist here. Hold on a second. This is bad. They're dying, but why are they dying though? I thought we were in the middle of spring. Oh, oh, I know why. Shit. There. It's because they're all on breakdowns, so they're not foraging enough food to stay alive. That's my guess. Don't worry about it, Seven Psych. They're kind of throwaway characters anyway. They're not owned by any viewers, so I technically sent them out to die anyway. Just thought we could make a bit of use of them to make the road, at least most of the way. I think the Galvatros is gonna be fine. Alright, Andre? You intend... Oh, the temperature overlay thing kind of messed up. Does happen from time to time. Basically, if you say you're suffering from a physical issue, the SSA will try to get you for mental reasons because it pays less. Wow. I'm just happy that personally I don't have to experience any of those things at the moment. I can only imagine the pain that will be. Because I'm unemployed myself at the moment. Finished university now 3 years ago. Well, almost 3 years ago. And haven't been able to find a job. And I have no previous professional experience to speak of. So getting a job's just been a pain in the ass, basically. And I've been on social benefits for as long as I can remember. Which is why I wanted to try streaming. Because then at least I'm doing something productive. Though originally I did want to make video games, but if you want to do your own upstart, it's not as easy over here. Because they basically take all your social benefits away if you want to create your own company. So and it's so dumb, right? Because they're deliberately using extra resources in order to try and circumvent their own systems, it sounds like, right? Instead of just using those resources to treat people like human beings. No drinking gun. Oh, there goes the gen. Now we've got a berserking gold dragon inside of our... this is bad. It's not gone manhunter though. It's just berserking. So they take it away if you make more than 1,000 a month. Yeah. Not to say that our system is too good either in some cases. Like for some reason there's a cutoff age where if you're 30 years or older you get more in social benefits. Like when you're at like the stage where I'm at, where you have like a higher, like what do you call it, like a high level education, but just can't find a job, even though you're trying really hard. Then if you're less than 30 years old, you don't get as much social benefits, because apparently your cost of living increases by the time you are 30 years of age. Which I don't quite understand why, to be honest. Why treat people by being ageist, I guess. What do we do about this freaking dragon though? Because it's gonna go rampage on creatures in here. We could use crypto crossbows to incapacitate it. That should reset its hostility. Though a slight risky move. Also have to take care of that thing on the world map, right? See you later, Jen. The logic behind it is probably that you have... There goes the phoenix. It was stabbed to death and made an explosion. Interesting. Now the whole thing here is on fire and the dragon is still berserking. Okay. Let me just eat this remaining piece of golden blur and then I'll take a look at this peculiar situation. But the logical reasoning is, from my understanding, that you have a higher cost of living, and usually when you're 30, you've had, like, you must have had at some point contributed to society in terms of working in one way or another. But there are edge cases like myself where I've been trying to get through the educational system as fast as humanly possible, because that's what the government wants you to do. And I've basically not taken any break years from education. I've gone a few years over in some instances because I needed to pass my things and I was dealing with some personal issues. But beyond that, I haven't had a single paid job, at least. And it's not a small amount either. Basically, there are two rates that you go at. So there's one which you how to explain it. There's the standard one, which is like very low. If I'm going on to that amount, I'll basically just be able to pay rent, but nothing else. Won't be able to pay for electricity, won't be able to pay for internet, won't be able to pay for whatever other expenses. No food either. And then, you know, I don't get to be a human, basically. Which, you know, recreational activities and such are a important part of being humans, but, I mean, I wouldn't even be able to buy clothes if I needed to. Moving, well, that would have to be a special case thing where I had to take a loan just to move out as well, so I could get into a new apartment that would be a cheaper rent, but then I would have to pay that borrowed money back. So it's a tricky situation. And for the time being, it's just been, well, I basically had to make a call on whether to try and move out by saving up money, which I tried, but the amount of money that I would need to save up, I can't do within the time frame, because I barely get enough to keep things rolling and saving up a little bit at the same time. Okay. God. Hey, so we have rampaging the dragon. It's normal. It's calmed down. So basically, in case you're wondering what just happened, we caused severe hypothermia, so it got knocked down, and then it went up immediately again. But because of that, it resets the special states, if you will. Crypto to the rescue, exactly. Crypto is so fucking useful. Also, we have Phoenix eggs here. Q work to smash this egg as soon as possible. Why does it say it's a chicken egg, though? It looks like a phoenix egg, doesn't it? Everyone's like coming in to help, hopefully. The random meadow Av kind of burned to death. Things obviously died, but it's a phoenix, so it'll probably rise again. That's why I was looking at those eggs. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. Weather's changing to rain. I think we're gonna be good. But that was that was interesting. Not gonna lie. Who knows if these people are gonna survive? Got a few potatoes left. Probably make that out of stone or convert it into stone steps. All right. Mm. Hopefully nothing bad's gonna happen while I put my dishes away. When I'm down, how? You were struck by a ship pod. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, your liver's destroyed. Should have... Actually, we should put you in hospital. Can you actually walk? No, you cannot. Kind of expected you wouldn't be able to. But yeah, we had some stuff go down. Oh, that's just a Dell. These guys are dropping like flies. It's cool. Not like they have much of importance anyway. So where are you? Oh, did you just heal yourself? I mean, you're on life support right now, so you're good. You didn't really need to do that. But Current dragon. So, another Elder True Dragon? Anyone? Yes. I mean, why not? It's free. Free real estate. He's yours, but you already have a dragon. Also, you're on a breakdown right now, so who knows if you'll ever make it home. Got 15 days worth of food, so you should be fine. If nothing else, Andre has proven he's far more selfish than smart. Couldn't check balance, but he could heal. Intriguing. Toolkit just decided to not work for a moment, I guess. Caravan animals wandering. Bunch of night mules. Are they carrying anything interesting though? Simple animal ear implant, okay. Well, we could just go hunting. Elder True Dragon Revenge. Wait, what? Why? The fuck? Hold on. I hate when the game does that. Okay. So, in case you're wondering what just happened, I'd set it to be tamed and then it undid the thing for some reason. And Sephiroth decided to go to bed instead. And then Very Nasty all automatically went to try and tame it. Because, you know, work priorities. And that's just the AI doing a boo-boo. A massive boo-boo. So now we have a man hunting Elder True Dragon instead of a tamed one. Take it all. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, we should be good though. Because once it wakes up, it's no longer Manhunter. So we get a second try, but now we probably just gotta wait. Right? Oh, that also resets the taming thing. Interesting. And the dragon is angry. So notice how it's a different color than the other true dragon. It even has a different patterning. It's a really cool feature about this mod. So even if you get two male dragons of the same type, they might be visually distinct. There we go. At least I think that's pretty cool. Okay, so it seems like we kind of lost all our kibble in the accident earlier. Okay. Yeah, the true dragons are the most powerful types. The way that it's explained is that the reason why they're called true dragons... Let's just read it actually. True dragons are different compared to other dragons due to walking on all four legs instead of tucking the front two behind their giant wings. This is the ultimate dragon, respected and feared by all races. They're like, when not injured, they're like worth 20,000 or something. AKA these dragons only walk on their hind legs technically. Which in some universes would count as a wyvern rather than a dragon. What do you know? We can actually make like camping gear too. This mod, it's amazing. The camping tents. Black Snitch. What a name. Hermod. Black Snitch Gismundsson. And there's technically... what colors are it again? So there's a lot of different colors from the Dragon's Descent mod. And there's... Like for instance, gold dragons are higher up than other types. It's like yellow type dragons are for instance lower than a gold type. You can also get a jade dragon, a silver dragon. What else? Because there's a couple of them. We also have like a white dragon over here. That reminds me, now that I say dragon a couple times, we need to train this thing. But the dragons, they work in a very peculiar way when it comes to their aging. So normally, most creatures turn into adults relatively quickly in Rimworld. But for dragons, they start as juvenile, then they become adult, and then they become... Is it from adult to elder? Is that the highest one? Because I think there's also ancient dragons, but I can't remember. But as you can see, the ages of these is like, you know, hundreds of years. And the way that you age them up faster is by making draconic ambrosia, which not made on that one, it's made on here. So you basically take from vanilla Rimworld ambrosia and you turn it into draconic ambrosia. Administering this to a dragon will speed up the aging process dramatically. Alternatively, you can also get these artifacts called psychic aging lances. Surprising this mod wasn't added to genetic Rim. Sydney, you're having a breakdown. Why? Because you don't have any kind of recreation out here. That's probably why. I can't see it exactly though. But that's usually been the case. Why not just play with rocks and stocks? I don't know. Because you're in a breakdown, so I couldn't even control you even if I wanted to. Like, I could technically have set up a camp and have you... ouch, bit my tongue. Have you built a horseshoe game or just something, and it would be fine. Like, breakdowns during caravans is like, kind of annoying. But you know, jeez, who had? I was supposedly gobs. So you have a request. What's the request? Can I get black lights in my room? Is that actually a thing? Because there would just be no lights though. Did we also research the colored lights? Yes we did. Didn't we? I mean, you can't get black lights at least. You can get red ones if you want. But only in your living room. Can't change the color of the ceiling fan. Red. I'll just change it to magenta just to be obnoxious. So this phoenix has just been like kind of dead. What happened to the eggs though? Because they were put in storage and then they just never became anything. Okay. Never configured the Arco Panner. I completely got away from that. Oh yeah, we also got 2 donkeys. Shit, who bought the Arco cat? Who bought the Arco cat? Does anyone remember? Because I remember I was supposed to put them onto someone, but I don't remember who bought it anymore. So that's a little bit hard to do now. What's the fastest animal you could get? I don't know. Why? Travel. I mean, you run faster than any animal, so probably gonna be a dragon. That's my guess. Yeah, this won't be accurate. It's like putting you along with an animal in a colony and make you in a caravan and make you ride it doesn't improve the speed that you go at. In fact, adding animals to your caravan actually makes it take you longer to do things. Well, losing a couple people should have cleared out a few rooms, though. Okay, so how is this situation going along? So we've got the crypto crossbow in here, okay. Well. No, we didn't. We haven't unlocked the crafting of any yet, at least. We got some some melee weapons from the raid, but that's a different story. And besides, they won't be as good as the stuff that we can make, because they are like hard-coded to like one material. I don't think we can unlock any new melee. The only thing we can really unlock is like we've unlocked power tools, which is technically a melee, but it's not intended as a weapon, so. So I wouldn't think so. Most mods tend to add shooty bang bang weapons. I mean, there's a Mojo battle axe here, but that's spacer tech. Same in here. Rimsnell has a few, I'm pretty sure. Jotun Industries, for instance, you can get an assault hammer. But that's also spacer tech. So... Or vibro daggers from here. Those are also... All this is spacer tech, apart from the things in modular equipment down here. So Federation... Do they even get melee weapons? I think they do. Yeah, they get a baton. And then down here... We get knuckles, impact knuckles. Douche. Then we have vanilla expanded here, but like all of this stuff up here, like the fences and such. Shooty weapons. Laser weapons. Ultra tech laser weapons. There's a laser sword, technically, but that's, again, laser tech, so... Of course there's going to be the prestige and siegebreaker armors, trooper armors, but all this is spacer tech as well. I think actually the best way to get an idea of what you can get is if we go in here, say industrial, say melee. And this is going to be inaccurate, isn't it? Because it says the vibro daggers are industrial, but I would consider those spacer. There's a combat knife from vanilla expanded. There's a chainsaw. There's a power tool. I mean, a lot of this is just going to be the reforged stuff. Sengoku period. You want to go back to being Neolithic stage, man? I thought you hated that time. But yeah, there's also these knights armors from the God damn it, what's it called again? Exile Dawn stuff. Teleme has died. I am not surprised. Is it because we went into summer and then all of a sudden they just can't forage enough for some reason? Freaking tiny. Look at the size of the LMG to this little fucking thing. Freaking kobolds. They have Euron weapons, so that isn't monkey. A textiles trader. Also, research is coming through. So we have water filtration now. Concrete making. There it is again. Also, we can make advanced component support. I might as well queue that up. So, we're getting close to that hot tub stream, eh? katanas and cool stuff like that, but it would still be medieval stuff then. So most likely the halberd you have currently would still be better. So it would just look differently. Yes. But my guess is that the halberd would probably still be the best. What's going on down here? Because if that mod, for instance, like it could be one of two things. Either the items are going to be underpowered or they're going to be overpowered. Because it's just going to be a matter of like, okay, which mod happens to have the best unbalanced weapon, and then that's just the one that you're going to go for. So it's not really like it makes much of a difference. I don't know why it's burning again. Like it caught fire earlier and then it did again. I guess the fire just struck, the lightning strike hit the same building twice. Minor passion for cooking. I'll consider it, but then we would have to go back and do medieval research. Just saying. Most likely. It's not necessarily OP, it might be underpowered though. Because I feel that halberd is pretty damn strong. But it's also because it's a two-handed weapon, so you can't use shields with it. My guess is though that this katanas will also be two-handed weapons. And I mean, it's hard to beat a weapon with such high armor penetration. Even if we only look at craftable, because obviously it's a bit lower. You can get a grinder. Oh wait, actually. So the chainsaw is technically higher DPS than the steel halberd, but before you get your hopes up, you can't make these out of other materials, so it stays the same. Even with like higher quality, it won't get to the same ridiculous degree as your 18 DPS. Actually, this is not even like yours does like 20 something, doesn't it? So it's more than twice the damage of this chainsaw. So yeah, for melee weapons right now, probably a halberd. And the same goes true for mono swords and plasma swords, because those cannot be made out of other metals either. So, as a result, they don't get the, what was it, 600% Scarlet Tide modifier. Because you have to remember, Scarlet Tide, okay, 160% sharp damage, sorry. I was thinking about Adamantite and its HP modifier, that was like 600. So you don't really get that bonus, essentially. I'm pretty sure I gave everyone coins at 6 hours, yes. Slightly faster learning and work speed. Efficient. Oh, you're making clothes. Yeah, I've been like restricting crafting recipes to like 4 individuals, because I have experience from the past where it's like, oh, You're making this armor. No, I'm making this armor. No, you are making this armor. No, I'm making this armor. And obviously that doesn't really work too well. Because then you just never get the things done. In some cases, like, oh, here's this thing that's not being made, and the person that should be making it is doing something completely else and will never end up making it. But as long as it's fine, then it's working, then it's fine. So we finally made all this stainless steel stuff. Just checked. I didn't. Okay. Well. I'll just trust you on that one, but I don't keep track. Wait, what? Why is there a marksman's rifle lying right there? This definitely belongs to someone else from a different colony. Sounds like some random shit out here. What the fuck? Where's all this shit coming from? Oh, I know why. It's the colonists that returned home, right? What is all that stuff? Trade caravan, probably. Oh wait, they're still out in the map, so yeah. That's kind of random though. It's just like, here's a blunderbuss. Here's some medicine. Here's a random simple animal ear. Oh, I know what those are. I know what those are. Those are the, at least these 3 stacks of things. Those are those night mules that I queued up for hunting. That's what that is. Monty died, okay. So just roared left. Can I just disband this guy, honestly? Let me meet him and take him out. No. I shall not do that. So, how many bricks do we have? Do we need another storage facility? Or skip those? Maybe? Also, we probably need more regular cloth hampers. Oops. Nobody will know. I will know. So that's not entirely accurate. So something else we should probably take a look at is this thing. Because we can change some of these things around. We no longer need to make tunics. For one. We can make other things like button-down shirts instead. What else can we make? We can make hoodies. Shorts, shirt and tie, suit jacket, trousers, social impact plus 10%. Okay. I don't even know where to begin with all this stuff. I'm gonna be honest. Infested ship module crash. It's been a while since we've had one of those, gonna be honest. It's been a very, very long time indeed. But yeah, we might as well just continue using tunics. There's no reason to really switch over, is there? What if we go into the weapons tab real quick? Check apparel craftable. Sort by sharpness, and then let's see if we can find any clothing in here. Obviously all the armor's gonna come first, but there's a carbon jumpsuit here. What else? Some mantles, quilted vests, okay. Yeah, it's probably not gonna make a massive difference, to be honest. Because already now the percentages are getting rather low on these different defense stats. And it seems to like be very, very similar for a lot of the things. It's mostly temperature, isn't it? What if we sort by wealth value? I assume that we're gonna see like, yeah, royal stuff and then plate armors. Got a contaminated water apparently. Chainmail carbon jumpsuit is again here, wealth-wise, higher up. There's the hoodie. I assume that goes... Yeah, that covers a lot of stuff, so this is like something you would equip instead of armor, most likely. That was close. The fuck? It's just a fucking jade. Imagine you waking up one morning to a loud crash and there's just this huge jade meteorite blocking your front door. This freaking Citrin meteor crash landed in here, okay. I can only imagine. Oh yeah, these were never connected yet because terraforming was a thing. But now that we've terraformed this place, can probably do something about that. Weapons. Throwing rocks. Amazing. Oh yes, what a find. This is just what we needed. Also, you've got your red lighting in here, Andre. Oh, they get stacked on top of each other. Okay. Interesting. Any doctor available for operation? You're already being operated on. Like, I didn't even get to react to that at all. Good thing you guys are helping each other out. Freaking Rarg. Hog. Rarg. How much can we even have in the steel skip? I don't even remember. Is it literally 9,000? It probably is because it's 12 stacks, isn't it? Well, I don't really want to store 10,000's worth of stuff. We can go to 5,000, but then, So if we set this to... about 50%. That would be 4,500, right? So what if we set it to 40%? 33% would be 3,000. Team chat for victory. The freaking apron's in here for some reason. What was this one set for again? Neolithic, melee, hatchet. Why the frick are they not putting the hatchets in there then? It's a freaking ruby gold ring. And I know there's like literally 2 hatchets sitting right here, so... what's their excuse? Strange. Move it on over. Got your recreational items, yeah. Also, I'm surprised this cipher is still here, actually. This... oh, it's because we don't have a shred mechanoid job anymore. Well, that's been set up now. Yeah, there's some people in chat that are pretty familiar with the traits at this point. So they can probably help you out. If you'll end up looking for something very specific. Should probably move this away though. And apparently these towers don't care if the pumps Dub's bed hygiene doesn't care if yeah, let's just cancel the last one. I think we're good with 13 tenths. But yeah, Dub's bed hygiene doesn't seem to care or whether or not the drills are actually running or not. When it comes to polluting the water source. It's more like it. Now your room is really red. Got some more orangey warm colors for the dining area. Amazing stuff. I haven't even realized we have outdoor wall lights here. Azure, spring green. I think Azure could be really cool for this room here. Yo, Sephiroth, you want some colored lights in your place? We could give you some violet. Nope. Nope, Sanderfell. The max is unlimited. Oh yeah, you were talking about the skills. Yeah, I've installed a mod that allows you to go beyond 20. I have no idea how high the cap is. My guess is 100, but I don't know. And Banana, you want Azure lights. Okay. I still don't remember who bought the Arco cat. $100 shooting would do. Well, that's a good question. Because you're still restricted to the maximum of what the weapon allows. Well, my guess is your aiming time would get heavily reduced. Hmm. But you can also get like, why is this? What? Is someone like starting a fire? What the fuck's going on here? Got a power conduit. The fuck? Why? Is it because it's like 1,000,000,000 degrees? It is. Somehow. It's just catching fire on its own. What the fuck? I have no idea what's going on there. It's definitely something that's bugging out though. It's like, it's triggered. Oh, I think I know what happened. So it triggered a fire at some point because of the lightning strike, and then that fire caused this tile to build up heat. And because this heat has now built up, it's so hot here now that it self-ignites every time it gets put out, and it doesn't, the heat doesn't escape. Yeah. Huh. Because you can see for these windows, it's like its own zone. That's that's not good. And it's like the heat can't escape. I've tried opening the window now. So oh, you can mark these for ventilation. Okay, that's cool. I think we might have to remove this window and rebuild it though. Elephant revenge, okay. Damn it. Yeah, the fire rate and all that, and the weapon is gonna stay the same. Hopefully that's gonna fix the issue. But it is really whack though. So what trees can we plant? Oh. Can plant bamboo trees. Birch trees. Though what do those look like again? Or don't they even grow naturally? Oh, there it is. Uninstall wall. Okay, look at your mood. What about it? I mean, you're in Kaphasis, so I don't know exactly what you want me to see. Critical alert. Immobile. Caravan. Like, literally all this shit. Now he can't even carry this anymore. Honestly, I can't even be bothered. Can't I just like delete him? Actually, I have an idea. Whoa, look at this biome. This is the... What biome was this again? Mycotic jungle. He's just like carrying all this shit around. Screw it, he's banished to the Shadow Realm. Minify everything. No, I don't. Because doesn't it also allow you to minify walls? That's kind of cheesy. Yeah, it's kind of like making your carpet look green. Heck, even your white doormat is now blue. Dub and die. Minify everything. Watch your geothermal power get stolen by a dude in a raid. Yeah. Don't like it at all. Yeah. I mean, what did you expect? So. Any yellow light? Yeah, there are a couple. That's another good reason why not to get minify everything. There's straight up yellow, or there's also chartreuse, which is like yellow green. Yeah, don't they also just... No, they were just destroyed. Depends on how much they can carry, I believe. I pick yellow. Okay. I mean, if it's... Sure. I'm not gonna question your choice, but isn't your room already yellow? So what does yellow light do as well? But I guess it makes things that are not yellow, yellow. The temperature thing bugged out again. Interesting. Banana yellow. Hey, sister. Oh, yellow is yellower. But what if you... Can you yellow if you yellow? Okay. Contaminated water tower still. Okay. Guess we'll just have to drain it one last time. Now that the... Yes, the drill has been moved, so... No worries there. So let's enable affordances for a second. Because I really want to get this place sorted out so we can actually grow stuff here. They'll probably try and uninstall that sprinkler, but that's fine. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. We have all this on this eastern side as well that also needs to be converted. So if anyone's interested in buying some rock powder and dirt, that would speed up this process immensely. Because then we don't need to churn down all these stone chunks into rock powder and then, yeah, convert it. Hoi! A wild Pokegamer appears. Here's gonna hate. Oh! Even when raiders have gotten in, they take the regular resources and whatever, but anything like chairs, tables, walls, etc., they just destroy. Minify is nice when you need to make quick getaway, though I don't think it does much to the weight of the minified item. Battle music starts playing. It depends though, Sander. I would have a strong suspicion that the raids from the vanilla Vikings expanded mod might still steal your structures, because that raid is specifically designed to come in and pillage you for whatever the fuck they can grab of value. And I've seen them come in and literally just yoink, take like a random thing and then piss the fuck off immediately. So, and besides, you're not supposed to be able to pick up a whole geothermal generator, so I think that's perfectly I can manage without. But I do see the benefits of using it though. So we got some research. Someone's on that Abyss Tech Engineering. Smoke pop packs. Pop, 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 pop. Fire suppression. Fire suppression could be really cool. We could install those in the defensive position over here, so that if we have a situation where fire breaks out behind our defensive lines, they will immediately kick into gear and, well, douse the fire. Yeah, they can yoink walls. That's why you use the mod Don't Steal My Walls. Yeah, I assume so, but it's just going to be like mods on mods and mods, and then there's going to be that one thing that isn't supported, and then, yeah, start throwing stuff at the screen. Yes, Banana Move, you're correct. So, Sistra, do you have any input on what you want your room to be about? You have a favorite color or something? Purple. Alright. I'm sure I can figure something out with purple. This is slowly getting sorted out. We don't have many industrial weapons, but this is the biocoded SMG as well. God damn it. But yeah, we have ascended into industrial tech stuff. So we can actually make use of industrial things now. Which means power tools as well, which we're slowly making those. But yeah, not entirely sure on a couple things when it comes to that. Was my room already red? I don't think so, Dark Wolf. Because all of the rooms were just plain white. You're down here. It's white. Cypress walls. Lul. Go purple. Lima, you're gonna switch your longbow out with that thing. Murloc's still using a longbow as well. See, my pawn has chosen a sweetheart. Oh yes, Sistra, you're in a relationship with Muka. Muka hasn't been on for a while, but like he's not even assigned in Puppeteer, so... Who's using a critical crossbow? Simo's not using anything, really. Well, we can fix that. I could make your mine... I could make yours red, Dark Wolf, yes. Let me see, think for a moment. Shit, where did we put those? They've been put in here, maybe? Equip as a sidearm. Heavy machinery. Sanderfell, your pawn's been kind of weird. Give you a sawed-off shotgun, I suppose. You have pretty high passion in mining, so we might as well give you a... We'll give you a pickaxe for now. It's not as good as a jackhammer, but it's gonna be okay. Minor passion in crafting and animals. Ooh, I like these lights. Really makes this science room look more cool. As in the cold kind of way. Sander, you have a shotgun now. Spoon here doesn't really have much either. So they could also make do with an upgrade. I don't really have amazing weapons yet, huh? We should honestly just start making hunting rifles or something. If we can. I know we can make bolt action rifles though, but hunting rifles are better. Alright, banana. I don't think there's going to be anything on the tile that's interesting. So... kind of bucked this out, so you'll just have to use the chat. Basic management software. Advanced autopsy. Oh, in Rimworld Magic you had mostly psychopath colonists. One was a necromancer who could raise several zombies. We got a notification about a social fight. Thought it was between the psychopaths, but nope, necromancer called one of his zombies trash and the zombies took offense and retaliated. Alright, Alcam, I hope you learned something as well. And you got your answer, because you didn't... I don't know if you recall if you reacted, but you asked about the difficulty settings and I tried explaining it to the best of my abilities. Since you were curious about it. But have a good one. Almost have everything with a passion. I mean, yeah. Event not possible. Someone's trying to buy weather changing events, I feel. And our water tower is still contaminated. Why? Is there something missing here? One here and one there. Refrumbos. Thanks for the answer in advance. Yeah? Oh, sorry, I didn't really maybe I missed that. Need to watch it what in the VOD then. Yeah. I did go through it. If you weren't on your way out, I would just do it again. Still question the logic of fighting with something you control. Stupid fucking zombie, why don't you do as you're told? You piece of shit. They never work as you want them to. I don't quite understand how a zombie that's literally a reanimated corpse will be able to reply though, but that's probably the scenario you would have to imagine. How do I use the passion giver I bought? I dropped it on my bed, I can't select it. Yeah. Okay, did it get nicked by someone though? Yeah, you right click and then it's use passion giver. There's no right click on this phone. Yeah, okay, I can see that'd be a problem. What? Hey Moohoo, but what do you mean nick me? Alright. Yep, the zombie had 0 social. I mean, just because you have 0 social doesn't make you incompetent at speaking. But yeah, I could see why I would still be in a peculiar situation. So Spoon here needs a melee weapon. Guess we'll just give them a Skysteel hatchet because it's doubles as a tool just as much as it also works as a weapon. Tonk. God damn it, freaking salt. Also, I think we have a bone issue here. I don't know quite what to do with them. Okay, Muka. Can we give you a firearm that's not bio-coded? Don't be salty. Do you have a room? Yes, everyone have a room. Has a room. Nothing goofy Danish people, you know. I like salt. Because you had androids installed, I was able to raise an android as an undead. That too made me scratch my head. Yeah. Can you choose the theme then? Yes, you can. I kind of have 2 people that I already need to figure out the walls for though. So you'll have to, if you can wait just a little bit, that would be very, very good. We literally have magenta as a cloth color too. So we can do wallpaper. in a very long list. And then what in terms of gems? What do we have? Oh yeah, literally just buy amethysts. That was kind of expensive. Holy shit. Well, you're gonna get a amethyst floor, I suppose. Should have named this colony RGB. I've seen some more crazy stuff than this though. So, what could be cool for a carpet or floor type in here? Go this instead. I don't have any cocoa wood, but I can buy some of that. Just a billion people like, oh, we need to fix this shit up. That's probably doesn't get more purple than this. Magenta is such a weird color though. Okay, so red. It's like we can make it very bright red, or you can get it true dragon leather red if you want to invest in it, or you can get devil strand red, which is slightly more like washed out. I think those are all the reds that we have. There's also fox fur, but that's all more like a brown orange. Sanderfell for me blew everything in the room. Jeez. Okay. And then red it is. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I really like the stuffed floors mod, because it just allows for everything to work together. It's like you could even have a sky steel floor, which would make it a different kind of blue, and then if we buy, say, lapis, for instance. I really like that concept of stuffed floors. I mean, you can even have diamond floors if you're feeling really expensive. Let's see, adamantite might be a bit overkill. Ruby is quite expensive, I believe. Yeah. And that's just for one, so it would be 40 coins per thing. But adamantite is probably not cheaper. Yeah. Oops. Those blocks. Here's some turquoise as well. Hey Andre, can you take care of this this infested crash ship? Hadn't thought of making a pattern. Yeah, so preferably I would have been using these carpet patterns, but from Carpets Plus. But for some unknown, well, not unknown reason, but the mod offerer decided to implement a feature where if the terrain underneath is not supported, not as in affordance, but not supported by the mod, then you just can't place down the carpets on them. Which basically excludes all the stuffed floors, which means that the only floors that remain are the vanilla floors, almost. So sterile tiles because those are vanilla, and these bone floors because they cannot be made out of other materials, which is kind of unfortunate. I've posted on the mod page if they could fix this, because otherwise this mod is practically useless. Because if we go into our floor section, like all these floors up here, none of those can be used. We might be able to use it on these resin tiled ice, but that's like from a race. All the way down to a few of these in the bottom here. Like a very few select. Like brick floor might work. Yeah, I haven't updated the purchase list to have mysterious energy removed. It's a Therian specific specialty trait they generate with this always, and I didn't want you to be able to buy mysterious energy because that's literally the main draw to being a Therian. So because the Therians lose some other things as to compensate. They, if I recall, yeah, they're smaller in body size, for instance, so they have some other things about them that are worse. Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you meant with the pattern thing. Like, but, yeah. That It's the same thing I wanted to do over here though, which is why you got a magenta carpet now. But yeah, we can do some fancy stuffs with it. So, let's see. Well, Pokegame, you kind of asked first. You like the bathrooms the way they are. What? It's all bone bathroom. All of this is made out of bone, even the floor. Apart, well, not the walls, but yeah, everything in here is made out of bone, essentially. So whenever you take a bath, you're literally taking a bath in the compressed remains of dead animals. But then again, Sephiroth has a floor made out of literal bone, so... Mysterious energy affects nearby pawns? No. You're thinking about something else. You're talking about the... Are you talking about peace and tranquility? Because you're probably thinking about some other things. Bone toilet not to be mistaken for the bone throne, yes. Ah, well, that changes things. Yeah, so they have a very neutral color, which it doesn't, it's not a negative thing in terms of Rimworld, but blue cat lily wall. Yes, you can use blue cat lily. We can grow that as well, technically speaking, but it would take a while before we can make it. It's basically like a what's it calling in Devil Strand equivalent, so to speak. It might be slightly better. Clear world fabrication. This is probably not what you think it is. This allows us to make mechanoid components, which isn't going to be relevant until we get into spacer tech stuff. Specifically factory automation related things. Gas extraction, could be cool. Shield generators would be really useful. Even if it's spacer tech, it's a structure, so it's a defense mechanism. Early gunsmithing, that would allow us to do some, well, kind of World War I, is it? God damn it, I can never find this. There, nope. Especially not when I'm under pressure. There. So antique sniper rifles, bazookas, bolt SMGs, precision LMGs, so yeah, like basically World War I kind of things. So Pokegamer, where are you? Where are you? It's gonna be real fun when people start getting into relationships and we have to figure out like a compromise. then it's gonna be real interesting. Also, your floor in here is made out of jade, in case you were wondering. Also, we should probably remove those. That's like a long time ago leftover from when someone we used one of the rooms as a prison cell. fucking darkness. Darkness. Inside here. Especially with that red light. And I mean, you can get a different pattern floor for your toilet if you want. There are other patterns, I just rarely ever use them. Mostly because, like, for instance, this pattern here looks pretty cool, but I don't know, it's I either use it for like public open spaces or something like that, or outdoor even. Same with these hexagonal tiles in these plated metal areas, usually used for crafting areas and storage places or utility rooms because they are more like techie kind of looking. Just like we've got them over here. And all of these stone tiles here, they are more suited to like outdoors areas, I feel, because they are more textured, like more rough in appearance, if that makes sense. And then the open space in my room of the same color for the bedroom. Open space in your room. Hmm? What? Hunter's room can also be used to develop photofilms. I think you're right. Oh, that's what you meant. Yes, you can. You have all these options. It's gonna be stone, metal, or gemstone. So, like bricks. But we have a lot of brick colors. So blue chest, for instance, would be a very light blue. Make Matai just like a grayish blue. Can you do a brown? Yes. Like Imperador is a dark brown, and I'm moving in here because this is very small even on my screen. And what else do we have? This Charnockite, which is like a greenish brown, I guess. You could also just make it straight out of clay. Chitin. A bit of an expensive material though. Your head blocks our view. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I can like... There you go. So this is a very, very long list. So Scoria looks like this. Charnockite looks like this. There's also Jasperite, which is our current like reddish thing. Imperador was this dark brown color. What else? I mean, Jasperite is gonna be exactly like it's in here. The only reason it's more orange is because we have orange wall lights in here. I mean, you can get Jasperite in your room. Do you want a carpet in the middle of your room too? There's like a couple of patterns here. There's also just straight up standard cloth, of course. Cloth carpets. Mithril. We can also do stuff like our toilets and stuff. Covers for who? For PokeGamer. Can do the one right before the last one. So let's do this. So this one, the second last one is this pattern over here. In case you were wondering. Oh yeah, of course this stuff isn't being moved because we still don't, we're not getting rid of all this bone stuff. Because that was in here, wasn't it? We can make chem fuel from bone, okay. Don't know what calcium polymer or bonecrete is used for, but... if anything, whoever is gonna do this will... Oh. We already have so much freaking chem fuel here. See, this is where I could really use an option where it's like, use until we're down to like X amount of bone. Because, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Or does it? Because I've been using that as like a cheap material to build temporary like template stuff, which is why all the floors are built out of it. It's trying to get rid of it but also make use in like a positive way. All these tiles outside are also made out of bone. So I'm doing this now because I realized that whenever a meteor crashes inside our main base area, if you will, it does, like, as soon as we mark it for getting mined, it's like, oh, this is now part of the building or something. So to try and mitigate that problem, we'll just mark all this as remove any kind of ceiling. Normally you shouldn't really do this unless it's absolutely necessary, because as far as I've understood, it's a slight performance hit to actually do this. But gonna give it a go anyways. It'd be a creepy toilet, bone toilet. All the toilets. That's not true, 7 Psych. Banana's made out of gold. Also, Andres is actually made out of black palm wood. You have a lot of option when it comes to your installments here, because it's literally all wooden types, all stony types, all gem types, and all metal types. So you're gonna have a sky steel toilet if that's what you want. You just need to sponsor it yourself if it's like something expensive. Calcium polymer toilet. So polymer. That means it's like made out of poly something is multiple. And usually like polyester is like synthetic plastic stuff, right? So does it mean that it's a plastic that's made out of bone? Is that what it technically is? Just, you know, thinking out loud. I poo in heaven. So what do we have here? Repulsor technology. That's the vanilla expanded securities version of energy shields, which we won't be using, just in case you were wondering. Military clothing, bionic replacements, animal bionics. Okay. There you go, your carpet is sort of ready. But yeah, you need to buy some blue cat lily for your walls, Pokegamer. Because this is only what we had. Chat split in this vote. You don't say. So, Sanderfell, what do you want to do with your 100 mithril? Major passion for animals, major passion for social. Hey Andre, I think it's time you ditch that pickaxe and get a real man's tool. Manly man. An excellent jackhammer. How does that sound? Can also get a good chainsaw, I guess. Did get money from the hour ago. I feel like you're saying that a lot. Is that just me? Catalamia is using a pickaxe as well. Might as well switch into a jackhammer. I'm pretty sure we have one left. A couple left. Oh, we even have a masterwork. Well, we didn't. But didn't you say that at 7 hours that we didn't get the... Oh, is it because we didn't get the one... Yeah, we did. I thought so too. Because you commented on it, I gave everyone coins, and then... we moved on. I was not here, but we did, Kappa. In like 8 minutes, it's gonna be a full hour. I guess I'm blind then. It's just 1,000 coins at most. Right? I'm sure you'll manage. I mean every 10 to 15 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Seven Psych. I thought it didn't work. You got 2 extra. Okay. I'm not blind. Jeez. Andre has the greedy trait. Coco. Let's see, Sanderfell. Interesting. Am I just blind? Was Mithril just special? I mean, I know it's kind of special, but even more special than normal. It's here. It's got a high beauty rating, holy shit. Yeah. Besides, Andre, if you wanted to, you could have had like 4 hours worth more of coins yesterday if you'd been here earlier. So I'm surprised that Mithril isn't on this list, or am I just completely blind? I've been going through this like multiple times and I just can't seem to find it. Which is weird because all the other metals are here. Titanium, tin, steel, solarite. I just can't seem to find it unless it's because it's like at the bottom here somewhere. But it should be around this mushroom stalks, cashon tiles. I'm Bob the Builder. Mithril, where are you? It's made out of carbon fiber. There's adamantite. Is that a rename request? It's in the mod. But yeah, stuffed floors apparently doesn't support that particular one. So what if I went to the actual metal only things? Would it be here? Yes, mithril plates. So just these ones, maybe it's just because the list is so long. Because all of this is like stone, right? Sorted alphabetically, and then it begins from A here on gems slash. Because bone is like a weird thing, it's counted as wood. But it's like the only wooden thing in here. I think I know why though, because it's because I'm using the woodworking mod. It changes it so that you have planks instead, because red wooden stuff is down here too. Well, I guess you won't be able to have a mithril floor, unfortunately, unless it's a metal one. Shame. It's kind of peculiar though. So long it shows only the last one. Apparently Andre isn't here. Right there. But his trace list is just ridiculous. But he doesn't have the trait where you're like, I want a better room than everyone else. It's possible. It's possible that it was on the radar. Let's see. Headhunter listed as a weapon on the grounds. Maybe it's a Persona Core weapon. Oh, is it this reforged Headhunter? Yeah, those are the God damn it, what are they calling in? Exile Dawn weapons. They're melee weapons here. They're pretty good, but I don't think you can make them out of specific materials, so the stats that you see them have is the highest they can get. Which is still good, don't get me wrong. But compared to a Mastercraft Scarlet-Tide Halberd, it's yeah, it's not as good. But do you want one, sister? I can give you one as a sidearm instead. Though it's possible you don't get anything positive out of it. Yeah, because your halberd is technically better. Not just in DPS, but also armor penetration. Which is another thing, the higher the quality, the higher the armor penetration, so... yeah. different stream of Rimworld of magic. I spawn with my character and then spawn as a mute chaos mage incapable of violence. And the abilities were violence specific. But with the chaos mage you could just get the thing, you just re-roll your skills though, so... It's like what makes the chaos mage what it is, right? So... Congratulations and celebrations. Shield generator. These are the shields that we're looking for. Road building. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's take a look at those weapons as well. Obviously grenades are going to be high up, but bolt SMG range is going to be kind of meh. Bolt action rifle is amongst the highest range if we don't want to go all the way down to a hunting rifle. Whoa, what the frick? Hold on. Dear God, look at that DPS and that precision LMG. So, what's the range like? Barely 20 though. Taser gun. Teak sniper rifle is probably the most expensive thing, just generally speaking. So why are these not being made yet? Oh, it's because we're making hunting rifles. Right. Count equipped and so forth. So what I was thinking is that we probably should make another machining table. I'm not entirely sure where to put this dragon altar though, because it's a bit big, but we can put it over here for now. Actually, wait. We could just put it over here in the throne room. I don't see why not. Well, apart from the fact that there doesn't really seem to be much room for it without being like weirdly placed. Let's try and... Oh, God damn it. Frigging thing duped me. Let's put it there. Oh wow. And Andre didn't even say anything. Now take a very good hard look, Andre. There you go. Now, I don't want to hear any complaints again. I'm just jesting. We could probably put a battery at the end of each of these hallways, instead of having them in all other kinds of places. Why did you buy a gold chest? Former first. Let's see what banana he's getting. So you got a psychic insanity lance with 2 charges, psychic chaos pulsar, a psychic soothe pulsar, some silver, some gold, a plastic double bed, Steel weave and a legendary revolver. Huh. I don't know what to do with this plastic bed though. I guess we'll just have to deconstruct it or something. Also, I don't know if I haven't really updated this cleaning so in a while. So let's see. Okay, all these rooms were added in the past. This is our first legendary item. No, it's not. Have a legendary bow somewhere. Which probably was acquired in a similar fashion. That's my guess. There it is, the Cropria Warbow, legendary. I do think it's our first industrial legendary weapon though. Also, Andre, your chest plate needs replacements. No, sorry. That's your necklace? I don't know why, but it seemed like it was your chest plate, but then I looked at the actual stat, it says 2400 hit points left. So probably not that, huh? How come you're so slow at mining though? Because it says literally 1900 freaking mining speed percent. Sephiroth, what are you like? Or is it just because the game is like lagging so badly now for some reason? Oh, it's because whenever I'm looking at these, because of all the overlay stuff, it's like slows down. Let's give our main surgeon a jackhammer. Doesn't that sound like a great idea? Colton Eltix Nicholas. Okay. So, what's it like now? That increased the mining speed by 1000%? Or is that just me? Really? Holy shit. The reason you're not using an Architect shield belt is because you're using a survival pack. And the other one wasn't forced onto you. But we can change that though. Architect is there. Industrial is here. He already has a Sky Steel Scalpel. We could give someone else one too, though. Either Murloc or Seven Psych, you could also use it. Seven Psych already has 2 tools, though. Don't want to give people too many sidearms, because the more UI elements down there, the more laggy it is when they're selected. But we can give some to Murloc here, though. Because what the hell not? Give leather, okay. So let me check an extra time, because I don't remember what the drill does. It's just 80 plus general labor speed, okay. Why are you moving so slow? It's probably just... Oh, you're wearing tainted clothes. Wait, what? I think I know why. It's because Andre doesn't care about tainted apparel. That also explains why they were cycling back and forth between the items. I didn't notice that the thing up here, allow unknown apparel tech, was still enabled for melee. Psychopathic gift yanking. I don't see what the problem is. Who else is on our crafting thing? See, True Hemp, you're on there as well. Probably don't have enough drills. Oh wait, we do. Is it because I didn't configure it correctly, or did... Oh no, we made 6. Right. Okay, that's pretty good then. What kind of shields can you use? Because right now you have a shield equipped. The way it works is that it depends. I mean, you've got a shield belt equipped. Oh, this one. How does that work again? Because if we look at your character, you have it on your person, but it's not equipped. If that makes any sense. So I don't think any of these weapons allow you to have a shield equipped, because it requires it to be one-handed usually. So let's take this halberd for instance. Let's see if it says anywhere. Oh, there it even says for arcane technology. Huh. Long blades required. Cool. Usable with shields? No. That's what you're looking for. My guess is gonna be the same for these. Usable with shields? No. And usable with shields? No. There are very few items that do a lot of damage. Well, rather, it's a trade-off between like one-handed weapons and being able to use shields. So as an example, a hatchet will be allowed, it's one-handed. Hammer should be allowed, it's one-handed. Anything that you can imagine being one-handed would be allowed to be used with a shield. So a gladius is another example. I think a longsword might still be valid, but I don't know if we have any... We don't need to. We can go in here. So if I go in and we check... This should really have like a usable with shields thing, but you know, it's mod specific, so that's why it probably isn't here. So by DPS, and then we find... Okay, that's the gladius there. I thought the longsword would be higher up. Or is it because I missed it? There it is. I just missed it. So here we can click here and see usable with shields, no. So basically the longsword is also two-handed. Yeah. And colonists will like equip shields when they are using a weapon in their... They have a weapon in their hands that allows shields to be used. And I don't know, some of the shields might be different because different mods and stuff. So it's possible that we can equip the vanilla expanded Viking shields on top of everything else. But don't hang me up on that though. But there are some possibilities there. So how did I order these anyway? This is literally just pickaxes, hammers. This one was supposed to be just hatchets, but for some reason it doesn't do that. Doesn't allow the hatchets. Because we have hatchets in some other boxes, I'm pretty sure. Like here. This just shouldn't be there. Let's see where Cicero will put this. Also, the game runs really, really slowly now. Like, we're running it at half the regular TPS somehow. Might have something to do with all these work designations, I don't know. But, yeah, we can run it at half speed at the moment. Half of regular speed. Hey, Prophet. Can I get new armor, new plate armor? I mean, we can try and make some new, but what do you want? I think I'll try removing these zones to see if that improves anything. Because the general gist with this designation here is that the reason why you want to limit the use of all this stuff is that for each of these designations that you set, the colonists will continuously check to see if there's a roof that needs removing, as far as I'm I've understood it. So... And that's the main reason why, according to what I read, you don't want to have this all over your base. So it's like recommended that you only temporarily use this whenever you need to fix up some roofing, but it's honestly a little bit annoying because, yeah, sometimes, you know, you just don't want to have to micromanage everything. Just want to see if you can get better quality. Okay. Well, by now you should remember, like, be able to remember how much material, how many materials you need. Right? Yeah, why is the game so slow? This feels a little bit extreme. It's not like we've gotten an insane amount of creatures while I was looking away or anything. It's like we can push it up a little higher if we go to 2x speed though. 200. I think it's like 240. Yeah, 240 for the heavy plate armor. Made squirrel. Stitchy. I have no idea how to pronounce that one. But yeah, game is running really slowly right now. We also do have 27 colonists, so it's not too surprising, to be honest. I know why. It's because there are two different types of obsidian. Which means that this is the one that we selected. And this is the other one. I don't know which one is the one that I should actually keep. I'll have to check out the toolkit settings a moment. All that junk on the roof will clean up your room. Obsidian blocks. I think these are the ones that need to be removed. Nope. Okay, so it's the ones that we use. Oh shit. I think it's the ones that we're using here. Hold on. Is it called millstones? What's it called again? No. It's called something with stones. I remember that much. Beep-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, it's probably easier if I just look it up on the mod lists. Extra stone, that's what it's called. It's A, B, C, D, E. Extra stones. Okay, so obsidian is allowed in here for generation. Well, dragon, you kind of fucked yourself, didn't you? So the problem here is that obsidian, there's two types of obsidian. One's added by alpha biomes, which is going to be impossible to remove because it's used for a specific type of biome, if my memory serves me right. And the other one we can remove, but it's probably a bit too late to do that now, because you know, you're kind of supposed to do that early on. So how do we want to treat this? Just give it a custom name. Peanut is the only one that's still using old ancient technology, aka longbow. Yeah. This down here didn't work out exactly like I expected it would. Looks kind of weird because the tiles are a little bit offset. But this looks pretty cool though, I feel. A little bit something different. How is all this stuff rotting away? Is it just because it's so hot outside and this cooling situation is not good enough? Probably is, because it's not good enough. Maybe it would help the game performance if I closed down my, changed my stream settings to performance mode. Wow, that should help it a little bit. Sorry about that. I totally forgot that I still had that preview open from when I had to disable my cam when we were looking at stone tiles. And I kind of forgot about it. It does require a lot of performance to do that as well. Well, this looks really lovely, Sistra. I think this really came well together, this room. Do you want some alternative lighting colors too? Because we can do that. Have all these lovely colors to choose from. Yeah, I think if we changed, I was also thinking if we changed the color of the wall light, it would kind of ruin the aesthetic of the darker brown with the magenta walls. It makes the carpet pop to have that darker contrast around it, I would say. So Alex's channel colors, though, those are like yellow and blue, if I recall. So what if we theme his room accordingly? Couldn't that be fun? Maybe a little bit more light though. I mean, remember, this entire area gets lit up during the daytime as well. And in here your light comes from a ceiling fan. Just to give you a little idea as well, we can make these end tables with lamps built into them eventually, but we haven't gone into those because it's not really been necessary and it's quite expensive, but it's a thing that we can do. So I have a fun idea. Oh yeah, this is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be fun. Let's have some fun with this room. Maybe a little bit more research. Okay. Whose room is that? It's Alex Rosterfield's. He's another streamer that also streams Rimworld. His channel colors are yellow and blue. So I thought it could be fun to make his room accordingly. What can we do? I have no idea if this is what this is gonna look like, but we'll try and see. Guess we should have made those yellow, huh? Like, because of the corners, I was like feeling a little bit weirded out on how to do it properly. Because this is all like, you want to make a pattern. I could have done it like 1 2 1 2 1 2, but Actually, yeah, let's revert those colors. It's all basic cloth anyways, in case you're wondering how we're getting those colors. It's literally just a mod that allows you to convert textiles into these basic cloths, and then you can just do it with regular cloth, so... It's not super expensive, is the general gist. And then we can do some citrin. It's gonna be a little bit wild. It's gonna be a weird one. There we go. It's a bit of a random pattern flaw, just to make it stand out, I guess. What about you, Sephiroth? Do you want a different wallpaper? What can we do for you? Could technically make it out of depth weave just to complete the style in here. Okay, Sanderfeld. Ooh, this color looks pretty sick. It's really gonna fit well in with the Abyss Steel stuff, but that's kind of what I expected it would as well. Oh yeah, also your doormats can also be made out of specific materials if you want, including these cloth curtains, by the way. Any textile. So if you want a human leather curtain between your toilet and your sleeping quarters, you can get that. There it was. Sephiroth here, he has a human leather curtain, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. What else can we do? It's like playing Sims right now, it feels like. Same goes for your radiator. If you don't want it to be out of Jasperite, we can also change that. That's not a lot of mods. It's barely enough to cover the bug fixes that you should have in there regardless. But if that's his thing, then sure. By the way, stone cutting isn't dependent on your skill according to this list, but it does actually give you crafting skill if you do stone cutting. I have a mod that allows that to happen. Okay, we're getting the bonecrete and stuff here. Probably don't have any place to store it. Yeah, no storage space. Getting a little bit of a... Yeah, we basically looted so many ranged shitty weapons. We have so many longbows in stockpile. Which reminds me, let's remove those things that we don't need in here. Hammers are not really needed. Cleaver is still a thing, but pickaxe, no. Scalpels. Okay. Hatchet. So hatchet will give you plant work speed 33%. But what did a chainsaw do again? Andre, you have a chainsaw, right? Yes. 80% work speed. Just reduces your movement speed, but that's fine because magic, you only have it out whenever you're doing plant work, so it's not really like an issue. Hey Alex. Stone cutting usually use those to make blocks and bricks. Haven't found much use beyond that. Still alive? Yes. Your room has also been tweaked a little bit. Oh shit, I choose the wrong fucking color for the carpets. I managed to misclick. It's supposed to be yellow. I hope you appreciate. Horrible job are you doing? I don't know. See. Shit. So many people. Where are you on this massive bar again? There. You're currently refining chem fuel from bones. You're basically reducing our bone stockpile and turning it into a fuel source. Because we have so many bones everywhere now that kind of finding it hard to store. But we've been decorating people's rooms a little bit, so your room now has a interesting color scheme to it. Got the blue and yellow right. Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic. I didn't quite know what to do with it, so I tried to go with like a stripe pattern, but it didn't turn out as cool looking as I thought it would be. But it's a weird looking shape anyway, so this will have to do. I didn't just want to make it another yellow wall room and then with a blue floor, so. Well, Sanderfell, you're currently unloading your inventory. But yeah, you've been just crafting stuff, really. Yeah, we need people on stone processing because fertile fields needs you to craft a bunch of resources. So you gotta do stuff like crush stone chunks into stone powder. Then you need to take that stone powder and turn it into sand, and you need to take that sand, turn it into clay, and then you can take a couple of different resources and turn it into dirt. So alternatively, we would need a moisture pump or whatever to convert all of this into dry area. Will upping your craft skills speed that up? I mean, you're more like working on components and the smithing table, I believe. Because you were set to smithing and tailoring, so actually not over there, but down here. So you're making colorful cloths, most likely. Is my guess. But yes, upping your craft speed will, well, speed it up, as you can imagine. Cool. This one isn't used by anyone, is it? No. This was just a remnant from an old dragon. We need some more depth weave. Which is fairly expensive. That's a good point. That's just combat log. You've gotten a shotgun though. Sawed-off shotgun since last. We're also slowly but surely making firearms. So there's that. Some people are still equipped with crypto crossbows though, because they're still pretty good. Smoker fork has no ranged weapon now. Guess we gotta fix that. Banana, you still have your Mastercraft LMG, so you should be good. Pokegamer has a Vulcan thing, or whatever it's called again. You... Yeah, and that unequipped the melee weapon. Oh, you can't have both. Interesting, why is that? Oh, you're incapable of carrying an awful lot because your brain is damaged. Interesting. I wonder if Astorials have reduced carry weight, because that's like half of what Andre can carry. Jeez. Passion giver. Already consumed. Okay, gamer, you have that pistol. Sistra, you have a sniper rifle. Lagwolf has these barrel submachine guns, but let's give you a presumably better weapon. Crypto crossbows. So I noticed that crypto crossbows, they can be used with shields as well, just in case anyone was wondering. Not the heavy ones, but the one-handed ones. So that could be quite interesting to some of you. You can also use those shields with one-handed weapons. Shield generator. Nice. That's gonna be very useful. Also expensive. Blowback operation, that's like required for turrets, isn't it? We also have the opportunity to research remote doors. And of course, Murloc would unequip their bloody tool, wouldn't they? Where is it? A drill. A silo. What are you trying to say, sister? Imik lu ripe sniffle. Imik li snippe rifle. Ripe niffle. Sniffle. Diffle. Okay. Please don't drop your other weapon. Thank you. Be prepared, mate. Be prepared for what? Should I be shaking in my boots? You will see in a sec. Oh no. Also, we should probably equip some people with hunting rifles. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're about to get fucking curb stomped, aren't we?
Raiding party!
Holy fucking shit. Wait a second. Holy shit, that fucking scared the crap out of me. Well, another raid. 30 people, Jesus Christ.
Submit!
Okay, calm down. Fucking raiding party submit craziness. How are you guys doing? Oh, jeez. We'll just settle in here for a bit. Down with the false king. Wait, what? Wait, what? Another dragon king. Interesting. God. Jeez, this is happening so fast I can't even follow. Please make me new heavy plate armor. Andre, can't you Andre, we're in the middle of a raid here and I... Get a hint. A dragon drama. Is this what you meant with I should be I should prepare myself? Is that what you meant?
Submit!
Jeez. So many people. Well, thanks for the raid. Cruffles. Jeez. Wasn't quite expecting that at this hour. Just about to ask before the raid. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. Coins for all. Oh shit, and the timing is perfect. So everyone gets 1,000 coins, and let's make it a little bit more than that just because of the raid, I guess. Here you all go. Normally it's 1,000 coins, but I'll make an exception. Maybe that'll keep Andre happy as well. So, jeez. Okay. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Dark Wolf suggested me. All right. It's the process of catching his heart after John out of his chest. Yes. I only just recently got that that raiding party thing set up, so that was still gotta get used to it. Gift coins. Like that stockpile crafting area layout. Thanks. It's a work in progress. It takes a while, but we're getting here. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Likewise, I hope you're all doing well. What were you doing over at Cruffle's stream? Might as well do an SO. Oh, you were also streaming Rimworld. Alright. Also, we're also slowly getting our research done. I can give you a little rundown of how this works in a moment. Or how this colony functions, I suppose. So, welcome to the colony. We're using Twitch Toolkit and Puppeteer, as you can probably see. I assume you guys are familiar with it. Rimworld all day and everybody wanted more. Well, I can supply them for a couple of hours, hopefully. Oh god, Dragon Kingception. Buy a pawn now, let me know. Yeah, oh god. Yeah, we already have a lot of pawns, but we just cleared out a bunch of non-player owned or viewer owned colonists. So these are all bought by viewers at this point. And we're playing in a very specific way. You can of course go to the purchase list and see all the mods and everything that you need to do there. Just in case. Though I assume you're probably familiar with all this. And we are playing a very chill colony over here. It's relatively slow paced. Mostly out of, well, a couple of reasons. Mostly right now because, well, the game is struggling a bit with all this stuff going on. But we're also playing slower paced in terms of tech progression because we have a lot of different mods. And the way that I've structured this is maybe turn the volume down on the Twitch notifications. Yeah, it's a work in progress, Sanderfell. It's a work in progress.
Submit!
Some people said it was fun to give me heart attacks every time I get like a follow. So thanks for the follows, everyone, by the way. That really means a lot. Oh, you've recently come back to Rimworld. Some people are just starting to get things figured out. Sure, they appreciate the explanations. Yeah. So this, you know, different people play differently. The way that I like to do it is that I use a mod called Tech Advancing, which some people might be familiar with. The way it works is that as you do research projects, you eventually increase your tech level. In vanilla Rimworld, that means normally that your tech research speed for technologies that are outside of your capabilities will normally take longer, and if you get your tech level increased, you know, it speeds it up. However, we're combining that with a couple of other things. So we're using another mod called Ignorance is Bliss, which makes it so that only factions that are of the same tech level as us can raid us, which means that when we started as a Neolithic tribe, we couldn't get raided by mechanoids, for instance. At the same time, though, that also means that a industrial faction couldn't come and trade with us because they wouldn't be interested in it. So that's one thing. And to balance it a little bit, we're using something called arcane technology, which doesn't work perfectly, but the general idea is that if for some reason we get something that's outside our technological capabilities, pure game mechanic wise, like we can't make it ourselves yet, we just straight up can't use it. So if for some reason we were to acquire a, I don't know, a laser rifle, for instance, which is a actual thing that we can acquire through Vanilla Expanded here, we wouldn't be able to use it until we do the appropriate research and become spacer tech. Because otherwise, sometimes when we get raided, people will like want to do military aid, for instance. and they will come in with like any faction, because that Toolkit doesn't really respect ignorance is bliss, apparently. And as such, to try and not make us too overpowered, we kind of limit it. I can give you guys a really good example. Matt Cassavary, okay, whatever. If we don't look at craftable weapons, but at the ones that we have, we at some point looted this reforged plasma rifle, which is absolutely spacer tech, and for some reason we can actually use it because it's Exile Dawn stuff, which... Oh, actually, wait. Research project required. Okay, so this one isn't limited. Good. We had some issues with some certain weapons that don't get limited, though. But that's the general gist of that. So... they wouldn't think Unga Bunga is cool. Yeah. It's also like... as soon as we reached industrial tech today, actually, after like 3 weeks of playing this colony, Alex Rosterfield came in and was like, oh, I'm gonna send you a 10,000 point raid, and we immediately got attacked by the Exile Dawn faction that came in with like plasma rifles and all kinds of shit that we couldn't really deal with, or would have had trouble with under normal circumstances. Fortunately, someone sent military aid, and we have, well, dragons, so we should be good. But yeah, that's the general gist of where we're going. I have no idea how far we can go with this, because we also have things like save our ship. I've never used it myself. I've been close, but I do want to try and go to space eventually, just because seeing dragons in space could be fun. As viewers, you guys can, of course, buy a colonist to join the colony. It's 2,500 coins. And, oops, mod settings. The karma cap on this channel is 1,000 karma. And the lowest you can go is 100. You start at 250, which means that the highest amount of coins you can gain every 2 minutes is 160, with the lowest being 16. Never used Save Our Ship yet either. Should really take a look at it sometime. Yeah, it's I've taken a glance at the starting scenarios, and those are pretty overwhelming if you've never messed with it, I felt. Because they basically throw you in with like, here's 4 colonists and a semi-functional spaceship or space station. Alright, that's fine, Cruffles. Have a nice trip, and I'll do my best to take care of all your viewers. And if I don't see you later, thanks for raiding in. It's really appreciated. So, races. If you want to join the colony, there are a selection of races you can also use or make use of if you want. And they all cost the same, so there's the only decision you have to make is either if they sound interesting, or if you look them up and, you know, their stats sound cool or whatever, then you just choose based off of your personal preference. It's since we are such a big colony already, you guys can probably choose whatever the heck you want and it'll work out just fine. Another thing when it comes to colonists, toolkit and everything, is that there's no restrictions on how many traits you can buy, and Andre is a living example of that. There's also no, well, is probably a restriction, but your skills can go beyond level 20, so there's plenty of room to grow and you can become quite overpowered. Gear stats are also uncapped, so no longer you're limited to the vanilla piercing resistances on your armor. And finally, when it comes to your implants, like getting Archotech implants and whatnot. Normally you can't go beyond 110% efficiency in your pots, but that's also uncapped. So going beyond does actually matter. So that's the general gist of how colonists work. And we take a look at Sephiroth's pawn here as an example, just to see how crazy this gets. Let's see, like his research speed is 1400%. Just this one thing. And that's done in an attempt to reduce the amount of time needed to do things, so we don't have to wait around because the game slows down. So it's to compensate for the lag, if you will. I can also drop rate. Oh god. Okay. Thanks, Dark Wolf. Okay. So they're landing in the middle of the base. Excellent. Well, good thing I just barely equip people with industrial tech weapons. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be fine. And no, it's not a 10,000 drop rate. It's a 1,466 drop rate. He wagered 10,000 coins, but it only turned into 1,400 points, so it's not a guarantee. And it's the Exile Dawn, what a freaking surprise. Actually, let all the dragons do the... Oh, I see. So it's with that one on. Calm yourself. Now I'm done. Okay. And someone bought military aid. Okay, hold on. I need to save the game just in case it goes completely wrong right now. God, fine, damn it. And these buildings are made out of wood, so this would be a bad place to use this stuff. Andre, where are you? You're down here. You need to get in there, my man. Okay, maybe not that much in there. Search and destroy, search and destroy. Why are you wearing an Archotech shield belt, Simo? Keep, like, messing up your columns. This is very interesting though. They will try to flee, but they probably won't succeed. Alex is also in here and getting a piece of the action. Doesn't even seem like we're that bad off, to be honest. They're right next to the hospital, so Sephiroth can picture up in like 2 seconds. So the military aid? What faction is this? Oh, the mini treaty, so that's an amalgamation of random races. God, fucking mess down here though. your fucking karma just plummeted, but it seems way more balanced now than it used to be. I think I finally fixed, got at least the negative karma loss to a point where it's cool. And look at all these lovely weapons though. Dude. Just dude. And see, this is what I mean, like these Exiled Dawn people will drop in with a plasma minigun. But can't use it yet. Or we shouldn't be able to, but for some reason it doesn't quite work. My guess is it's got something to do with simple sidearms. So we shouldn't be able to, but we can. So why don't we strip some of these survivors? Maybe they have something of interest. Why did it say true hemp? Oh, it's the other true hemp. Tiberius. The true hemp. Oh jeez. So many dead bodies. Bloop like it's nothing. Apparently I died. I was bitten to death. Why was I bitten to death? Huh? The fuck? The hell? Why am I being killed by our own dragon? What? Fruits on fire. I think this is gonna be fixed. Yeah, do revive me. Why did the dragon go like completely insane? Why are they fleeing? Who are they fleeing from? The fuck? They didn't come down with any animals like they don't usually do, so what? I'm really curious as to what happens. Yeah, so the true dragon... So... Drinking hit the true dragon, elder true dragon, I guess. No. The fuck? But why? It also bit 7 psych apparently. The fuck? 7 psych, what are you doing? The fuck? What's going on here? Stop him for fuck's sake. Okay. I don't know what to do about it. Wait, it's wild. Why did it turn... Why is it wild? What? Oh. I know why. I know why he's wild though. So when I died, it became Manhunter. But what I don't get is that... So I guess the dragon didn't knock me down, but... It's just what it seems like. Okay. We'll do something about this. Just give me a moment. I'll find the people with that have crypto crossbows. That's probably why Peanut's also running away in fear. Okay. Sephiroth, you also have one. Yes. So calm down. We'll solve this issue. Yeah, this is a problem. Fucking hospital's gonna go on fire. You've got the armor though, I'm sure you can handle it. Fuck, where'd you go? Oh, you're in here now. Freaking the fuck out. Can't mount while on fire. You reload? No, should be fine. It's just a bit of fire. But there's all those other people though. Hopefully they won't cause any issues. So yeah, Snowy Rose, she needs to... It's a little bit confusing because everyone's all over the place right now, so I apologize. And the people that have crypto crossbows are kind of just in this list here, I guess. Do that. Very nasty, no. Cyberfatty, no. No. So I was one of the people who had one. Sephiroth is another. He has a heavy. So go like this. It's a fucking clusterfuck though. Either the dragon is down, which is perfect. Let's just undraft everyone so that they can treat all these fires, hopefully, before everything goes out of control. Didn't see what I wrote. What you wrote? Use my taming. No, Banana, that doesn't work. It is tamed. It's in the colony. It was just Manhunter. Because we have the slaughtering option here. It didn't go wild. It was just going insane. Because I got killed, essentially. And because it was my bonded dragon, I suppose? No, that doesn't make any sense. Also, are these guys still shooting at people that are trying to run away? But yeah, the rain helps immensely. We should really get all these walls replaced with some stone too. But man, like this fucking mess up here. Ay, ay, ay. So that was exciting. I mean, those sprinklers ASAP, lol. Yeah, that would also help. Melee attacking red dragon. Why is it melee attacking? Oh, it's because this dragon is now going insane as well. So what if we change them to pacifist? No. Mount that one. You. Someone else. Snorkelfork. Can't. Your freaking skill's too low. 7 psych. You should be able to. Wait. That's your dude. Hopefully. Jeez, that was fucking chaos. Insane dragon cannot be told not to be insane. Lul. Yes. Next time I'll get some more coins. Got some good guns though. Yeah, but technically speaking we shouldn't be able to use this weapon even though Puppeteer will still allow you to. The game will also still allow you to. Like I can equip them, but we shouldn't be able to, like it even says, it's research required, Exile Dawn, arcane technology. My guess is that it might be because it's behind a tech print, and whoever made the arcane technology mod might not have royalty. I know some modders out there don't have royalty, believe it or not. Some out of principle, apparently. Which could be why, because these plasma weapons are behind tech prints. But they are spacer tech. It's just that right now it's not, it might not be marked as spacer tech. What happened? Drop rate killed Dragon King, his pets when crazing attacked us. Kinda. See, what I don't quite understand though is that this dragon here is not so I need to do this one too. It's not bonded to anyone. So I don't get it. Unless it's enough that you're assigned... No, that's Andre's. Or was it this one? Because this one is... was my animal. No, these guys are still fucking fighting. The fuck? They're like bugging out real bad. Could it just be a bug? Let's see what happens if we rescue them. So how's my armor going? Give me a moment. Don't you see everything's fucking chaos around here? Why is it every time I start to do well in calling, some viewers decide to destroy it? Now. We'll probably just have to, I don't know, put like the drop thing over here, because it seemed like they all dropped in around the drop marker. So if we set it here, all the drop rates will probably just happen out there, is my guess. I see the chaos. I just needed to act like me. Yes. Hopefully these dragons are gonna behave. Let me just do a... Don't buy anything. Alright, Sanderfell. Have a good one. Good to see you here. Hope to see you again. Let's just do a quick load. I think I'll be streaming for another hour and then we should probably call it. Just so it doesn't get too late today. Because yesterday was pretty late. It was like... Was it 1 AM before I stopped? And then I was up to like 3 AM hanging out with some people to cool down. But this colony has been pretty fun so far. And based off of the amount of time it's taken us to get here and how slow the game is going by, it's probably going to take just as many sessions to get to space stuff. Unless some crazy shit happens, which you never know. By the bubonic plague. Try me. Read previous message before the pass out message. Mithril walls and remember my skill trainer crafting. I've been up way too long. I woke up yesterday at 5 PM and it's now 3 PM. Fucking PMs though. I'm a dumb European. I use the military hour system, so 3 PM. So that's 1500 hours max profit. My brain can't work with that. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours now. And it's Rimworld, so fucking god damn it. Mithril walls and remember my skill. Well, Sanderfell, there's one problem though. I can't make you mithril walls because it's wallpaper. Um, also, did it switch some people's beds around? Fucking repair the job. So we got one of these reforged alphas here. It's a massive sword from the Exiled Dawn faction. Also, did I build the wrong room? I think I might have. I mean, I can make mithril walls, but then it's just not going to be wallpaper, which kind of defeats a lot of this. But we can still do it, I think. It's just going to be a white wall, apparently. Hmm. Too bad we can't make like weave out of the fantasy metal. That's only for vanilla stuff. Also, I think it's supposed to be Sanderfell's room on the other side. Replacing wood. But that's like the entire house though. This is all going to be stone. I'm going to be using the same stone for all the outer shells, I was thinking. Just so that the wealth of the colony doesn't skyrocket too heavily. I mean, this is already going very fast. I think yesterday we just got above 1 million. What the fuck happened here? The heck? Also, for people that are wondering if we're getting mini raids or not, I mean, if we look at the overview of when raids have been happening, it doesn't seem like that terrible. Ship landing troop ship. Oh, okay. Maybe granite replace wood. Granite, we can actually make something that's better than granite. I think Lursolite might actually be better. Because it's 540 hit points. Have so many stone options. But I'll probably use the ones that we have available in this tile. So that's going to be Lursolite. So all the houses are going to be green on the outside. Apart from the windows. But yeah, I can give you mithril walls inside if you want. But that's why I made mithril small metal plates as the floor in here. I just did it in the wrong house, so. There we go. Can make mithril, like all this is made out of bone. We could make your toilet out of mithril. Is TTK broken? Maybe. Might be because No. I don't know why. Wanderer joins. Mugs. It's just a random person. Ian Muggs McGee. Okay. Don't have any relations with other viewers. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's like if you're someone's dad or something. Andre is my dad, by the way. It's pretty weird. Okay, Mugs, give us your stuff and get the heck out of here. See you later, alligator. I'm a lonely hobgoblin. You'll find someone eventually. Don't you worry about that. Heal. Rain Vibranium. Close combat armor bill. Close combat armor bill? What the fuck does that mean? Got my spider pit. Did we had the Arco spider, right? There. There we go. Actually, maybe not mounted. Because that one's pretty damn slow. But... Oh yeah, you also have an animalisk. I forgot. I forgot you had the animalisk. Close combat set. Wanted to give it a whirl. I don't know which production facility makes it though. Probably. I don't think we have it unlocked. Close combat armor set. Oh, I think actually now that I think I have a hunch at where it's located. Could it by any chance be any of these? This is all the Exile Dawn stuff. But it all requires tech prints though. We say close combat. Could also be something else. Let me just take a gander at the list. And I guess we wait. Items. Close. Oh, it's Rimsenol. Okay, it says what mod it is if you look on the store, by the way. That way you can get an idea of where it's from. All the Rimsenol stuff is mostly Spacer Tech. Close combat armor though, what would that be under? Had a bit of a hard time finding some of the armor types from in here. Because I know in here you have the Unity God armor. I wonder. Oh, that's why. Okay. That's why it's not in there. I was wondering where those armors were located. Okay, so that's unlocked with the marine armor from vanilla stuff. Supposed to be around here, isn't it? Might be somewhere else because of vanilla expanded, but we'll take a look. Beepity bobbity boop. Here's the trooper armor. Where's marine armor under? It's not in here for sure, because otherwise it would show. And then it's gotta be in here. Light armor? At least everyone is learning, yes. Oh, it's there. There it is. So we research marine armor. We don't only research the vanilla Rimworld armors, we also research stuff like the drop suits, close combat assault armors, amongst other things. Fire support is really cool, by the way. It reduces your aiming time drastically. There's also the armor itself, which does even more so. So it's like you're a tank, a literal tank. You're designed to not move. The drop suit is a bit more fancy. It just gives you movement speed, but yeah. There was something about it. Okay, maybe not. So this is just movement speed. In the meantime. And the close combat stuff is this melee hit chance, aiming time. And armor, more dodge chance, and movement speed actually. So it's power armor, right? And then the assault, it's just really heavy armor. Huh. Armor has a short range EMP grenade launcher. Interesting. So those are like some examples of what we can expect in the future. If you want more friends in the colony, you could try adding the kind or beautiful traits. Huh. Captalamia actually gave me a bit of a tip in terms of some things. Oh god. Okay, so all that's... Let's get all this shit out of the way because I'm tired of looking at it. So... You can't make close that's one thing though I should probably also mention. All of these armors are locked in terms of the material. I don't know if marine armor is the same, but when it comes to all the Rimsnell stuff, they have like a preset thing that they're made of. And that also means that the stats that you see here, that's as high as they will go. So you can't make a vibranium close combat armor. Unfortunately. So is there something else you want me to make out of that vibranium for now? Until we get to it. Freaking large golden chest. Hold on. I wanted to like mark some of these things for urgent hauling, and I noticed that we're also low on storage again. I need to figure out what it is that we're missing. My guess is that it's going to be storage for all these guns. So let's take a look at storage here for a second, because we can actually make these weapons lockers instead. And let's make those out of steel. And let's put those up here maybe. These can contain a crap ton of weapons. Also, whose guild trainer is this? If anyone remembers. Last chest and you're off to bed. Okay. course, our things drop down here now, so we'll have to make like a landing pad out in the middle of the battlefield or something. Which is why we had it over here, but I guess if that sort of directs the drop pod raid, then that's a little bit terrible if it's in the middle of a fucking storage. But yeah. Is chaos over? Kinda. What can it be used for? Mostly just that, honestly. Alternatively, we can also make turrets out of it. I've got a mod that allows us to make our turrets out of any type of metal. It's just vibranium isn't the best for it, but it's okay. It's mostly for like armors and stuff. But we could make a vibranium Gatling gun turret. What are those chests? Those are loot boxes. Adamantite turret. Exactly, Andre. Exactly. Yeah, this is a loot box in Rimworld. I can queue up your armor. Yeah. I want to open this chest first, then. Where the heck are you? Why are you down there? So we got... Oh, wait, also, we need to get rid of this thing. So we got 280 silver. We got a good quality ruby silver Eltex necklace. We got a masterwork Dacite gold earring. We got a mind clear of all things. We got a small volumetric power cell, and we got some gold weave. This is a way to make cloth-based things out of gold, for instance. That's what the weaves are for. So I guess we'll add this to our... Where is it? There. Utility room. Something under him too. No? No, there's not. It's pretty much what was in there. Mind clear. What does this do again? Brainwash device to erase the short-term memory affects current thoughts. I can't I don't know exactly what this one does. I think it affects like whether or not you hate someone and stuff like that, maybe. But I could be completely wrong. So let's see if we can't configure these before the weapons outside degrade, and then we'll look at Andre's armor. So let's do industrial ranged. That and that. Let's do spacer ranged for this. And ultra as well, just in case. So what is it that we need to store still? So blunderbuss is medieval tech. Same for this arquebus. Those swords or whatever from... Yeah. I think I'll probably queue up smelting bills for all the reforged stuff if we keep getting attacked like this. So smelt weapons. Let's do one if it's below 50% for all things. Forever. And then let's do another one which is for medieval. But only the medieval ranged, because we probably don't need to use those anymore. Guess we could do the same for Neolithic ranged if there's any of these that can be made out of metal. Maybe these throwing shards can. Alright, Banana. It's been fun for sure. Hope to see you again next time. And sleep tight. Sure, I'll have a gold shirt. Yeah, you can basically get a gold t-shirt. Is what it means. So where you bought it, I have no idea where they are. You just told me to put them in storage, but I don't know where they get put. So, anyone's guess? And I don't have a lookup mod until next week when I get to look at that. So it could be literally anywhere. Because you just kind of bought it with no clear... there they are. I don't even know what to do with these. When cooked properly in the food, these effects inexplicably seem nullified. Any pawns with this present upon death will immediately be revived as by miracle. So, yeah, basically I have to queue up a very, very, very special dish just for you, so that it's like in there, and then I need to immediately force feed you that. Otherwise it's gonna be eaten by someone random, I think. Might be able to put it into a dessert. But I don't know how do you even control those condiments? Because I honestly don't know. Is it like part of the gourmet stuff? Because I really don't know. Because we can make gourmet bakes, we can make gourmet meals. Where are they? There it is, gourmet meal. Yeah, okay, so it requires one condiment. That's what gourmet is all about. So basically, someone's marking something. There they are. So, before I unpause, is anyone marking something that I don't know about? Because it's like really hard to tell. Because I think it will also play the sounds whenever manager... Oh, okay, you were making stuff to be hauled originally. Thanks. Because I don't know, I think when hunting designations get put on things with the colony manager, it also makes sounds. So I sometimes don't know if it's you guys or that or whatever. And ever since that incident, when we're doing maintenance, I've been a little bit on edge. Multiple incidents. Yeah, it's not just been that one. But I can see it here in your socials. Interesting. So it appears in your social tabs when it's stuff like that. But I would still have to figure out exactly which one of these... Well, I guess only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pawns it would be, right? No biggie. Okay, so let's get back to the food situation. So what I wanted to do here was do X per colonist. Let's do it like the others, so 4 per colonist, so we make up to 108. And then let's make a specific one for the nanites for now. Then put that up here to set it to 0. And then the only condiments are digestible resurrector nanites. So that should mean, actually, let's do this. That should mean that if I make someone cook something now, the very first thing they should make would be that one with that thing specifically. Oh god, and all my work priorities are screwed. Okay. I'll have to fix that later. So who's a cook that we can set to do this? Wow, we only have Snowy Rose as the main cook at the moment. Okay, so maybe Snowy Rose shouldn't do wardening then. She's the literal only cook. You cook constantly, but she's main cook. Yeah, you're the only one who's also set to cooking, so... That's fine bake though. Is it because we don't have the material? So it's like... meat... and what else? Okay, so it's just like a regular meal then. But then with an added condiment. Then why is she prioritizing the simple bake? Crazy. Have we actually run out of vegetables? Interesting. Well, I guess it shouldn't be too surprising. All things considered, it's not like I've been keeping tabs on this. And our thresholds are relatively low, so let's try and bump this up, shouldn't we? So we'll maintain up towards like 4,000-ish. Yeah, I know we have a lot of meals, but in terms of the higher quality stuff, like all these packaged survival meals, a lot of them probably originate from this one manometric food processor that's just been pumping out free food at the cost of energy over the last many streams, is my guess. Actually, let's set this one to be all about low-tech stuff. Let's do that one too, actually. Fire. Do we have another one of these cases? We do. Well, this is not good. So what happens if we say save game and load? Will it correct that issue? We can make the windows out of other materials, yes. Could technically make them out of vibranium. It's just the metal windows don't look as nice. They basically look like prison cells, in my opinion. but I can show them in the moment. Being on fire doesn't look that nice. You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Building your whole colony in one structure saves resources, but also makes it difficult to contain fires. That's like an added bonus of using the Windows mod. But yeah. So let's see here. So structures, we can make these large windows. Oh, okay, we can actually make these out of metals as well. So we could just convert them into vibranium. Is that on this list? There. It would be 75 vibranium per thing, but we could, technically. We can also make reinforced windows, but these don't look as nice. These kind of look like the prison cells. And they can only be made out of metals. And they're also going to be more expensive as a result. Let's try and do this one now. That's kind of dumb. Also, we also did unlock the blast doors, which we can replace these out here. Those can also be made out of different metals, so adamantite blast door, anyone? And there's this one as well, the massive one, which we could put here, but there's a couple of reasons why that might not be as useful at the moment. We should definitely replace this oaken door though. And we can also put in a doorway here, so basically, you know, make our base a maze so that even if they get in, they don't just get access to the defensive positions immediately. Yeah. This is a problem. Passion givers. Let's see. The only thing is these are not flame proof though. They're only slightly less, well, burny. Yeah, and the thing is, okay, so you can see the flammability here. So 2% for steel, which is still means it can catch fire. Adamantite is 0% though, but it's also really expensive. Solarite, also 0%. Solarite's really fancy too. Not super durable, but very fancy. And that was the mithril here. Guess we could make the amount of mithril 800 hit points though. Jeez. Those windows are going to be quite tanky in comparison to everything else at the moment. What was adamantium windows again? literal indestructible windows, but yikes, that's also because it's an 800% material bonus for the hit points, so imagine what those gates are gonna be like. We could make them out of bone. That would be cheap. And it would solve the issue of being burnable. They just get even less hit points, but is that worth it though? Is that worth it? Bronze windows, also flammable, just slightly less so. Sky steel, also flammable. Yeah, so it would have to be like overkill, expensive resources, I suppose. Which would also bump up the hit points to like insane degree. Oh, that was no, it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What's a steel window in comparison? 400 hit points. Manly Mutt just bought a pawn. Okay. You sure you want to be a human? Because you do have other races available in case you want to be something else. There you go. I mean, I can just give you the coins back and you can just rebuy a colonist. Do something else next time. Because if you just do exclamation mark leave, I'll just give you 2,500 coins and you can buy a new one. You're not the first one to do that, so... And similarly, if your pawn is absolutely trash, we'll take that into account, because there's some things you can't change. You just can't change your background story, and sometimes that limits you to be able to do absolutely cinch. So. And it's easier to do now than do it later when you have second thoughts and are like, oh, but I also have this guy now that's got like 1 billion traits and stuff, you know. So yeah, that's kind of why. What race is the fox one? There's the Farian. With the floofy tail. There's the Farian here. Those are the fox people. So the syntax would be like Andre. There you go, Manly Mutt. And you don't have anything that you're incapable of, and because you're a Farian, you get the mysterious energy trait as a specialty. I see you're also in Puppeteer, so there you go. Yeah, it's a specific thing for Farians, because their body size is, amongst other things, smaller than a regular pawn, so to compensate they get other bonuses instead. And Your colonists will immediately go up and try and equip stuff, and we'll give you some weapons. Because we actually have weapons now. Like, I need to go through all this stuff at some point. Because of the raid that we just had not too long ago. Courtesy of Dark Wolf, so... There are some things when it comes to the offhand weapons that are a little bit tricky. But, like sometimes your colonists will unequip certain melee weapons and a bunch of other stuff. And you can't equip more than one weapon yourself through Puppeteer, unfortunately. It's a little bit messy. Andre, I literally just queued it up. So I can't just give it to you. Okay, so we're actually getting legitimately raided by Vikings. Is this person wearing a adamantite guardian helmet? Yeah, they are. Okay. Got some more people here. There's like 1 billion Feralisks though. Okay, this is easy peasy. Oh. I can do that for you, yes. Yes, there is. If you go to the purchase list, you can see all the things you can buy, and you can also find all the races. You can find all the traits in there as well, so anything you need to know is on that store page. Now I have a passion for everything. Hey Andre, you want to go ahead and fight some Vikings? You can probably kill them all pretty easily. Oh, the ones here decided to attack one of our true dragons. That's the last mistake they'll ever make. Actually, since we have all our people out here, social shooter. And you also slow poke. You can also remove traits you don't want, by the way. At the cost of coins, of course, but you can. Wait, this is a wild true dragon. When did that step in here? The fuck? Why are we only getting true dragons these days, I feel? Freaking dumbass Vikings. So yeah, I think it's about time we get rid of this infested crashed ship module before another one drops when we're not looking. In the midst of a marriage, Muka and Sistra's getting married. Okay, Seven Psych wants to go down there. The fuck? Why? What's your plan? Deep fried fish, alright. It does feel good when you finally get to the stage though. Fish sticks. Dunk. Did we actually get all the things stored? I think we finally cleaned up this mess. Took a while, but we did it. This is all set to critical, correct? Yes. What about this one? This is just set to normal. This is like supposed to be used for all the things that we can't fit in other places, but I feel that a lot of things are still getting put down on the floor here. Also, all this freaking lead now needs some more skips, I feel. Tartar sauce. New lovers. Banana. Try to woo capitolemia. Oh my goodness. Banana and Cap. Banana and Cap. I don't know how Cap's gonna feel like being a tiefling and all, now being in love with a kobold, but sure. It's very interesting indeed. Save up for another architect skill trainer. You're crazy. Crazy man. Why is no Rose's priorities like that? Oh, why? Right, I know. Because she was going to be the primary cook, wasn't she? Let's see here. This dress got this all set to 777. Huh. Yeah, we should probably have more people sharing it. Huh. Team fried fresh. Fresh. More lead. Spirit taming. That stuff's good to go. And I'm alone. Have a joke about construction, but I'm still working on it. Alright, Mate. That's pretty funny, not gonna lie. Isn't it time for money? Yes, it is. Don't spend it all in one place. What to do about all this stuff though? Because technically we should just really get rid of a lot of these things. So how about... this is probably going to be some of the last things I set up for the day. And then we'll have to call it. Do that one forever. Smelt a weapon. Do forever, but only certain melee weapons. Not the halberd though. Not the hammer, heavy mace, no. Not the long sword. You the pickaxes. Like so. And for these, just so we get rid of all this junk. We will likely need a storage facility for all these structures too, so that they don't slow down and clog up this whole facility. But where? What? Gifted 7,777 coins. Fueling his his addiction, I guess. Snorkel folks using a healer mixer. Oh, to get rid of the acid burn scar. But yes, it's like midnight over here, so unfortunately we will kind of have to end the stream here for today. Dude, what a wild colony though. Like, we still have a lot of stuff that we can do, but I really enjoyed building some of these personalized rooms, so over time I hope we can get some more stuff done in that sort of direction. Like, there's still many more things when it comes to these rooms, like building wardrobes and dressers and all that stuff that can help fill them out. And heck, if we really wanted to, we can even use all these props in here that you guys can't buy, but just trust me when I say there's a lot of stuff in here that can make it look more interesting. We've got one skill trade. Okay. Went from 14 to 22. It's like you're unsatisfied that your armors are not being made for you fast enough. It's in the works. It just takes a fucking insane amount of time. Also, beer, wine, spirits we need some more. We can speed that up actually. That lightning. I just happened to do the perfect freeze frame there. That's what a lightning looks like. But yeah, just because I noticed it, I'll see if I can't find one of those drills there. That should help immensely. And then unequip. Oh, he already has one of these. Never mind. It's just because they also had a hammer. Maybe the game got confused at which one to use. Oh well. So this is the save for today. yeah, we made it to industrial tech. How about that? And Andre is still here, so must have been good. It was interesting to see all the raids today, both people coming in from other channels, but also the actual raids in the colony. For next week, I will be looking at the mod load order. Oh, Capitolamia just started streaming. Wait, we can raid Capitolamia. How does that sound? I would be down for that, actually. Stay around for the entire streams from now on. Yeah, you're done building the thing, are you? Okay, Capitolamia isn't exactly streaming Rimworld, but you guys want to see what Capitolamia is up for? Just as a surprise, I guess. Nope, it's still a lot of work, okay. But yeah, next stream's gonna be weekend, next week again. I might stream Going Medieval tomorrow. I don't entirely know yet. I might need to take that day off just to recuperate and gather energy. Otherwise, I am considering doing Going Medieval sometime in the weekdays next week. And then the weekend again will be Rimworld, just like normally. Don't need to sleep. No school. Okay. But yeah, anyways, it's been lovely to have you all here, and I hope to see people that came in today again another time. You'll be more than welcome to be here if you're still here. So Capitolamia, let me make sure this is spelled correctly. Capitolamia. So we'll be raiding Capitolamia. Let's go.